Size 12 is not fat by Meg Cabot the moment I spot you. It's like a sugar high hits me, sweet, intense, and totally irresistible. You're my candy crush, my guilty pleasure. Forget diets and discipline, one taste of you and I'm hooked. Hey, anyone around? The voice from the next dressing room is high-pitched, almost cartoonish. Hello. Seriously, it's like someone cranked up the speed on a recording. A sales associate approaches, keys jingling. Need help with something. Yeah, the squeaky voice continues, drifting over the divider. Do these jeans come in anything tinier than a 0? I freeze mid-struggle, one leg halfway into my own pair. Wait, what? Smaller than 0? That's like asking for a temperature colder than absolute 0. Unless we're talking negative sizes now, which honestly sounds like some kind of fashion black hole. Normally, I'm a 2, the girl explains, but these 0s are practically falling off me. And no, I didn't magically shrink since last week. She's not wrong. I yank up my jeans, baffled. Since when do I fit into an 8? Okay, fine, there was that one summer in college, but we don't talk about that. Usually, I'm a solid 12, but today, even the 10s were drowning me. Weird, considering my idea of a workout is power walking between food stops. Murray's cheese for a sandwich, Betsy Johnson for a quick browse. Those velvet dresses are killer. Then Dean and DeLuca for a caffeine fix. Boom. 60 minutes of exercise without breaking a sweat. Maybe swapping my desk candy for free condoms actually made a difference. Or maybe the universe is playing a prank. Either way, I'll take it the sales associate adjusts his glasses and leans toward the girl he's been helping. These are stretched denim, he explains. So you'll want to go 2 sizes down from your usual. The girl, who couldn't weigh more than a backpack, blinks. Huh, I get it. The sizing makes no sense. It's like math class all over again, the associate size. If you normally wear a 4 in these, you'd grab a 0. She crosses her arms. Then why not just label them right? If a 0 is really a 4, call it a 4. Vanity sizing, he mutters, glancing around like it's a secret. Vanity what? She squeaks, trying to whisper but sounding more like a startled squirrel. He lowers his voice further. Bigger customers feel better buying an 8 when they're really a 12. You get it. That's when I yank open my dressing room door. I'm a 12, I announce. The guy jumps like I just caught him stealing. What's the issue with that? Nothing, his voice cracks. Absolutely nothing, I just meant, are you calling 12 fat? I cut in. No. That's not, because 12 is average, I say, recalling the stats from a magazine. So now average equals fat, the associate's sweating. Next to me, the dressing room door creaks open and out steps the squirrel-voiced girl. She's tiny, like could fit in a locker, tiny and wide-eyed. And why don't they even make her size? I add, jerking my thumb at her. I'd rather be average than imaginary. The girl hesitates, then nods. Yeah, what she said. The associate gulps so loud I almost feel bad. Almost. He mumbles something about checking the back stock and bolts. The girl and I lock eyes. She's young, bleach blonde, probably fresh out of college. Me. Let's just say my highlights come from a box and my college days are a distant memory. But right now, none of that matters. We've both been screwed by the same ridiculous system. You keeping those? She asks, eyeing my jeans. I guess, I say. Yeah, I need new ones. My last pair got ruined when someone threw up on them at work. Gross, less than 0 says, scrunching her nose. Where do you work? Oh, just a residence hall, I reply. I'm the assistant director. Seriously, her eyes light up. At New York College. When I nod, she gasps. I knew I recognized you. I graduated last year. Which dorm? I hesitate. I only started this summer. Wait, really? She frowns. That's so weird. You look exactly like someone I used to know. Before I can figure out why she thinks she remembers me, my phone blares the opening notes of the Go-Go. Vacation. A cruel joke I set as my ringtone to remind myself that actual time off is still 3 months away. The caller ID flashes my boss's name on a Saturday, which has to mean something important, or more likely, it doesn't. Don't get me wrong, I love my job. The students keep things interesting with their passion for causes like fair wages and global activism. But the downside of living a block away from Fisher Hall, I'm too available. It's one thing if you're a surgeon getting emergency calls. It's another when it's because the vending machine stole someone's dollar and nobody knows where the refund slips are. Some might call it a perk, living so close to work in a city where commutes are nightmares. Mine, a 2-minute walk, 4 if I drag my feet for extra steps, but dreams have fine print. My salary barely covers rent, even with a second job. And no, I don't get free housing. That's only for directors. So instead, I get endless quick pop-ins and a paycheck that buys jeans, not stability. Welcome to New York. It was one of those crisp September Saturdays when the sunlight felt almost too bright, and I found myself browsing for jeans after an unfortunate incident the night before. A freshman, who'd clearly overdone it on the spiked lemonades at the Stoned Crow, had rolled over and emptied his stomach on me while I was checking his pulse. Now, as my phone buzzed in my pocket, I debated answering. Maybe Rachel was calling with good news, unlikely. Or maybe she needed me to haul another wasted undergrad to the far more probable. Before I could decide, a high-pitched voice cut through the store. "Oh my God, has anyone ever told you you look exactly like Heather Wells? You know, the singer." I let the call go to voicemail. Between the size 12 struggle and now this, my day was officially tanking. Online shopping would have been the smarter move. "You think so?" I asked, my tone flat. She didn't pick up on my lack of enthusiasm. "Seriously, you even sound like her," she gushed. "That's wild. But I mean, why would Heather Wells be working in a dorm, right?" "Residence hall," I corrected out of habit. That's what administration insisted we call them, supposedly more welcoming than dorm, as if bolted-down mini-fridges didn't scream institution loud enough. The girl suddenly backtracked. "Not that there's anything wrong with your job." And I didn't mean to offend you. I was obsessed with her when I was, 11. "Not offended," I lied. She looked relieved. "Okay, cool. Anyway, I should find a store that actually carries my size." I bit back a snarky suggestion. It wasn't her fault she was petite, just like it wasn't mine that I matched the national average. At the register, I finally checked Rachel's voicemail. Her voice, usually steady, was tight with panic. "Heather, there's been a death in the building. Call me immediately." The jeans stayed on the counter as I bolted out of the store, sprinting toward Fisher Hall like my life depended on it. "You wish, if you want me, you gotta be true," the lyrics echoed in my head, mocking the chaos rounding the corner onto Washington Square West. The first thing that catches my eye is a fire truck parked awkwardly on the sidewalk. It's forced out of the street by a vendor stall hawking leopard print thongs for $5. A steal, until you notice the cheap lace trim that looks like it'd chafe in all the wrong places. Washington Square West hardly ever shuts down, but today the neighborhood must have pulled some strings with City Hall, because half the block is transformed into one of those chaotic New York street fairs. You know the drill. Incense stands, sketch artists, vendors selling knockoff sunglasses, the whole 9 yards. I remember my first time at one of these fairs as a wide-eyed kid, thinking it was the coolest thing ever. Now, let's just say the novelty wears off fast when you realize the same overpriced junk shows up at every single one. But a lingerie booth in front of Fisher Hall, that's a new low. The building's this grand, red-brick relic from the 1850s, looming over the park like a disapproving professor. Rumor has it the city makes them redo the mortar every few years, so the bricks don't rain down on unsuspecting pedestrians. Too bad nobody warned them about the other hazards. In my time here, I've seen everything from textbooks to a full rotisserie chicken come flying out of windows. You'd think people would learn to look up, but today, All eyes are locked on the building's entrance. A sea of confused students and gawking tourists clusters outside, blocked by a stone-faced NYPD officer. Whatever's going on inside, nobody's talking, and nobody's getting in. The crowd outside the building is shouting questions back and forth, trying to be heard over the blaring pan flute music from a nearby booth selling, you guessed it, pan flute cassettes. Is there an emergency? Beats me. Maybe another kitchen disaster. Bet it's just someone burning incense again. Nah, pretty sure Jeff spilled his drink. Jeff, you're the worst. Not my fault this time, I swear. They had no clue someone had died inside. If they knew, they wouldn't be cracking jokes. At least, I hope not. Then I spot Magda in the crowd, her expression tight with more than just frustration over the fire department blocking the entrance. She knows. Heather, she waves me over, her manicured nails flashing tiny American flags. Even though she visits the Dominican Republic whenever she can, Magda loves her adopted country, enough to show it on her fingertips. We met 4 months ago at the nail salon, where she was ranting about the last assistant director, Justine, who'd been fired for stealing from the residence hall's petty cash. 27 ceramic heaters, she'd fumed, shaking her freshly painted thumbs. Who gives heaters as wedding gifts? I still don't get the appeal, but when I heard about the job opening, with free tuition as a perk, I didn't hesitate. Magda's been more than just a connection. She's become one of my closest friends, even if her cafeteria freebies have nudged me out of my old jeans. Mag, I say, stepping closer. Who was it? Who died? I can't shake the fear that it's someone I know. Maybe one of the janitors who always go above and beyond, mopping up messes they shouldn't have to deal with. Or worse, one of the student workers I'm supposed to be supervising. Though supposed to is doing a lot of work there. In the 3 months I've been at Fisher Hall, most of them ignore me unless the task involves raiding abandoned dorm rooms for leftover bottles of cheap liquor. Then, suddenly, they're all in. But good luck getting them to sort mail the next morning when they're nursing headaches. There are a few exceptions, though, hardworking scholarship kids who actually need the paycheck, the ones who'll take the Saturday night desk shift without me having to bribe or beg. Oh, Heather, Magda murmurs, except she says it like Hathar. She's keeping her voice low, not wanting to panic the students. One of my little movie stars. A student. I glance around, noticing the curious looks from the crowd. It's not just Magda's over-the-top makeup or those inch-long nails. Honestly, in the village, she blends right in. No, it's the movie star bit that throws people. Every time a kid swipes their meal card, Magda croons, look at all these gorgeous movie stars. We're so lucky to have them here. At first, I figured she was just buttering up the theater kids, and there are plenty of those at New York College. But then, during a particularly chaotic Sunday bar day, she dropped the real reason Fisher Hall is famous. Not for its historic location near Washington Square, or the creepy hanging tree across the street, or even the fact that the park used to be a pauper's graveyard. Yeah, those hot dog stands. Literally built on bones. Nope. According to Magda, Fisher Hall's claim to fame. A single scene from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was filmed here. And honestly, that tracks. One of those Ninja Turtles, Donatello maybe, once swung from Fisher Hall's penthouse to the neighboring building during a movie shoot. The kids living there at the time got to be extras, staring up in awe at the stunt. It's the kind of thing Magda still loves to bring up, even though those students graduated ages ago. To her, it's proof that America is full of wild, wonderful moments. But to anyone who hasn't heard the story, her constant references to my little movie stars probably sound a little unhinged. The curious glances from passers-by made that clear. I guided Magda toward one of the potted pines outside, more of a student cigarette graveyard than actual decor, to talk privately. Rachel mentioned a death in the building, I said quietly. Do you know what happened? Magda's voice trembled. I was at my desk when I heard screaming. Someone said a girl was found dead at the bottom of the elevator shaft. My stomach dropped. I'd braced for an overdose or a fight. This is New York, but an elevator accident. Then Magda added, barely holding back tears. They think she was, riding on top of it. Elevator surfing. The words tasted bitter. She nodded, dabbing carefully at her eyeliner. That's why no one's allowed inside. The actors need the elevator, but first they have to, her voice cracked. I pulled her close, muffling her sobs before the students nearby noticed. They'd find out soon enough, though they'd probably take the news better than I did. Which, honestly, I should have seen coming. Elevator surfing has become a dangerous trend across college campuses nationwide, not just at New York College. Students with too much time on their hands, often under the influence, dare each other to leap onto moving elevator cabs, risking their lives in those dim, treacherous shafts. Stories of tragic accidents, even fatal ones, pop up all the time. So when Magda mentioned a girl had died in Fisher Hall, it threw me off. Girls don't usually take part in that kind of reckless stunt, at least not here. Then Magda stiffened, pulling away from me with a muttered, "Uh-oh." I followed her gaze and immediately tensed. Eleanor Allington, the wife of the college's newly inaugurated president, was striding toward us. I knew all about the Allingtons, thanks to an old newspaper clipping I'd stumbled across in Justine's files. The article painted this grand picture of President Philip Allington as a down-to-earth academic who chose to live among students in a residence hall instead of some luxury faculty housing. What it failed to mention, their humble living situation was actually the penthouse suite taking up the entire top floor of Fisher Hall. And let's just say Mrs. Allington wasn't exactly blending in with the student body. Between her daily shopping sprees at Saks and her vodka-fueled late-night meltdowns, she had a reputation. Pete, one of the security guys, once told me about the time she drunkenly accused him of upsetting her cockatoos. The birds hate your guts, fatty. Which was both bizarre and uncalled for, considering Pete wasn't even overweight. The student workers at the front desk loved gossiping about her antics, especially when Dr. Allington wasn't around to rein her in. But right now, as she approached, I could only brace myself for whatever fresh drama was about to unfold. Mrs. Allington has a habit of phoning the front desk with bizarre claims. Someone devoured her stuffed artichokes. Coyotes are lounging on her balcony, or tiny, invisible gnomes are pounding on her bed frame. Pete mentioned that at first, the students didn't know how to react, buzzing the resident assistants, upperclassmen who get free housing in exchange for acting as unofficial floor supervisors. The Raws would then alert the building director, who'd ride the elevator up to the 20th floor to check things out. But when Mrs. Allington answered the door, bleary-eyed and wrapped in a velour robe, yes, velour, almost as fabulous as stretch velvet, she'd just blink and say, "No idea what you're babbling about, sweetheart." Meanwhile, her cockatoos would shriek like they were auditioning for a horror movie. Creepy, absolutely. But not to Mrs. Allington, who never recalls any of it the next day, gliding off to Saks as if she owns the place, or at least Fisher Hall. Take Right Now, for example. Burdened with shopping bags, she glares at the cop blocking the entrance and snaps, "Excuse me, I live here." The officer barely glances up. "Sorry, ma'am, emergency personnel only, residents can't go in yet." "I am not a resident," Mrs. Allington huffs, her bags rustling as she draws herself up. I'm, she trails off, struggling to define herself. The cop couldn't care less. "How about checking out the street fair?" he suggests. "Or there's a park bench over there. Take a load off until we give the all clear." By the time I reach her, she's swaying slightly, her designer jeans straining, silk blouse wrinkled, gold bangles jangling. The bags sag in her grip, and her mouth works silently like a fish out of water. She looks downright queasy. "Ma'am," the cop repeats. You gotta move, everyone's waiting, see. But Mrs. Allington seems frozen. I grab her arm and she doesn't even react. She probably doesn't recognize me, even though she nods at me every weekday when she steps off the elevator, chirping, "Good morning, Justine," despite my constant corrections. Weekends and fresh air must short-circuit her brain. "Officer," I say quickly, her husband's the college president. Allington was staring intently at a student with vibrant purple hair and a silver eyebrow ring. "Philip Allington, he's in the penthouse. She's not feeling great. Mind if I help her inside?" I asked the cop, who gave me a skeptical once-over. "Wait, do I know you?" he asked, not flirting, because let's be real, no one ever is with me. "Probably from around here," I said, forcing a smile. "I work in the building." I flashed my staff id, the one where I look like I just stumbled out of a bar, even though I was stone-cold sober when they took it. "Assistant residence director," I added, like that would impress him. It didn't. He shrugged. "Fine, get her inside." "Good luck with the stairs. Elevators are down." Great. Mrs. Allington was swaying like a palm tree in a hurricane, and I wasn't sure how I'd get her up without carrying her. Magda, spotting my dilemma, sighed, crushed her cigarette underfoot, and marched over to help. Before she reached us, 2 students in low-rise jeans and belly rings burst out of the building, gasping. "Oh my God, Jeff," one wheezed at the cop. "What's the deal with the elevators? We just hiked down 17 flights." "I'm literally dying," the other groaned. "No kidding," the first snapped. "For what we pay, you'd think they could afford elevators that actually work." I caught the glare she shot at Mrs. Allington. Her face had been plastered in the school paper, making her an easy scapegoat. "Let's go, Mrs. A," I said, tugging her gently toward the door. "Finally," she muttered, wobbling as Magda grabbed her other arm. We guided her inside, ignoring the chorus of protests from students. Why do they get to go in? "This is so unfair. Total fascists." Mrs. Allington moved with the precision of someone trying not to spill a drink, except she was already halfway there. My suspicions were confirmed when she suddenly lurched and emptied her stomach into a lobby planter. Definitely more than orange juice in that breakfast. "Santa Maria," Magda muttered, recoiling. I couldn't blame her. Personally, when I puke, which, let's be honest, happens every New Year's Eve, I at least want someone to hold my hair back. So I gave Mrs. Allington a sympathetic pat, because dignity was clearly out the window. Mrs. Allington flinched as I patted her shoulder. "There," I said gently. "Feeling any better?" She squinted up at me like I'd just materialized out of thin air. "Who the hell are you?" she demanded. I shifted awkwardly. Heather Wells, assistant building director. We met a few months ago." Her frown deepened. "Where's Justine?" "Justine moved on to another opportunity," I lied smoothly, because fired for stealing space heaters didn't sound great. For all I knew, Justine had a sick grandma in Alaska who needed them to survive sub-zero temperatures. Mrs. Allington's eyes narrowed further. "Heather Wells." She blinked rapidly. "Wait, aren't you that girl? The one who sang in all those shopping centers?" Bingo. She recognized me, just not as the person currently keeping her dorm from falling apart. Who knew Mrs. Allington had a secret stash of bubblegum pop CDs? I'd have pegged her for easy listening radio. "That was me," I said, keeping my tone light despite the sting. "Not anymore, though." "Why not?" she pressed. Magda shot me a look, her lipstick-twisted smirk returning. "Well," I hedged, "long story short, my record deal fell through." "Because you got fat," Mrs. Allington interrupted. And just like that, my sympathy evaporated. "I tell you I can't, but you don't seem to care." The opening lines of "I Can't," my old hit, echoed in my head like a bad karaoke night. Before I could muster a response, Rachel clattered across the lobby in her shiny flats. "Heather," she gasped, genuinely relieved. "Thank God you're here." That, at least, was nice, being needed, even if my paycheck screamed budget higher. "No problem," I said. "Is it someone from the building?" Rachel's warning glare shut me down fast, not in front of civilians, before she turned to Mrs. Allington with exaggerated cheer. "Good morning. So sorry about this mess. Are you okay?" Mrs. Allington, now distracted, didn't seem to notice Rachel's patronizing tone. Meanwhile, Magda nudged a stray chunk of ceiling plaster with her shoe, muttering something in Spanish. The whole scene was so absurd I almost laughed, until I remembered the vomit splatter on my sleeve. Some days the glamour never ended. Allington isn't doing great, but despite my irritation over the weight comment, I bite my tongue. She's still the first lady, after all. "Mrs. Allington isn't feeling well," I say carefully, throwing a pointed look at the planter she just emptied her stomach into. Rachel should pick up on the hint. We haven't known each other that long. She started right before I did, taking over after the last director quit to follow her forest ranger husband out west. Honestly, I'd have done the same. Rachel may be new to running Fisher Hall, but she's no rookie in student affairs. She came from Earlcrest College in Indiana, where she apparently left her doors unlocked at night. Not exactly a skill you need in Manhattan. Somehow, she's managed to blend right in, though. Her closet is straight out of a fashion magazine, Armani suits, Manilow heels, all on a salary barely higher than mine. The secret: obsessive sample sale hunting, and a militant diet and exercise routine that keeps her in sample sizes. She swears if I just ditch carbs and hit the gym, I could drop back to a size 8. "It's free with your benefits," she chirps, as if that makes the horror of the college fitness center any less terrifying. Between the skeletal yoga enthusiasts and the aggressively perky spin instructors, it's a miracle no one's gotten impaled by a flying limb. Rachel's convinced my love life would skyrocket if I just shrink a little. She's holding out for some mythical West Village bachelor, straight, solvent, and with a full head of hair. But honestly, I'd rather keep my cold sesame noodles and my sanity. And for the record, size 12 isn't fat, it's normal. But try telling that to someone who thinks kale is a food group plenty of us size 12 girls have boyfriends, not me personally, but others my size and bigger. Rachel and I may not see eye to eye on priorities. She's hunting for romance while I'd settle for a bachelor's degree. Or what counts as a real meal, her. Sad lettuce, me. Loaded falafel with extra tahini, hummus, and an ice cream sandwich chaser. Still, we manage. At least she gets the look I give her when Mrs. Allington starts in. "Mrs. Allington," Rachel says smoothly, "let's get you upstairs, okay?" The president's wife nods, her curiosity about my life choices fading fast. Rachel guides her toward the elevator where Pete holds back a crowd of firefighters, clearing a path. I eye the elevator doors as they slide open, half expecting some gruesome leftover from the accident. But it's just the same dinged-up interior, fake mahogany, brass trim, and decades of key-carved initials and profanity. As the doors close, Mrs. Allington murmurs, "The birds." Magda watches the floor numbers climb. "Please tell me she's not gonna puke in there again." "No kidding," I mutter. 20 floors with that smell. Hard pass. Magda shudders, probably picturing the same thing, then hugs herself. "It's too quiet," she says. "Haven't heard this much silence since before the dorm turned into a reality TV set." She's not wrong. For a building packed with 700 rowdy undergrads, the lobby's eerily still. No one's bickering over mail delays, though honestly, how does sorting take 7 hours? No rollerbladers wiping out on marble, no fights with Pete about guest passes. The place is swarming, cops, firefighters, RAWs, campus security in their baby blue uniforms, but nobody's talking. Just this heavy, unnatural hush. I edge toward the security desk. "Pete," I say, "any idea who it was?" If anyone knows, it's him. Guards see everything. New detail added. The tension is broken when a firefighter's radio crackles to life with static, making half the room jump. For a split second, everyone freezes. then exhales, the spell of silence shattered. They can't resist watching. It's all right there on the screens in front of them. From kids sneaking cigarettes in the stairwells to professors checking their reflections in elevator mirrors, even the occasional couple getting too cozy between the library shelves. Obviously, Pete mutters, splitting his attention between the front desk and the bank of monitors displaying every corner of the residence hall, from the main entrance to the penthouse suites and even the basement laundry room. Well, Magda presses, her fingers tapping impatiently. Who was it? Pete leans in, making sure the student workers aren't listening. Elizabeth Kellogg, freshman. A wave of relief hits me, I don't know her. Then guilt crashes in just as fast. She's still an 18-year-old who's gone too soon, whether she worked for me or not. What happened? I ask. Pete gives me a dry look. Take a wild guess. But I hesitate, confused. Girls don't do that, not elevator surfing. This one did, he says with a shrug. Magda frowns. Why would she? Was she high or something? How would I know? Pete snaps, but it's just nerves. He's been here 2 decades, you'd think nothing would faze him. But he took this job for the same reason I did, benefits. A widower with 4 kids, he needed the free tuition after a knee injury sidelined him from the NYPD. His oldest, Nancy, dreams of being a doctor. Still, it stings when students call him a rent-a-cop, just because he won't let them drag fire hazards like halogen lamps into their rooms. And yet, he's the kind of guy who rescues mice from glue traps, carefully oiling their tiny paws before setting them free in the park. The idea of anything dying on his watch makes him sick. Coroner'll check for drugs and alcohol, he says, trying to sound detached and missing by a mile. Whenever they finally show up, my stomach twists. Wait, she's still here. The body, Pete nods. Bottom of the elevator shaft, that's where they found her. Who found her? The fire department, he says, after someone reported seeing her. Seeing her fall? No, seeing her lying there. Someone peered through the narrow gap where the elevator didn't quite meet the floor, and that's how they found her. My stomach twists. Wait, so no one reported it when it happened? The people she was with? Pete frowns. What people? The ones dumb enough to go elevator surfing with her, I snap. Nobody does that alone, they just left her there. Not a word to me, Pete says. Not until some kids spotted her this morning. The thought makes me sick. So she could have been down there all night. My voice wavers. Not breathing, Pete cuts in, reading my expression. She hit head first. Magda mutters something in Spanish and makes the sign of the cross. I'm still reeling. Then how'd they even know who she was? School id in her pocket, Pete says. Magda nods. Smart girl, if you're gonna do something reckless, at least make it easy for them to id your body later. I gape at her, but before I can respond, Gerald, the dining hall manager, bursts out of the cafeteria, scanning the crowd. Magda, he barks when he spots her. What are you doing? Cops said we're reopening soon, and I need someone on register. Coming, sweetheart, Magda calls back, all sugar. The second he's out of earshot, she rolls her eyes. Jerk. With a flick of her manicured fingers, she heads back to her post near the guard desk. Then I hear my name. Tina, one of the student workers, is waving me over to the reception desk, the nerve center of the building, where mail gets sorted, visitors get buzzed in, and emergencies are supposed to be reported. My first task when I got hired was typing up emergency contacts. Apparently, Justine had been too busy handing out free heaters to bother. Fire, dial the station, assault, campus hotline, theft, 6th precinct, but someone plunging from an elevator. Yeah, that wasn't in the handbook. Heather, Tina whines, sounding as grating as the day I caught her pausing calls to finish a Tetris game. When are they moving that girl? It's creeping everyone out. Totally freaking out, knowing she's still down there. Brad, the poor guy stuck as the raw on duty this weekend, meaning he has to stay in the building 24/7 in case of emergencies, like, say, a student death, leans in and lowers his voice. We talked to her roommate. She had no clue Bate was into surfing. Said she was more of a preppy type, never hung out with that crowd. I fumble for something to say. The kids are staring at me, waiting for comfort, but honestly, I'm just as shaken as they are. Guess it proves you never really know someone, huh? Tina scoffs. But riding an elevator for fun, that's next level crazy. Total red flag, Brad adds, trying to sound professional, probably remembering all those sensitivity training sessions. Just then, Sarah, Rachel's grad assistant, rushes over, clutching a thick file. She's dressed in her usual grad student uniform, ripped jeans and a hoodie, and grabs my arm. "Oh my God," she says, loud enough for the whole lobby to hear. The office phones are blowing up. Parents are freaking out, demanding to know if it's their kid. Rachel won't confirm anything until the coroner gets here, even though we all know who it is. And check this out. She waves the file, Elizabeth Kellogg's record from the hall director's office. Either she'd been in trouble or sick, which was weird since she was just a freshman. "Listen to this," Sarah continues, thrilled to spill the details. Brad and Tina lean in, while Pete at the security desk pretends not to eavesdrop. "Her mom called Rachel, furious because we let residents have guests. She didn't want Elizabeth signing in boys, expected her to stay pure until marriage. Wanted Rachel to ban male visitors. Major family drama, obviously. Sarah's job as a grad assistant means helping run the dorm in exchange for free housing and experience in higher ed. But right now, she's more interested in the gossip Sarah's getting way more hands-on experience at Fisher Hall than she ever expected, especially with a dead student involved. There was some serious mom-daughter tension going on," Sarah points out. "Mrs. Kellogg was clearly bitter about her daughter outshining her in the looks department. Sarah majored in sociology, and she's convinced I have self-esteem issues. She announced this the moment we met during move-in, gasping, 'Wait, you're that Heather Wells.' When I confirmed it and explained I was working here while hoping to finish my degree someday, she cut in with, 'Forget college. You need therapy for your abandonment issues and the whole mom stole your money thing.' Funny, because what I really need is patience specifically for Sarah. Luckily, Dr. Flynn, the housing department's frazzled psychologist, rushes over just then, his briefcase spilling papers. 'Is that the victim's file?' he asks, barely glancing up. 'I need it before I call the parents.' Sarah passes it over, and as he flips through, his nose wrinkles. 'What's that smell?' Brad doesn't hesitate. 'Mrs. Allington puked in the planter, again.' Dr. Flynn sighs just as his phone buzzes. He steps away, and seconds later the front desk phone rings. No one moves, so I grab it. 'Fisher Hall,' I answer. 'Is this the dorm by Washington Square?' a voice asks. 'Residence Hall,' I correct automatically. 'I'd like to ask about today's incident,' the caller says, and my guard goes up. 'Reporter, Post, actually. Press Relations handles that. Goodbye.' I hang up hard. Brad whistles. 'Smooth.' Sarah adjusts her slipping glasses. She's had practice. Remember when the paparazzi caught Jordan Cartwright with Tanya Trace? I blink at her. 'Wow, just wow. Sarah, you're really putting that photographic memory to work, huh?' Tina gaped as Sarah gave a humble shrug. 'Wait, Heather, you actually dated Jordan Cartwright?' Tina practically shrieked. 'And you walked in on him with Tanya Trace?' Brad looked like he'd just won the lottery. I hesitated, knowing they could easily fact-check this online. 'Yeah, but it was ages ago,' I muttered before slipping away to hunt for a soda, hoping the sugar and caffeine might keep me from adding to the building's tragic body count. 'Don't tell I'm begging you, it's a secret. And if you don't tell, I'll make sure you never regret it. No one else knows I've laid myself bare, so don't tell.' 'Don't Tell' by Heather Wells, from Sugar Rush Cartwright Records. The nearest vending machine was in the TV lounge, now packed with campus crisis staff. No way was I asking Magda for a freebie. She was already on thin ice with her boss. Most of the suits in the room were strangers, except for Dr. Jessup, the housing director, who broke away from a conversation when he spotted me. In his weekend polo and khakis, he looked nothing like his usual buttoned-up self. "Heather," he said, voice low, "how are you holding up?" "Fine," I lied, already feeding $1 into the machine. Every eye in the room felt like a spotlight. Who's that? Why is she here? But I punched the button anyway. The thunk of the can dropping echoed in the hushed lounge, where even the ever-blasting MTV2 had been silenced. I clutched the unopened soda, suddenly hyper-aware of how loud a fizz might sound. Dr. Jessup leaned in. "How are the students coping?" "I just got here," I said, "but obviously everyone's rattled. I mean, there's a dead girl in the elevator shaft." His eyes bulged as he gestured for me to lower my voice, even though I'd barely whispered. Glancing around, I spotted higher-ups from the dean's office. No wonder he was sweating. Dr. Jessup lived for his department's student-friendly reputation, convinced he was the one administrator who truly got us. The moment hit me during my first interview when Dr. Jessup squinted his steely eyes and asked the question I always dread. "Haven't we met before?" It's the same thing everywhere. People swear they recognize me, tossing out wild guesses like, "Didn't you date my cousin in high school?" Or "Weren't you in my philosophy seminar?" The irony. I never stepped foot in a college lecture hall, let alone a high school prom. That day I sighed and admitted I used to sing pop music back when I was a kid. His face lit up. "Ah, sugar rush. I thought so. Mind if I ask why work in a dorm?" My stomach nodded. If only VH1 had done a documentary on my life, I wouldn't have to keep explaining. But let's be real, I wasn't Britney-level famous. Not even close. I was just a girl with decent pipes who got lucky for a hot minute. When I mentioned my manager running off with my mom and my savings, my label dumping me, and my boyfriend bailing, Dr. Jessup mercifully changed the subject. The job offer came, admin assistant at Fisher Hall, paying what I used to make in a week on tour. I grabbed it. Waitressing was killing my feet, and college classes were a perk after probation. 3 more months, then Psych 101 to see if I'm as messed up as my friends claim. Now, Dr. Jessup's asking about Rachel. "How's she handling things?" He probes. I shrug. "Fine, I guess." He suggests flowers or candy to cheer her up, and I nod like it makes sense. But why Rachel? Shouldn't Julio, the guy scrubbing blood from the elevator, get some chocolate too? Dr. Jessup adds, "She's new to the city. This'll rattle her." Sure, because a dead body is just a minor hiccup in urban living. She hasn't turned into one of those cynical New Yorkers yet, unlike the rest of us. "Right, Wells." He flashes me a grin. "Right," I reply, even though I'm still clueless about his point. Would a box of Whitman chocolates cut it, or was he expecting me to hit up some fancy gourmet shop for those tiny French pastries? Not that I'd mind. I could grab some dark chocolate-covered orange slices for myself. Except Rachel avoids sweets, strictly off-limits on her diet. Maybe almonds would work. But the discussion gets cut short when President Allington barges into the lounge. Honestly, I never spot him right away, even though I've watched him step off the elevator every weekday morning since I started at Fisher Hall last summer. The thing is, Philip Allington doesn't exactly look like your typical college president. His go-to outfit, white pants worn stubbornly past Labor Day, etiquette be damned, paired with a gold New York college tee, or a tank top when it's sweltering, added as sneakers, and if it's chilly, a gold and white college Letterman jacket. Some article in Justine's files claimed he dresses like a student to seem more approachable. But let's be real, I've never seen an actual student here rocking school colors. They're all in black, blending into the city like shadows. Today, despite the heat, he's gone with the t-shirt over the tank. Maybe he had a board meeting and needed to look semi-presentable. It's only when the other administrators swarm him, tripping over themselves to assure him of their importance in handling what the campus paper will inevitably call the tragedy. That it clicks. Oh, right. That's the president. Ignoring the crowd, Dr. Allington locks eyes with Dr. Jessup and snaps. Stan, you need to handle this. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Jessup looks like he'd rather be the one at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Can't say I blame him. Phil, he says, voice strained, it's inevitable. With a student body this size, we've had deaths before. 3 last year, 2 the year before. Not in my building, Allington interrupts. He's clearly going for a Harrison Ford Air Force One vibe, but it lands closer to a Powley Shore punchline. Time for a strategic retreat to my office. Inside, Sarah's planted at my desk, phone in hand. The room feels charged, the tension radiating off her as she slams the receiver down. Rachel just called, she growls. We're canceling the dorm dance tonight. Her glare could melt steel. Seriously, I ask, shaking my head. Just call it off. Sarah crosses her arms. You're not getting it. We booked an actual band for this. Canceling now means losing close to $1,500. I hold her gaze, my voice tight. Sarah, a student is dead. And if we change everything because of what she did, Sarah counters, we're just turning her into some tragic campus legend. She sighs, rubbing her temple. Fine, we'll recoup some losses with merch, but I still don't get why we should shut down an entire event just because someone decided to jump off an elevator. People talk about how cutthroat Hollywood is. Clearly, they've never set foot in a college dorm. Or, sorry, residence hall. I don't understand how we got this far apart. Feels like yesterday you still called me yours, now I'm here alone. And the tears won't stop. Do-over, just give me one do-over. Cause I'm not done holding on. Do-over, performed by Heather Wells, written by Diet/writer from the album Sugar Rush. Cartwright records. This is New York. Unnatural deaths barely make the news. So it takes the coroner 4 hours to even show up. By 3:35 p.m., Elizabeth Kellogg is officially pronounced dead. The preliminary report lists the cause as massive blunt force trauma, broken neck, shattered spine, crushed pelvis, plus fractures everywhere else. Yeah, good luck romanticizing that. The worst part? The coroner estimates she's been dead for nearly 12 hours, meaning she was lying at the bottom of that shaft all night. He assures us death was instant, no suffering. But try explaining that to the students who see the coroner's van pull up, the body bag wheeled out. By 4, everyone in Fisher Hall knows. And they're smart enough to piece together how. But honestly, my bigger worry isn't the 700 students whispering in the halls. It's the phone call Rachel has to make, the one to Elizabeth's parents. Because somehow, Dr. Jessup and Dr. Flynn decided that since Rachel had already spoken to Mrs. Kellogg about guest passes, she should be the one to tell them their daughter is gone. Dr. Flynn tries to reassure the group, saying the Kelloggs will take the news better coming from someone they know. Sarah gets dismissed without ceremony, but Dr. Jessup motions for me to stay, claiming my presence might help Rachel. Clearly, he's never witnessed Rachel tearing into the cafeteria staff for mixing up the ranch dressings. Comfort is the last thing she needs. Still, I keep my mouth shut. The whole moment is painfully awkward, and by the time Rachel ends the call, my head is pounding, my stomach churning. Maybe it's the handful of Jolly Ranchers and Fritos I scarfed down instead of lunch, or maybe it's the tension. Either way, Dr. Jessup isn't helping. Embarrassed by Dr. Allington's earlier comments, he's chain-smoking like there's no tomorrow, perched on Rachel's desk, completely ignoring city health regulations. Nobody bothers cracking a window, not when opening one means some joker outside will inevitably shout, "Extra ketchup with that." Into the office. Then it hits me Rachel's done with her calls, and my so-called comforting role is over. There's nothing left for me here. I stand abruptly and announce, I'm heading home. All eyes snap to me. Thankfully, Dr. Allington's already gone. He and his wife bolt for their Hamptons place whenever possible. Though today, Mrs. Allington refused to use the front door, not with the coroner's van and fire truck blocking the sidewalk. I had to disable the alarm so she could slip out through the emergency exit near the cafeteria, the same one reserved for VIPs like the Schwarzeneggers during their dinner parties, sparing them from mingling with students. Their son, Christopher, a sharp-dressed law student still stuck in grad housing, was waiting in their Mercedes, revving the engine like he was in a drag race. Dr. Allington practically shoved his wife into the back seat, tossed their bags in the trunk, and jumped in front. Christopher floored it, sending street fair attendees scrambling onto the curb, convinced they were about to be mowed down. Honestly, if I had parents like that, I'd probably speed off too. Dr. Flynn is the first to react to my exit. "Go ahead, Heather," he says, waving me off. "Get some rest." "We don't really need Heather now, do we, Stan?" Dr. Jessup blew out a slow breath, cigarette smoke curling in the air. "Go home," he told me. "Pour yourself something strong. You've earned it." Rachel suddenly jumped up from her chair, catching me off guard as she wrapped her arms around me. She'd never been the touchy-feely type before. "Oh, Heather," she gushed. "I don't know how we would have handled today without you. You're always so calm under pressure." I had no clue what she meant. I hadn't done anything extraordinary. Sure, I'd talked Sarah out of her impulsive dance idea and kept the student workers from panicking, but that was it. Nothing heroic. As Rachel hugged me, I avoided eye contact, focusing instead on how uncomfortably bony she felt. Hugging her was like embracing a bundle of twigs. It wasn't just her natural frame. I knew she barely ate to stay that way. The whole thing just felt sad. The second she let go, I bolted from the office before my emotions could spill over. Not because of Rachel's awkward embrace, but because the whole situation was so senseless. A girl was dead, her family shattered, all for what? A reckless stunt on an elevator. It made me sick. I slipped out through the fire exit, grateful to avoid any more forced conversations. The last thing I needed was someone asking if I was okay. Taking the long way home, I looped around 6th Avenue, dodging familiar faces. I even passed Banana Republic, where size 12 was always mysteriously sold out, too popular to stay on the racks. But my luck ran out the second I reached my apartment. Leaning against my front steps, looking like he'd stepped out of a cheesy music video, was my ex-fiancé, Jordan Cartwright. Of course. He hung up his phone and flashed me that same old grin, his gold chain glinting in the sunlight. Crisp white shirt, matching pants, like he'd raided a boy band's wardrobe. "Heather," he said, as if this was just another casual visit. Perfect. Just what my day needed. His Armani sunglasses hide those pale blue eyes. But I know that look. The one that fools everyone into thinking he actually gives a damn. Jordan's got this way of making people feel seen, like they're the only one in the room. It's how he sold 1 million copies of Baby, Be Mine and kept that music video at the top of the charts for what felt like forever. "There you are," he says, smooth as ever. "I've been calling. Coop S not around, huh? You okay? I came straight here when I heard." I just stare. What's his deal? We're done. Over. Unless he forgot, which honestly wouldn't surprise me. He's definitely been hitting the gym harder than usual. His arms look like they could bench press a small car. Maybe he dropped a weight on his head mid-set. "She lived in your building, right?" He keeps going. "The girl from the news, the one who..." It's ridiculous how someone this good-looking can be so empty. Like a designer suit with nothing inside. I yank my keys from my jeans pocket. "You shouldn't be here, Jordan." People are watching, mostly the usual crowd from the block. The cops keep pushing them out of the park, so they end up here, leaning against stoops and flicking cigarette butts into the gutter. When I first moved in, I didn't realize the neighborhood had gotten this rough. I mean, it's Greenwich Village. Used to be all poets and jazz clubs. Now it's just overpriced coffee and trust fund kids. But hey, at least it's not Park Avenue, where Jordan's idea of those people means anyone who doesn't own a penthouse. Hey, one of the guys on the corner points. Ain't you that dude? Yo, you famous or something? Jordan doesn't even flinch. He's used to this. Heather, he says, voice all warm and rehearsed, like he's back on stage doing that duet with Jessica Simpson. Come on. Just because we didn't work out doesn't mean we can't be friends. We've known each other forever. Grew up in this mess together. And that part's true. I met him when I was 15, fresh off signing with his dad's label. He was 18, playing the brooding artist, swearing he hated the same soulless pop songs they forced on me. Back then, I actually believed him. I really thought he meant it when he said we were both done covering other people's music and ready to perform our own songs. I held onto that belief until the moment I told the record label it was my original tracks or nothing, and they chose nothing. Meanwhile, Jordan, instead of standing his ground with the label, aka his father, just said, "Heather, maybe we should talk this through." I scanned the street, half expecting to spot a camera crew lurking nearby. Knowing him, he'd totally sign up for some reality TV drama. The guy would probably love watching his own life play out on screen. That's when I noticed the sleek silver BMW convertible illegally parked by the fire hydrant. "Nice ride," I say. "Daddy's reward for cozying up to Tania Trace," Jordan sighs. "Come on, Heather. I told you Tania and me, it's not what it looks like." I snort. "Oh, so she just tripped and face planted into your lap. That's your story." What happens next catches me off guard. He pulls off his sunglasses and locks eyes with me, dead serious. It takes me back to the first time we met, at the Mall of America, back when his dad's label had paired his band, Easy Street, with me for a tour designed to drain every preteen's allowance. He'd given me that same intense look back then, right before dropping the line, "Baby, you got the bluest eyes." At the time, I didn't realize it was a rehearsed move. I was 16, fresh out of high school, and clueless about guys who weren't just autograph seekers. Years later, I heard those exact words in one of his solo hits. Turns out he'd perfected the delivery. Now, sunlight dapples his face as he leans in. "Heather," he says, voice low, "what we had, it was real. Are you really ready to throw that away? Yeah, I messed up with Tania. I get why you're mad." I blink at him. "Mad, Jordan, I walked in on her practically auditioning for a role she didn't get." He recoils like I slapped him. "See," he crosses his arms. "This is what I'm talking about." The Heather I knew didn't talk like that. You've changed, and that's half the problem. Not the same person I remember from back then, he says, and I brace myself for the inevitable glance at my waist, the one place where time has left its mark most visibly. But his eyes stay locked on mine. "You've changed. Gotten tougher, I guess," he continues. "After everything with your mom and your manager, can anyone blame you? But Heather, not everyone's out to rob you blind and disappear to South America. You have to believe me, I never wanted to hurt you. We just grew apart, wanted different things. You're chasing your own sound even if it burns what's left of your career." Meanwhile, "Yo," a voice cuts through the tension. "You're Jordan Cartwright. Seriously, first Elizabeth, now this. What does Jordan even want from me?" That's the million-dollar question. The guy S got it all tall loaded, way past Rachel's six-figure minimum for a dream guy. Sure, his parents weren't thrilled when we moved in together. Two teen stars cohabitating. Not exactly the wholesome image they wanted. But was our whole relationship just some twisted revenge plot? Payback because they let their golden boy audition for Mickey Mouse Club as a kid, leaving him with a lifetime of embarrassment. Because nothing screams, serious musician, like childhood photos in mouse ears, plastered across teen people every other week. "Jordan," I interrupt as he rambles about bringing joy to people's lives like that's some crime. "Could you just leave?" I push past him, fumbling with my keys. 3 locks stand between me and escape. You don't respect me as an artist, he insists, undeterred. Just because I don't write my own songs doesn't mean I'm not creative. I choreograph most of my routines now. That move in the Just Me and You video. He demonstrates right there on the stoop. Step, ball change, hip thrust. All me. Maybe that's nothing to you, but when's the last time you did anything groundbreaking? This dorm gig. Living here with dealers outside and Cooper of all people. You know how my family feels about Cooper. Oh, I know. Too well Cooper's grandfather shocked everyone when he came out at 65, bought a vibrant pink stucco brownstone in Greenwich Village, and left it to his rebellious grandson. Cooper turned the place into a quirky setup, garden apartment for himself, a detective agency on the middle floor, and a rent-free top floor for me as long as I handled his paperwork after he heard about me catching Jordan and Tania together. Jordan's voice cuts through my thoughts. Look, I know nothing's going on between you two, he says. That's not the issue. You're just not Cooper's type. No kidding, painfully obvious. But did you know Cooper has a record? Jordan continues. Vandalism. Yeah, he was a kid, but still, he trashed an easy street billboard. Always resented my talent, but it's not my fault I was born with it. The last lock clicks. Freedom. By Jordan, I say, slipping inside and shutting the door gently, not out of lingering affection, just common courtesy. And okay, maybe a little fear of his dad's lawsuit-happy tendencies. The brownstone is cool, the air tinged with the sharp scent of copier toner from Cooper's office. I head for the stairs, figuring Lucy, ever-energetic terrier, needs her walk, when I spot the open French doors leading to the terrace. The hallway, wallpapered in bold black and white stripes, a nod to Cooper's grandfather's 70s flair, draws me toward the back. There's Cooper lounging in a lawn chair, beer in hand, Lucy sprawled at his feet. A red cooler sits beside him, and smooth jazz hums from the radio, his usual escape from his family's pop star chaos. Is he gone yet? Cooper asks, spotting me. Soon, I say, then it clicks. Wait, are you hiding? Absolutely, he admits, popping open the cooler. Figured you'd need this. He tosses me a frosty bottle. I collapse into a wrought iron chair, the cushions slightly sun-warmed. Lucy bolts over, shoving her snout into my lap with a happy grunt. The jazz swirls around us, a quiet rebellion against the drama outside scratching Lucy behind the ears. I smile at how dogs always greet you with pure joy. There's science behind it, too. Studies show petting an animal lowers blood pressure. I remember reading about it in a magazine. But it's not just furry friends that help. Peaceful spots work wonders. Take Cooper's grandfather's hidden garden, tucked behind an ivy-covered wall in Manhattan. It used to be an old stable yard, but now it's this lush retreat with a bubbling fountain Cooper must have turned on earlier. The sound mixes with the rustling leaves, and as Lucy leans into my hand, my breathing slows. A wild thought hits me. What if I went to med school? Sure, balancing classes with work and Cooper's legal bills won't be easy, but imagine the payoff. I could bring Lucy to hospitals, letting patients pet her before appointments. Forget stethoscopes. My secret weapon would be a golden retriever. I'd revolutionize healthcare, minus the radioactive necklaces. Cooper might roll his eyes if I told him, but he's surprisingly chill about most things. Speaking of Cooper, his grandfather Arthur was the real rebel. When the family freaked out over him being gay, he left his fortune to AIDS research and donated his art collection to charity. The only thing he kept for Cooper, a pink brownstone in the village and $1 million, probably because Cooper was the only one who shrugged and said, "You do you, Gramps." The rest of the Cartwrights weren't exactly thrilled, but they weren't hurting for cash either. Not that Cooper cares. Between his chaotic dating life, art dealers, surgeons, you name it, and his habit of getting kicked out of schools, he's never been the family favorite. And honestly, he's better off for it. Cooper Cartwright is the most self-sufficient person I've ever known. He stands out from his family in every way, dark-haired where they're all fair, though he shares those striking Cartwright features and piercing blue eyes. But that's where the similarities with his brother Jordan stop. Both have that tall, athletic frame, but Jordan's sculpted physique comes from daily private training sessions in his home gym, while Cooper's lean muscles are earned through intense pickup games at the public courts on 6th and West 3rd, plus those adrenaline-fueled sprints through Grand Central when he's chasing down a lead for a client. I only know about the latter because I handle his expense reports. No one makes it from a $6 cab ride ending at 5:01 to a Metro North ticket counter for a 5:07 train without breaking into a full sprint. Between his easy charm, those mesmerizing eyes, his weekend basketball habit, and that unexpected passion for jazz, it's no wonder I'm completely smitten. But it's hopeless. To him, I'm just his little brother's girlfriend, permanently stuck in the friend zone. The women he dates are all sophisticated geniuses, the kind who debate quantum physics or analyze Petrarchan's sonnets over brunch. Meanwhile, I'm about as exciting as plain yogurt. I keep telling myself I'll move on eventually, but for now, is it so bad to enjoy his company? Cooper takes a slow sip of beer, his gaze drifting over the Manhattan skyline. From his father's garden, you can see Fisher Hall looming in the distance, its upper floors and the president's penthouse clearly visible, along with the elevator vents. "So," he says, nodding toward campus, "was it bad?" He already knows about the dead girl. Between the sirens and the crowds, it'd be impossible to miss. Knowing Cooper, he probably has a police scanner hidden in his apartment. Not pretty, I admit, taking a sip of my drink while scratching Lucy behind the ears. She's a scrappy little mutt I adopted from the shelter after my mom left, part collie, part who knows what, with a face that always looks like she's laughing. Jordan had wanted a pedigreed cocker spaniel, but I fell for Lucy the second I saw her. Maybe Sarah's right. Maybe I needed something to love after my family fell apart. Or maybe I just finally had the time, now that I wasn't touring nonstop. Either way, Lucy's mine, and she's perfect. He wasn't thrilled when I brought home Tramp instead of Lady, but Lucy made her opinion of Jordan clear by chewing up his suede pants. Oddly, she's fine with Cooper, probably because he never chucked us weekly at her for gnawing on his music collection. Cooper's more into jazz anyway. Any idea how it happened? He asks, taking a sip of beer. I shake my head. If anyone knows, they're not talking. Kids, he mutters. Probably scared of getting grounded. Yeah, but how do you just leave someone like that? She was there for hours. Who left her? Whoever she was with. You sure she wasn't alone? Nobody does elevator surfing solo. The whole point is daring each other to jump between cars. No audience, no thrill. Cooper listens, really listens, something rare in his family. It's probably why he's good at his job. People reveal more when you let them talk. It's about pushing limits, I add. So unless she wasn't surfing at all. Girls usually don't. It's a drunk frat guy hobby. Cooper leans in. Then how'd she end up at the bottom of the shaft, doors open without the car? That's not possible, and who wouldn't look before stepping? The silence stretches. Then Cooper says it. Maybe she was pushed. The air feels heavier suddenly. No traffic hum, no clatter of bottles from the alley, just his words hanging there. Pushed, I repeat. His expression gives nothing away. His sharp instincts are exactly why he's such a great private investigator, and part of why I still hold on to hope for us. There's something in his gaze that keeps me believing. What if she didn't just fall? He suggests. What if someone pushed her? The truth is, I'd been thinking the same thing, but it sounded too wild to say out loud. Don't even try to deny it, Cooper says, reading me effortlessly. It's written all over your face. Finally, I let it out. Girls don't just ride elevators for fun, Coop. Not here, not at New York College. And Elizabeth? She was the definition of preppy, polished, put together. That's not the kind of girl who takes stupid risks. Cooper raises an eyebrow. Preppy. Yeah, you know, buttoned up, rule following, I insist. And even if she did, her friends wouldn't just leave her there. Who does that? Kids, Cooper says with a shrug. They're not kids, I argue. They're legal adults. 18 is still a kid, he counters. But fine, let's say you're right. If she wasn't the type to mess around like that, who'd want to hurt her? And how would they even pull it off? I flip through the case details in my mind. The only note in her file was about her mom requesting restricted guest access, girls only. Cooper leans in. Trouble with an X. He's referring to a PNG, a persona non grata memo that bars certain people from entering the dorms. I'm surprised he remembers the term from my rants about Fisher Hall. No X mentioned, I say, cheeks warming. Doesn't mean there wasn't one, he points out. Did anyone check if she had a guy over last night? I shake my head, watching the sunset paint Fisher Hall in deep red. She had a roommate, not exactly the setup for secret sleepovers. Because preppy girls don't break rules, he teases. I shift uncomfortably. Well, they usually don't. Cooper smirks. Roommate could have crashed somewhere else. That hadn't crossed my mind. I'll check the logs, I say, already mentally planning my next move. It won't cause any harm. You're saying, Cooper replies, you'll have the cops look through the visitor logs. Cops, I blink in surprise. You seriously think law enforcement will care about this? Most likely, Cooper says with a shrug. If they share your whole rich girls don't act that way theory. I roll my eyes just as the doorbell chimes, followed by Jordan's booming voice. Heather, open the damn door. Cooper doesn't even glance toward the noise. His dedication is almost poetic, he muses. Don't flatter yourself, I shoot back. He's just trying to get under your skin. His dream scenario, me sleeping in a tent under the Brooklyn Bridge. Sounds like true love, Cooper deadpans. It's not about that. He's not hung up on me. He just can't stand that I walked away. Or, Cooper counters, he can't stand that you had the spine to make your own choices, something he'll never understand. Fair. Cooper isn't one for long speeches, but when he speaks, it lands. After the whole Jordan and Tania disaster, he called me out of the blue and offered his brownstones top-floor apartment, formerly home to his grandfather's caretaker. When I admitted I was broke, thanks, Mom, he handed me a lifeline. Manage his billing and organize his mountain of receipts instead of paying his accountant a fortune. Just like that, I traded a Park Avenue penthouse for a West Village walk-up. By the second day, it already felt like home. Of course, easy wasn't part of the deal. He estimated 10 hours a week, try 20. Sundays are now receipt purgatory, deciphering coffee-stained notes and crumpled gas station slips. But for rent in this neighborhood, worth every minute. And no, he didn't do it out of some hidden soft spot for washed-up pop stars. Like Jordan's tantrum at the door, this arrangement isn't about me. Cooper's real joy. Watching his family, especially Jordan, lose their minds over it. Nothing irritates his little brother more than Cooper's casual defiance. Jordan calls him reckless. Cooper just laughs. Jordan's resentment toward Cooper probably stems from the fact that when their parents tried to force him into the family business by cutting him off financially, Cooper didn't just survive, he thrived. He built his own life without Cartwright records, something Jordan secretly admires but would never admit. I've always wondered if Jordan, despite loving the spotlight, wishes he'd had the guts to walk away like Cooper and I eventually did. Cooper clearly picks up on it too. All right, Cooper says, as Jordan's muffled yelling drifts through the door. As entertaining as it is listening to my brother lose it on my porch, I've got work to do. I watch as he sets down his beer and stretches. Even in the dimming light, Cooper looks effortlessly rugged. No spray tan, no pretenses. His sun-kissed skin comes from long hours staking out motel parking lots with a camera, not some tropical vacation. Not that he'd ever tell me the details. Work. I raise an eyebrow. On a Saturday, what are you tailing some cheating spouse or something? He just smirks. It's our usual back and forth, me fishing for clues, him dodging every question. Cooper takes confidentiality seriously, but I also think he enjoys messing with me. To him, I'm still that hyper teenager belting out bubblegum pop in the mall. Nice try, he says. What about you? Big plans? I mentally run through my options. Magda's stuck at the diner until midnight, Patty's too busy with her new baby, and my guitar isn't exactly great company. Another night of half-written songs and unpaid invoices. Nope, I say, shrugging. Absolutely nothing. Cooper shakes his head. Well, don't burn the midnight oil doing nothing, he teases. If Jordan's still lurking when I leave, I'll have his precious BMW hauled off. I can't help but grin. One day, when I finally finish med school, I'm asking him out. He's got a thing for smart women. Maybe I'll actually get a yes. Thanks, I say. Anytime. With that, he disappears inside, leaving me alone with the quiet hum of the evening. I linger outside Fisher Hall long after he leaves, sipping the last of my beer while studying the building's warm, inviting glow. It's strange how peaceful it looks now, as if nothing tragic happened here just hours ago. Only when the streetlights flicker on and golden squares of light appear in the windows do I finally head inside. The moment I step through the door, Cooper's words replay in my mind, that dry edge in his voice when I'd insisted I wasn't doing anything tonight. Did he see right through me? Does he actually know about my nightly ritual? There's no way he can hear my guitar from his place downstairs. Right. But the way he emphasized nothing, like he was calling my bluff, makes me second-guess everything. Then again, men have always been a puzzle I can't quite solve. That night, I play my guitar quieter than usual, just in case Cooper walks in. No one gets to hear my new songs, especially not after Grant Cartwright's brutal critique. Angry girl rocker nonsense, he'd scoffed. Stick to singing other people's hits and leave the writing to professionals. Oh, and maybe lay off the late-night snacks. One day I'll prove him wrong. One day he'll see exactly what an angry girl rocker can do. Later, as I rinse my face, I catch sight of Fisher Hall through the window, alive with movement, music drifting faintly from open windows. Students laugh, prepping for nights out, while others crack open beers, oblivious to the tragedy that unfolded here. The elevators hum softly, their lights flickering behind the vents. And I can't shake the question, why? What pushed her to that edge? Or worse, who? Rocket pop like honey straight from the hive. Rocket pop, only thing keeping /me alive. Rocket pop, don't knock it. Till you've tried it. Rocket pop, you know you want it, don't deny it. From Rocket Pop by Heather Wells, Cartwright Records, Monday morning. Sarah and I unlock Elizabeth's dorm room, tasked with packing her things. Her parents, shattered by grief, couldn't bear to do it themselves. And honestly, I don't blame them. The last thing any parent imagines when dropping their child at college is receiving a call 3 weeks later saying their daughter is gone, and now they have to collect her belongings. It hits harder when your kid was like Elizabeth, who appeared so wholesome judging by her neatly folded wardrobe. As Sarah meticulously catalogued each item, a precaution Dr. Jessup insisted on after past incidents of misplaced belongings, I boxed up stacks of pastel Izod polos, 7 of them, for God's sake. Not a single black bra in sight, just rows of crisp white Hands underwear. Let's be real, girls who shop in the basics aisle don't usually go elevator surfing. But apparently, I'm the odd one out for thinking that. Sarah, scribbling notes between psych textbook quotes, lectures me about schizophrenia symptoms peaking in early adulthood, Elizabeth's exact age. It explains the reckless behavior, she says, tapping her pen. The voices could have pushed her. Maybe. But it definitely wasn't some mystery boyfriend, despite Cooper's theory. I checked the dorm logs first thing Monday. No guest signatures under Elizabeth's name that Friday. Meanwhile, Rachel hustled to organize a campus memorial and secure tuition refunds, not that the Kellogg's noticed. At the chapel service, which I skipped to hold down the office, Pete later told me Mrs. Kellogg's voice cut through the room like a siren. "This college won't sweep my daughter's death under the rug," she'd vowed. "Someone will pay." Her words hung there, sharp as broken glass, while the rest of us just kept packing boxes, the silence between us heavier than the stacks of textbooks we taped shut. Misses Kellogg is adamant. Her daughter Elizabeth would never have been reckless enough to put herself in danger. She swears the upcoming blood test results will prove it. No alcohol, no drugs, no wild nights with thrill seekers. In her mind, there's only one explanation. Someone pushed Elizabeth down that elevator shaft, and no amount of logic will change her conviction. The Kellogg's weren't the only ones struggling after the tragedy. Watching Rachel that week, I finally grasped what Dr. Jessup had hinted at about the flowers. Rachel absolutely deserved them. Honestly, she deserved a promotion, but given the college's notorious penny pinching, they've had a hiring freeze since the Clinton administration, I knew that wasn't happening. So on Thursday, I skipped my usual afternoon latte and lottery ticket run and grabbed the nicest bouquet from the deli instead. The look on Rachel's face when she spotted the roses was priceless. "For me," she gasped, eyes welling up. But the moment I admitted they were from me, her enthusiasm deflated like a popped balloon. "Oh," she said flatly. Clearly, she'd been hoping for a secret admirer, maybe some guy from spin class. Not that she'd have kept that quiet. Rachel's laser-focused on finding the one, maintaining a strict regime of salon visits, hair touch-ups, those grays don't hide themselves, and marathon runs around Washington Square Park. 12 laps in 30 minutes, impressive, if slightly terrifying. I've tried telling her brisk walking gets the same results without wrecking her joints, but she just gives me that look. Now she drapes an arm over my shoulder. "It's been rough on all of us, Heather," she says softly. "You've been through it too." She's right, just not in the way she thinks. She believes the hardest part for me has been handling all the tedious tasks, scrounging up boxes from maintenance to pack Elizabeth's belongings, sealing them up, hauling them to mail services, and rearranging Rachel's court dates. Not to mention dealing with the student workers who keep complaining about not getting bereavement leave, even though they barely knew Elizabeth. "Justine would have let us take time off," they whine. But honestly, none of that compares to the unsettling realization that Fisher Hall, the place I once considered the safest spot on campus, might not be so secure after all. I don't have proof Elizabeth was pushed like Mrs. Kellogg's suspects, but the mere fact she died here, that's what's really messing with my head. Most students at New York College live in a bubble, privileged, sheltered, with nothing more stressful than midterms and Thanksgiving travel plans. Meanwhile, I haven't had that kind of freedom since high school, and now one of them does something reckless, like climbing onto an elevator or trying to jump between cars. Worse, someone was there, saw her fall, and just walked away. That's the part that keeps me up at night. Cooper thinks the witness is just scared of getting in trouble. Sarah insists Elizabeth might have had undiagnosed mental health issues, schizophrenia, depression, who knows. But we'll never get answers, and that's what stings. Nobody else seems bothered except Mrs. Kellogg and me. A week after Elizabeth's death, Sarah and I are in the office, restocking supplies, pens, printer paper, the usual. Well, I'm doing the ordering. Sarah's too busy psychoanalyzing my weight, suggesting I'm subconsciously trying to repel men after Jordan. Never mind that I'm a completely average size 12, just like her. But pointing that out, not worth the breath. "I got it," I shout, sprinting up the stairs after Jessica, who's already dashed ahead to call the elevator and hold it on the first floor. Bursting through the reception area, I make a beeline for the key cabinet, supposedly kept locked, but in reality, it's almost always open. Between maintenance crews, RAs, and the constant flow of students needing access, the rules might as well not exist. Sure enough, the cabinet doors hang wide open as I rush past Tina, the desk attendant. "What's happening?" she asks, her voice shaky. "Is it true, another one down in the elevator?" I don't answer. My focus is locked on the keys. There's the override, there's the motor room access, but the elevator door key is missing. The sign-out sheet shows no record of it being taken. Where is it? I demand, turning on Tina. "Who took the damn key?" "I don't know," she stammers, backing up. "It was already gone when I got here. Check my log." When I took over, I made sure desk workers kept detailed records, every key borrowed, every shift change logged. But flipping through the previous workers' notes, there's nothing about the missing key. Tina's voice cracks as she insists, "I didn't give it to anyone." I believe her. But that doesn't fix the problem. Spinning around, I'm ready to bolt back downstairs and tell Carl to pry the doors open if he has to, until President Allington steps into my path, flanked by a few suits from the cafeteria event. "We're in the middle of something important," he snaps. "Yeah," I fire back. "So are we, like keeping someone from dying." No time to wait for his reply. I snatch the first aid kit and take off, only to nearly collide with Pete on the stairs. He's pale, moving slow. "No key," I say. "Someone's got it." "We'll have to force." But Pete just shakes his head. Pete tightened his grip on my arm. "He already took care of it," he said, guiding me toward the stairwell. "Let's head back up." I held up the red first aid kit. "But I have." "She's gone," Pete cut in, pulling me forward. "Don't look back. Trust me, you don't want to see." I let him lead me upstairs, my legs moving on autopilot. The lobby was still crowded. President Allington lingered near a group of basketball players and stone-faced administrators in their dull gray suits. Magda had abandoned her cash register, her neon pink smock and hot pants a shock of color against the muted scene. The moment she saw my face, hers twisted in dismay. "Not again. Not one of my darlings." Pete ignored her, striding to the security desk. He pulled out a keychain, student id dangling next to a tiny Ziggy figurine, and started reciting details into the phone. "Roberta Pace," he said flatly. "First-year resident, id 55739. I stood apart, my hands trembling. I didn't recognize the name. I didn't ask to see the photo. Some things are better left unknown. Then Rachel appeared from the restroom hallway. "What happened?" she asked, scanning the room, my face, Pete's, the president's. It was Tina who answered, voice barely above a whisper. "Another elevator accident. She didn't make it." Rachel's flawless makeup couldn't hide the way her skin paled, but when she spoke, her voice was steel. "Authorities notified. Good. Pete, confirm the id. Tina locked down the elevators. Heather, alert Dr. Jessup. President Allington, please, don't let this disrupt your morning." My pulse hammered as I retreated to my office. This time, I bypassed protocol and dialed Cooper first. "Cartwright Investigations," he answered. "It's me," I murmured, keeping my voice low. Sarah was next door, already briefing the RAs. "There's been another one." "Another what?" Cooper asked. "And why the secrecy?" "Another elevator incident," I whispered. "You're kidding." "Wish I was." "Fatal," I pictured Pete's grim expression. "Yeah," a heavy pause. "Damn, Heather, I'm sorry." "Yeah," my fingers tightened around the phone. "Listen, can you come here? Now, what's going on?" Just then, a group of firefighters from Ladder 9 march past our office door, helmets on and coats zipped up. One of them grips an axe like he's ready to chop through a wall. Clearly, whoever called them and didn't bother explaining the situation. "Downstairs," I say, jerking my thumb toward the basement stairs. "Another, elevator problem." The captain raises an eyebrow but nods, leading his team past the reception desk like they're heading into a crime scene. I turn to Cooper and lower my voice. I need to figure out what's really happening here, and I could use someone who knows how to dig for answers. Cooper blinks. Hold up, aren't the cops already on this? Isn't that like their whole job? They'll just say the same thing they did last time, I mutter, that she was messing around in the elevator and fell. Because that's probably what happened, Heather. No, I snap. Not this time, no way. Why? Was this one also some rich kid with bad judgment? I don't know, I say, my jaw tightening. And that's not funny. Wasn't trying to be, she liked Ziggy Cooper. My voice wavers, but I don't care. Who? Ziggy, that dorky cartoon. Never heard of it. Exactly, because it's the lamest thing ever. Nobody who likes Ziggy would be stupid enough to ride an elevator like a surfboard. Heather, and that's not all, I whisper as Sarah's voice floats out from Rachel's office, all business. We need you back in the building immediately. There's been another fatality. Details are confidential, but this is urgent. Someone took the key, I tell Cooper. What key? The one that opens the elevator doors. My hands are shaking now. No one signed it out, you're supposed to, but they didn't, which means whoever has it doesn't want anyone to know, which means they can open those doors whenever they want, even if there's no elevator there. Cooper exhales, his voice dropping into that calm, steady tone that somehow makes my pulse slow down. You need to tell the cops now. Okay, I mumble. From Rachel's office, Sarah's still going. I don't care if it's your grandma's 100th birthday, Alex. There's been a death. Priorities much. Cooper leans in. Go tell the police. Then get yourself a giant coffee, extra milk, extra sugar, and drink it while it's still hot. I blink. Why? Because in my line of work, sugar fixes shock when whiskey isn't an option. Got it. Got it. Bye. I end the call, then immediately dial Dr. Jessup's office. His assistant, Jill, answers and tells me he's in a meeting. After I explain the situation, her voice rises with alarm. Oh my God, she says. I'll notify him immediately. I thank her and hang up, staring blankly at the phone. Cooper's right. I need to report the missing key to the police. I tell Sarah I'll be back soon and step out of the office, only to find the lobby in complete chaos. Firefighters and basketball players crowd the space while administrators scramble to handle calls, including Pete and the front desk receptionist. Rachel stands nearby, nodding as the fire chief briefs her. Near the entrance, the same officer from the day Elizabeth died blocks students from re-entering. You'll go back in when I say so, he snaps at a frustrated student with a lip ring. But my project's due at noon, the kid protests. I approach the officer. Excuse me, I say. Who's in charge here? He barely glances at me before pointing toward Rachel. Her, I guess. I meant, is there a detective? Oh, yeah. He jerks his chin toward a tall, gray-haired man in a corduroy jacket leaning against the wall, oblivious to the glitter from a nearby Pippin audition poster smearing down his back. He chews on an unlit cigar, looking completely disinterested, until I realize he's actually staring at Rachel's legs. Detective Canavan, the cop says. I take a deep breath and walk over. My palms are sweating. I've never dealt with a detective before, except when filing charges against my mom. Detective Canavan. He tears his gaze away from Rachel and looks at me. His salt and pepper mustache suits him, rare for facial hair. Yeah. His voice is rough, like he's smoked one too many cigars. I'm Heather Wells, assistant director here. I wanted to report something. The elevator key is missing. It might not mean anything, but given what's happened, it seems strange. Girls don't usually elevator surf, you know. Detective Canavan listened quietly as I laid out my theory, his cigar resting between his fingers. When I finally ran out of words, he took it from his mouth and pointed it at me. Sugar rush, right? He said. My mouth practically hit the floor. Yeah, I managed to choke out. Figured. He stuck the cigar back between his teeth. My kid had your poster taped to her bedroom door. Had to stare at you in that tiny skirt every time I told her to turn her music down. I had no idea how to respond to that, so I just stood there, silent. So what the hell are you doing here? he asked. Long story, I muttered, praying he wouldn't press for details. He didn't. Like my daughter used to say when she was obsessed with you, whatever. He waved a hand. Now about this missing key. I went through it all again. Elizabeth's preppy vibe, Roberta's love for Ziggy, how neither of them seemed the type to go joyriding on top of an elevator. But mostly, I hammered home the missing key. Let me get this straight, Canavan said when I finished. You don't think these girls, freshmen, new to the city, full of whatever my kid calls joie de vivre, were dumb enough to ride an elevator roof? You think someone's out here popping doors open and shoving them down the shaft? That about right. Hearing it laid out like that, my theory sounded ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous, completely insane. Except there was still Ziggy. Say you're right, Canavan continued. How'd they get the key? You keep it locked up behind that desk, yeah, I nodded. And who can get back there? Just student workers and staff. So you're saying one of your own people is killing girls? He jabbed a finger toward Pete, chatting with a fireman, then at Carl, still shaken but giving his statement. Him or him. I wanted to melt into the floor. In 5 seconds, he'd turned my theory into Swiss cheese. But still, okay, fine, maybe you're right, but maybe you should just show me where that key's supposed to be, he cut in, standing up. As I followed him toward the desk, I couldn't help but notice the pink glitter dusting his shoulders, like he'd been sprinkled by a very judgmental fairy. And when we got there, Tina was gone-eye glance at Pete, eyebrows raised in silent question. Mail delivery, he says, breaking off his chat with the firefighter. He nods toward Tina, who's guiding the postal worker down the hallway to our package storage room. I give a quick nod in return. The mail never stops, not for storms, not for holidays, and apparently not even when there's a body in the elevator shaft. Dodging the incessantly ringing phones, I move behind the reception counter toward the key cabinet. Detective Canavan trails me, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. This is our master key system, I tell him, gesturing to the large metal box bolted to the wall. Inside, rows of identical keys dangle in perfect order, 300 in total, one for every dorm room, plus extras for staff. The only odd one out is the elevator key, shaped more like a hex tool than a traditional key. Anyone who wants these has to get past security first, Canavan observes, his gaze lingering on the pile of mailbags dumped carelessly at our feet. The desk isn't exactly Fort Knox. Exactly, I confirm. Security on duty around the clock, and they know who belongs back here. Even staff have to sign keys out, but the elevator key, it didn't get signed out, it just vanished. Canavan exhales sharply, rubbing his temple. Kid, I've got a triple stabbing on Broadway waiting for me. But sure, walk me through where this magical key, the one that might prove your girl didn't take a tragic joyride, is supposed to be. My fingers skim through the racks, frustration simmering. Cooper owes me big for this. The detective's skepticism is bad enough, but now I've got to deal with the fact that he's seen that ridiculous Sugar Rush poster of me, all neon spandex and wild curls, from my brief stint as a mall concert performer. Not exactly the image of a reliable witness. Sure, my gut feeling that preppy, Ziggy-loving girls don't go elevator surfing isn't hard evidence. But the missing key, that's something. At least it was, until I reached the spot where the elevator key should be and find nothing but empty air. My stomach drops. This just got a whole lot worse right where it should be, where it definitely wasn't seconds before. The elevator key sits in its slot. Gonna catch him, that boy won't see it coming, just you wait, you'll wish you were me, when I bring him down. The song That Boy by Heather Wells plays in my head, its beat matching my racing pulse. He promised 5 minutes, but he's already in the lobby in 3. He sticks out like a sore thumb, no tattoos, no piercings, just tousled morning hair and a worn leather jacket. Even half awake, he looks better than anyone else here. Hey, he says, scanning the room. Hey, I reply, my smile failing. Thanks for coming. No problem, he mutters, eyeing the TV lounge where Rachel and a shaken Dr. Jessup huddle with a handful of frantic staff. Where'd the cops go? Left, I say, biting back frustration. Triple stabbing on Broadway. They only left one officer here to wait for the coroner. Since they ruled her death an accident, they didn't see the point in sticking around. Cooper doesn't need to ask, he already knows. But you think they're wrong. Someone took that key, Cooper, I snap, and put it back when no one was looking. I'm not crazy. My voice cracks on the last word, making me sound anything but sane. But Cooper doesn't argue. I believe you, he says quietly. That's why I'm here. I exhale. I know, let's go. He hesitates. Go where? Roberta's room. I dangle the master key I lifted from the box. We need to start somewhere. Cooper eyes the key, then me. Just so we're clear, this is a terrible idea. I know, I say. Then why are we doing it? My throat tightens. Since Jessica barged in with the news, I've been fighting back tears. Detective Canavan's dismissal didn't help. But this isn't just about me. Because it's my building, I say, voice steady. And those are my girls. I need to know for sure this is really happening the way the cops and everyone else claims, and not just some twisted version of what I'm imagining. Heather, Cooper says, leaning against the wall. Remember when Sugar Rush dropped and Cartwright Records got flooded with fan mail? You insisted on reading every single letter and responding to them yourself. I stiffen. Excuse me, I was 15. Doesn't matter, he says. Because 13 years later, you're still the same. You take responsibility for every single person you cross paths with, even strangers. Like your sole purpose in life is to babysit the entire planet. That's not true, I snap. And it's only been 13 years, not 15. Heather, he continues, ignoring me. Kids do reckless things. Other kids copy them. Sometimes it ends badly. That's life. It doesn't automatically mean a crime was committed. Oh, really? My voice sharpens. Then explain the key. What's your take on that? He still looks skeptical. Listen, he says, I'm only here to stop you from making this whole mess even worse, which, by the way, seems to be your specialty. Wow, Coop, I say, crossing my arms. That's some real faith in me, truly inspiring. Just looking out for your career, he says dryly. I can't exactly cover your health insurance and your rent. Gee, thanks, I mutter. But in the end, he comes with me. The hike up to Roberta Pace's room on the 16th floor feels endless. The elevators are down, so we take the stairs, our footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. By the time we reach the hallway, the only sound is our breathing, mine heavier than his. The place is silent. Too silent. Then again, it's barely past morning. Most of the residents are still asleep, probably nursing hangovers from last night. I lead the way, jingling my keys as we pass posters plastered along the walls, ads for free STD testing at health services, announcements for movie nights at the student center. The Raw on this floor has a weird obsession with Snoopy. Paper cutouts of the Beagle are taped everywhere, including one holding a tiny cardboard tray labeled, "Free condoms, courtesy of NIU Health Services. Hey, tuition's expensive, take what you can get." The tray, predictably, is empty. Outside room 1622, there's a yellow memo board, blank except for a Ziggy sticker. Someone's drawn a nose ring on Ziggy, and in a speech bubble above his head it says, "Where are my pants?" I lift my keys and bang on the door. Hard. "Director's office," I say, knocking first before trying the handle. No answer. I call out again, then turn the key and push the door open. The room's silent except for an old fan rattling away on top of a dresser, which seems pointless since Fisher Hall has central air. The place is empty, no sign of Roberta's roommate, who's in for a surprise when she finds out she's got the room to herself now. The window stretches wide, with twin cranks to open it, and beyond the rooftops, the Hudson glitters under the late afternoon sun. Cooper's over by one of the beds, squinting at framed photos. "The victim," he says. "What was her name again?" "Roberta," I say, nodding at the bed by the window. Her name's scrawled in rainbow letters above it, some street artist's work. Both beds look slept in, sheets tangled, comforters mismatched, typical dorm chaos. Roberta's side is a ziggy shrine, sticky notes, a calendar, even stationery. And of course, stacks of Jordan Cartwright albums, Easy Street, Baby, Be Mine. But none of mine, not shocking. I was always more of a middle school phenomenon. Cooper drops to his knees, checking under the bed. Which, okay, is distracting. His jeans fit really well, and for a second, I forget we're here for, actual detective work. Check this out, he says, surfacing with his hair messed up. I snap my gaze up like I wasn't just staring. He's holding a ziggy pencil, something dangling from the eraser. A used condom. Gross, I say. Still fresh, Cooper says, grinning. Guess Roberta had company last night. He grabs an envelope from her stationery set, drops the condom in, and folds it shut. Wait, isn't that like destroying evidence? Evidence of what? He tucks the envelope into his jacket pocket like it's no big deal. The cops already ruled it out as an accident, Cooper said, flipping the pencil onto the desk. So why bother keeping the evidence? I pressed. He gave a half smile. In this job, you learn to hold on to things. You never know when they might matter. His gaze drifted around Roberta's dorm room before he frowned. It's just strange. Who hooks up and then decides to go joyriding on top of an elevator? I could buy it if it was reversed, like the adrenaline rush made them reckless. But beforehand, unless it was some kind of twisted game. I raised my eyebrows. You think the guy gets off on it, like he sleeps with her and then shoves her off? Cooper shifted uncomfortably. Maybe, but let's not go down that road. He cleared his throat. What about the first girl, Elizabeth? You said no one was signed in the night she died. Right, I confirmed. And Roberta didn't have any visitors logged either. A thought hit me. If there had been anything suspicious in Elizabeth's room, condoms, whatever, the cops would have noticed, wouldn't they? Only if they were looking, Cooper countered. And if they wrote it off as an accident, they wouldn't have dug deeper. I bit my lip. Elizabeth's old room is still empty. Her roommate's got the whole place to herself now. We could check it out. Cooper hesitated. Look, Heather, I get that this seems off, the condom, the key, the timing, but what you're suggesting? You're the one who brought it up, I shot back. And it's just looking, what's the harm? It's been a week, he said. Anything useful is probably gone. Won't know unless we go, I said, heading for the door. He didn't move. Why is this so important to you? His voice sharpened. Why are you so set on proving this wasn't just bad luck? I froze. How could I explain without sounding unhinged? Sarah would call me obsessive, paranoid. But the truth was, I owed Fisher Hall. It had given me more than just a job. It had pulled me out of a dead-end life slinging tacos at Senor Swanky's. And if something dark was happening here, I needed to know. Because someone should care, I finally said. Now, are you coming or not? Sarah's accusation that I'm projecting my feelings onto an old building might sound ridiculous, but I can't shake the need to defend Fisher Hall. It's not the staff's fault for missing warning signs, or the girls' fault for making reckless choices, and it's definitely not the fault of a brick-and-mortar structure built in 1850. The campus paper already ran some overdramatic piece about elevator surfing. Who knows what nonsense they'd print next? Yeah, I know how it sounds, but I can't help it. Trying to explain this to Cooper is pointless. Because girls don't elevator surf is the best I've got. I brace myself for him to storm out like Detective Canavan did, but instead, he just exhales and mutters, Fine. Guess we've got another room to check. The moment I knock on the door of room 1412, Elizabeth Kellogg's roommate swings it open. Marnie's got a phone in one hand, a cigarette in the other, and an oversized tee that barely covers her black leggings. I force a smile. Hi, I'm Heather. This is. Hi, she cuts me off, her gaze locking onto Cooper like he's the last slice of pizza at a dorm party. Can't blame her. He's got that effortlessly charming thing down, the kind that makes you wonder if he's secretly a movie star slumming it in real life. Cooper Cartwright, he says, flashing a grin so polished it could have been rehearsed, except Cooper doesn't rehearse. Marnie introduces herself, tossing her phone aside without a second thought. She's curvy, with wild dark curls and a stare that's already calculating whether Cooper's available. I can practically see the mental checklist, not with her. Game on. Mind if we ask a few questions about Elizabeth? Cooper says, still grinning like he's selling toothpaste. Marnie doesn't hesitate. Come on in, she purrs, stepping aside. The room's been rearranged fast, twin beds shoved together under a zebra-striped comforter, like she's already erased Elizabeth's presence. I glance at Cooper, but he's too busy playing along to notice. Typical, Marnie had doubled her storage space by stacking 2 dressers, giving her 8 drawers instead of 4. Elizabeth's desk had been repurposed into a makeshift entertainment center, with a TV, DVD player, and stereo all within easy reach from the bed. I already spoke to the cops about her, Marnie said, flicking cigarette ash onto the tiger print rug under her bare feet. She glanced between Cooper and me before squinting. Wait, hold on. Don't I recognize you? You're like famous or something. Me, no, I said, but Marnie wasn't buying it. You've gotta be in the business. Are you guys filming something about Bates' life? Before Cooper could respond, I cut in. Why? You think her story's worth a movie? Marnie took a dramatic drag from her cigarette, coughing slightly, clearly more for show than habit. Oh, totally. Small-town girl moves to the city, cracks under pressure, dies on some dumb dare. That's Oscar bait. Can I play myself? I've got the chops. Cooper ruined our act by blurting, we're not filmmakers. Heather manages this building, and I'm just helping her out. Marnie frowned, still studying me. No, I swear I've seen you before. Were you on 90,210 or something? Probably just from check-in, I said quickly. Cooper, meanwhile, was inspecting the tiny kitchenette, where Marnie had crammed a microwave, hot plate, blender, and even a diet scale for measuring food. Your roommate, he said, where was she from? Mystic, Connecticut, Marnie answered, distracted. Then she snapped her fingers. Wait, Saved by the Bell, that's where I know you from. Nope, I said, steering the conversation back. You mentioned Bate hated it here. Not exactly, Marnie shrugged. She just didn't get it, like she wanted to be a nurse. Cooper raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with nursing? Marnie scoffed. Why pay NIU tuition just to wipe butts? Go to community college for that. And what's your major? Cooper asked. Marnie stubbed out her cigarette in a creepy hand-shaped ashtray, smirking. Acting. She plopped onto her oversized bed, still eyeing me. I know I've seen you somewhere. I grabbed the ashtray to keep her from recognizing me or noticing Cooper rifling through her things. Is this yours or Elizabeth's? I ask, already knowing the answer. Mine, Marnie replies, rolling her eyes. Obviously, they cleared out Bates' things weeks ago, and let's be real, Bate wasn't exactly the type to sneak cigarettes. She wasn't the type to do much of anything. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. She barely left the dorm. No parties, no visitors, and her mom, oh man, you should have seen her at the memorial. Total train wreck. Cooper's muffled voice drifts from the bathroom. What'd she do? Marnie rummages through her black leather bag on the bed. Spent the whole service ranting about suing New York College because the elevators weren't surf-proof. And hey, why are you snooping in my bathroom? I ignore her question. I heard Elizabeth's mother only wanted female guests visiting her room. Bate never mentioned that to me. Marnie pulls out an empty cigarette pack and huffs, tossing it aside. Wouldn't surprise me. Bate was practically Amish. Pretty sure she'd never even kissed a guy until, 2 weeks before she died. Cooper squeezes out of the bathroom doorway, somehow looking like a linebacker in a dollhouse. Who? I cut in before he can. What guy? Marnie shrugs, suddenly restless without her prop cigarettes. No clue, she was gushing about some guy right before she mimics a nosedive with her hand. They just met, but when she talked about him, total heart eyes. Did you ever see him? I press. Name. Was he at the memorial? Did he talk her into surfing that death trap? Marnie throws her hands up. Damn, interrogate much. Cooper steps in smoothly. Marnie, this matters. Anything you remember could help. For him, she softens. Okay, his name was Mark maybe. Never met him. They went to some indie film at the Angelica. That's why it's weird. What's weird? A guy who's into artsy foreign films suddenly encouraging elevator surfing. That's like frat boy nonsense. Freshman stuff. She scoffs. Bait. She barely crossed the street without looking both ways twice. A beat of silence hangs before Cooper exhales. So either Mark had a split personality or someone's lying. Beth kept talking about how mature this guy was, but honestly, what kind of grown man convinces a girl to go elevator surfing? I mean, come on. That's not sophistication, that's just reckless. I sink onto the edge of the bed beside Marnie. Did she actually say he talked her into it? I ask. Or was she just following his lead? Marnie shakes her head. She never said it outright, but she wouldn't have done it alone. I doubt she even knew what elevator surfing was before him. Cooper leans against the dresser. Maybe she went with those freshmen you mentioned earlier. Marnie scoffs. No chance. Those guys wouldn't have invited her, too busy acting like they're above everyone. And if she had gone with them, she wouldn't have fallen. They know what they're doing. Where were you the night it happened? I ask. Audition, Marnie says, smirking. Freshmen aren't supposed to, but rules are more like suggestions, right? If I'd landed a Broadway role, I'd have been out of this dorm before you could say Tony Award. So Bate had the room to herself. Yeah, she was prepping some big romantic dinner, hot plate cuisine, very classy. Marnie eyes me warily. You're not gonna report the hot plate, are you? Yeah, it's illegal, but so's half the stuff in this building. I cut in. This guy Mark, or whatever, did he actually show up? Guess so, Marnie says. They were gone when I got back, but left a mess. 2 empty wine bottles in the trash. Fancy ones, too. Must have been his contribution. Bate couldn't afford that. Cooper crosses his arms. Anyone else meet him? Friends, classmates? Marnie rolls her eyes. Bate didn't have friends. I was her roommate, not her social circle. I didn't even know she was dead until the next day. Just figured she was crashing at his place. You told the police about him. Yeah, they shrugged it off. Like, oh, she got drunk and did something dumb, case closed. But seriously, who gets that reckless after a couple glasses of wine? I freeze. Wait, he lives here, in Fisher. Marnie gives me a look. Where else? This place is basically a magnet for bad decisions. New detail. Marnie mentions spotting Mark earlier that week carrying a skateboard, which feels oddly out of place for someone Bate called sophisticated. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Bate never had to sign him in because he already lived in Fisher Hall. Of course. Why hadn't I thought of that before? He wasn't just some random guy she brought back. He was a resident. I glanced at Cooper, sensing we were onto something big, though his expression gave nothing away. Marnie, I pressed, is there anything else you remember about this guy? Anything at all? She sighed, rolling her eyes. I already told you his name's Mark or something. He's into foreign films, splurges on fancy wine, and yeah, he probably lives here. Oh, and Bate wouldn't shut up about how cute he was. But honestly, I don't get it. She wasn't exactly winning any beauty contests. The Washington Square Reporter had run Bates' freshman yearbook photo after her death, and well, Marnie wasn't wrong. Bate wasn't conventionally pretty. Thick glasses, zero makeup, hair stuck in a 70s time warp, and a smile that showed more gum than teeth. Maybe the photo was just unflattering, or maybe Marnie was bitter because Bate had a guy and she didn't. You didn't need a psychology degree to figure that one out. Cooper and I thanked her and made our escape, though not before Marnie launched into her usual I know you from somewhere routine. Out in the hallway, I muttered under my breath, another day, another regret about ditching college for the music scene. As we headed downstairs, the silence between us was heavy. Was I losing it? Did I really believe some predator was targeting Fisher Hall's freshmen, luring them into dangerous stunts after, well, you know? By the 10th floor landing, I tested the waters. Ever read about thrill killers? The ones who murder just for kicks? Cooper scoffed. That's movie stuff. Real life's usually messier: jealousy, rage, bad decisions. People aren't that twisted. I side-eyed him. If only he knew the twisted scenarios my brain cooked up, like, say, tackling him right then and there. Not that I would, probably. We should talk to the other girl's roommate, I said, shoving the mental image aside. You mean the girl who died today? Ask her about the condom. Maybe she knows whose it was. Cooper stares down at me with those piercing blue eyes. Let me take a wild guess, he says. You think it belongs to some artsy guy named Mark who drinks overpriced French wine and watches indie films. It's worth asking, I insist. You got anyone like that working here? Cooper raises an eyebrow. I pause, running through the staff in my head. Not exactly. Then how'd he get the key from behind the front desk? I bite my lip. Still figuring that part out, I admit. Exactly, Cooper cuts in before I can say more. Look, Heather, detective work isn't just about poking around and asking random questions. It's knowing when there's actually something worth digging into, and right now, I don't see it. I take a sharp breath. But the condom, the mystery guy, Cooper sighs. What happened to those girls is tragic, no question. But think back, when you were 18, didn't you do reckless stuff too? Maybe not as extreme as climbing onto an elevator roof, but they didn't, I snap. I'm telling you, this wasn't some stupid dare. Then how'd they end up at the bottom of the shaft? He counters. You really think, in a dorm packed with 1,000 students, nobody would have noticed a guy shoving 2 girls down an elevator, and that nobody would have said a word? I open my mouth, then close it. He checks his watch. Listen, I'm late. Can we revisit your Nancy Drew phase later? I've got to run. Sure, I mutter. Great, see you. He takes off down the stairs, moving so fast I'd never catch him. But halfway down, he stops, turns, and looks up. Those eyes unreal. Oh, and Heather. I grip the railing, leaning forward. Maybe now, finally, we're out of milk, he says. Grab some on your way back if you remember. Right, I say, deflated. And just like that, he's gone. Let's run away somewhere the sun never fades. I'll make it worth the trip. If you stay, let's run away, leave all the noise behind. No one's watching, no one's judging this time. It's just you and me. Run Away, performed by Heather Wells, written by Diet/writer from the album Rocket Pop Cartwright Records. Who was that? Sarah asks, nodding toward the door. The guy who just left. I slide into my chair. Cooper. Your roommate. She must have overheard me talking to him before. Housemate, I correct. Well, technically my landlord. I rent the attic apartment in his Brooklyn brownstone. So he's hot and loaded. Sarah's eyes practically sparkle with dollar signs. What are you waiting for? Lock that down. It's not like that, I mutter, each word stinging like a paper cut. Not sting, like sting, that. Anyway, I'm not his usual type. Sarah gasps. Wait, he's gay, but my radar didn't ping at all. No, I groan. He's just into women who have their lives together. Like really together. You are together, Sarah fires back. You had a platinum record before you could drive. I mean educated, I clarify, desperate to change the subject. The kind who have framed diplomas, flawless highlights, and can survive on kale alone. You know, Rachel types. Oh, Sarah says, her enthusiasm deflating. Got it. But do I? Does Cooper actually go for polished, PowerPoint proficient women who own more blazers than sweatpants? Women who do Pilates at dawn and never drown their salads in ranch. Women who, unlike me, don't consider a 3-minute shower a personal victory. Before I can spiral further, Rachel bursts in, her tousled hair somehow looking intentional, and says, Heather, where have you been? Helping the detectives upstairs, I say, technically not lying. They needed access to the victim's room. Right, Rachel cuts in, already bored. Anyway, can you call campus counseling? Roberta's roommate is a mess. On it, I say, grabbing my phone, my vow to Cooper about minding my own business already history. Want me to take her over? Perfect. Rachel looks effortlessly put together, her designer dress hugging curves I'm pretty sure are airbrushed on the rest of us. Think you can handle it? Absolutely, I say, ignoring the guilt prickling my conscience. Sure, my eagerness has more to do with grilling the roommate than goodwill, but hey, details. Counseling Services answers immediately, shocking, given their usual response time, and insists I bring Lacacia Green over ASAP. Officially, my job requires escorting students there, because, once, a kid wandered off mid-crisis and turned up in the Bronx wearing a lampshade as a hat, claiming to be Marie Antoinette. I swear, truth is weirder than fiction. Lacacia sits alone in the cafeteria. Tucked beneath a cheerful kitten poster Magda insisted on hanging to counter the eyesore of the old stained glass and dark wood paneling. Magda hovers nearby, waving a bag of gummy bears like a peace offering. Just one or two, she pleads, shaking the bag near Lacacia's face. On the house. I saw you grab some with your crew last night. Lacacia accepts the candy with a quiet thanks, more out of obligation than hunger. Magda grins, then spots me and mutters, "My sweet little starlet won't touch a bite." Her voice drops further. "Heather, who was that dreamboat you were with earlier, the tall one?" "Cooper," I say, because of course I'd gush about him between bites of my messy sandwich. Magda's eyes widen. "That's Cooper, oh, sweetie, no wonder." "No wonder what?" "Nothing." She pats my arm, her long nails making me flinch. "It'll work out, probably." I let it go, turning to Lacacia instead. Her intricate braids sway with tiny beads that chime when she moves, but her expression is hollow. "Ready for your counseling appointment?" I ask softly. She nods but stays seated. Magda chimes in, "Maybe she needs a minute. Want to sit a while, hun?" Lacacia exhales. "No, I'm good." Magda holds up a Dove bar, her universal cure-all, but Lacacia shakes her head, beads clinking. I admire her willpower. I'd never say no to free ice cream. Outside, the campus buzzes with hushed voices. Students glance our way, murmuring, "That's her roommate," and "how awful." Lacacia keeps her chin up, eyes down, moving through the whispers like they're just background noise. The air feels heavy, the kind of quiet that settles after bad news hits a small town we're waiting at the crosswalk when I finally work up the nerve to ask. "Lacacia," I say, watching the "Don't Walk" sign blink. "Any idea if Roberta had company last night?" Lacacia turns, really looking at me for the first time since we left the dorm. She's small, all sharp angles, elbows and collarbones, and the bag of gummy bears Magda shoved into her hands earlier dangles from her fingers like an anchor. "What?" she asks softly, barely audible over the rush of downtown traffic. "Your roommate," I press. "Did she have someone over?" Lacacia shrugs, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Maybe. I wasn't there. Dance practice ran late. When I got back, Bobby was already asleep. Didn't see her this morning either." Bobby. The nickname throws me. They must have been close. Guilt twists in my gut. What am I doing, grilling this girl after everything? Jordan's words echo in my head, "You've gone cold." Maybe he's right, but I can't stop. "Listen, Lacacia," I hesitate, suddenly aware of how awful this sounds. Funny thing about guilt, if you feel it, does that mean you're not actually the worst? Like how people say the truly unhinged never question their sanity. So maybe real monsters never doubt themselves. I shake off the thought. "The cops," small lie, but whatever, found a condom under Roberta's bed. Recent. That snaps her out of it. Lacacia's eyes sharpen. "A what?" "Under her bed, had to be from last night." Lacacia's sneakers scuff against the pavement. "No, not Bobby, she wouldn't." She cuts herself off, shaking her head so hard her braid beads rattle. "Then who?" I push, her face lights up. "Todd." "Who's Todd?" "Her guy, first one ever." Lacacia's voice wavers between disbelief and giddiness. "She must have, after I left. Oh man, she was probably freaking out." Then just as fast, her excitement crumples. And then she went and… I slow my steps. Lakeisha matches my pace without thinking. Now we're getting somewhere. We're just a couple blocks from the counseling center now. So your roommate wasn't the type to go elevator surfing regularly? I ask, though I already suspect the truth. Bobby, Lakeisha's voice cracks. No way, never. She was way too sharp for that kind of reckless nonsense. She was sharp, she corrects herself, swallowing hard. And terrified of heights, too. Wouldn't even glance out our dorm window because she thought we lived too high up. Bingo. My gut was right. This wasn't an accident. Someone forced her. Keeping my tone casual, I press, this Todd guy. When did Roberta start seeing him? Last week at the cafeteria dance, Lakeisha says. I remember that night. After Elizabeth died, there'd been talk of canceling the event, but between Sarah's meltdown and student government pushback, Rachel folded. Turned out to be packed, just one ugly moment when Jordan Cartwright and Justin Timberlake fans nearly brawled over the playlist. Todd showed up, Lakeisha adds. They hooked up that night. Any chance you caught his last name? She frowns, then perks up. No, but he definitely lives in our building. Bobby never had to sign him in. My pulse spikes. You ever actually talked to him? Not really. Bobby pointed him out across the room. He was way over by the snack table. Description. Tall, I wait. That's it, Lakeisha hesitates. White, she offers like it's an apology. You know how it is. Yeah, the old they all look alike bit. You think Todd had anything to do with? What happened? Before I can answer, we're suddenly at the counseling center doors. Too soon. Lakeisha stares blankly at the entrance, then turns to me, voice dropping. You don't think he pushed her, do you? My chest tightens. Did she ever say he was violent? No. Her beads clatter as she shakes her head. That's what's messed up. She was happy. Why would she jump if she just met her dream guy? Exactly what I couldn't figure out. The lunchroom buzzed with chatter as I spilled everything to Magda and Pete. Well, almost everything. I left out the part about my hopeless crush on Cooper, which definitely trimmed the drama. Pete barely looked up from his chili, poking at it suspiciously. Are there carrots in here? You know I can't stand carrots. Pete, focus, I snapped. I'm telling you something's off about these elevator accidents. I heard you, he cut in, flicking a carrot onto his tray. But let's be real, you've been binging too much Law and Order SVU lately. Magda just smirked, twirling a finger near her temple. Sweetie, we love you, but you've always been a little out there. No offense. No offense. Coming from a woman who once spent an entire afternoon getting the Empire State Building painted on her nails. Please. 2 girls, no history of thrill-seeking, both dead in elevator shafts within weeks. That's not a coincidence, I insisted. Pete shrugged, sliding his pickle toward me. Weird stuff happens. Want this? I groaned. Listen, both girls were late bloomers, no boyfriends, then suddenly, right before they died, boom, new relationships. Magda's eyes lit up. Or maybe they finally got some action and realized it wasn't worth the hype. Pete choked on his iced tea, and the conversation derailed from there. The rest of the day was chaos. Reporters swarmed the dorm, the Post, the Daily News, even the Times called. Then Rachel dropped the bomb, a mandatory grief counseling memo for every resident. 700 copies, 300 mailboxes. Tina, the desk worker, nearly lost it. Justine only made 1 per floor, she wailed. She was the best boss ever and they fired her for nothing. I rolled my eyes. Well, Justine's not here, so we're doing it my way. Tina huffed like I just canceled Christmas. Drama much. I saw her crying when she got the news. I get it, New York College can be brutal sometimes. Honestly, Justine was probably relieved she only got fired and didn't end up in legal trouble. But I can't exactly tell the students she was let go for stealing. Same way we don't call the place we work a dorm. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Instead, I offer Tina extra pay to handle the memo deliveries, and just like that, her mood lifts. By the time I make it home with the milk, it's almost 6. No sign of Cooper, probably out on surveillance or whatever private investigators do. Fine by me, because I've got my own project. I swiped a resident list and started marking every guy named Mark or Todd. Later, I'll call them one by one, using the building directory, and ask if they knew Elizabeth or Roberta. Not sure what I'll say if any of them admit it. I can't exactly lead with, so, did you push her down the elevator shaft? But I'll figure it out when the time comes. I'm just settling in with the list, a glass of wine, and some forgotten biscotti when the doorbell rings. And then it hits me. I promised to babysit Patty's kid tonight. The second I open the door, Patty takes one look at me and demands, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I say, taking Indy from her. "Well, not with me. Another girl died today, that's it." "Another one?" Frank, Patty's husband, looks way too intrigued. Some people get weirdly amped up about tragedy. Frank's definitely one of them. "How'd it happen?" "Overdose." "She fell from the top of an elevator," I say as Patty jabs him in the ribs hard enough to knock the wind out of him. "At least that's the best guess, but I'm fine, really." "Be nice," Patty scolds Frank. "She's had a rough day." Patty gets antsy before nights out, probably because she's still not used to dressing up post-baby. We used to try power walking through Soho, aiming for that whole 60 minutes of daily exercise thing. But Patty couldn't resist stopping at every storefront. Do these shoes work on me? And I couldn't walk past a bakery without grabbing a baguette. We had to quit. Her closets are overflowing, and nobody needs that much bread. Besides, Patty's a homebody at heart, which isn't ideal when you're married to a rock star. And Frank Rabia, the man makes Jordan look like elevator music. Patty first crossed paths with Frank during a late show with David Letterman taping. He was performing with his band, while she worked as one of the background models holding a deli tray. It was one of those instant connections you hear about in songs but never expect to actually happen. "Knock it off, Frank," Patty scolds him playfully. "We're gonna miss our reservation." But Frank is too busy snooping around Cooper's office, inspecting his case files. "So, has he taken down any bad guys yet?" he asks, nodding toward Cooper's desk. "If he had, I'd be the last to know," I reply. Ever since I moved in with Cooper, Frank's opinion of me has skyrocketed. He never warmed up to Jordan but Cooper. Total hero worship. He even bought a second-hand leather jacket just like Cooper's, pre-worn for that authentic detective vibe. Frank doesn't get that real-life PI work isn't like the movies. Cooper doesn't even carry a weapon. All he needs is a decent camera and the ability to disappear into a crowd, which, as it turns out, he's weirdly good at. Out of nowhere, Frank grins. "So, you two dating yet? You and Cooper?" "Frank!" Patty shrieks. "No, Frank," I sigh, probably for the 100th time this week. "Frank," Patty cuts in, rolling her eyes. "Heather and Cooper are roommates. You don't date your roommate. The magic dies the second you see them in ratty pajamas, right, Heather?" I freeze. That never occurred to me. What if she's right? Even if I cured cancer tomorrow, Cooper would still remember me in my baggy sweats and messy bun. Patty and Frank finally head out, and Indy and I wave from the porch as they climb into their town car. The local dealers nod respectfully from the sidewalk. Frank's band is basically their religion. I'm pretty sure our place never gets tagged because the whole block knows we're tight with Frank Rabia, the unofficial poet of the streets. Or maybe it's the security system and the iron bars. Hard to say. Later, Indy and I binge forensic files in my room, where I can keep tabs on both the kid and Fisher Hall's back windows. The dorm looms under the streetlights, and Magda's joke about Elizabeth and Roberta drifts back to me. How they might have offed themselves over realizing sex wasn't all that. Bobby was a virgin, according to her roommate. Elizabeth probably was too. Is that the connection? Is someone targeting Fisher Hall's untouched students? Or have I just marathoned too much crime TV? When Patty and Frank return at midnight to collect Indy, He's conked out on the couch, cold case still murmuring in the background. Patty gives me a knowing look as she adjusts the baby against her shoulder. "So, how was he?" she asks. "Flawless, like always," I reply. "For you, maybe," she scoffs. Outside, Frank waits in the idling limo, engine humming softly. "You're a natural with him. Seriously, you'd make a great mom someday." "Wow, thanks for the reminder," I mutter. She sighs. "I didn't mean it like that. Look, I love that you babysit for us, but Heather, when was the last time you turned me down because you had plans? You need to get back out there, and not just for gigs. You need to actually meet someone." "I meet people all the time," I snap. "Yeah, college freshmen don't count," she fires back. I roll my eyes. "Easy for you to say. You've got the dream husband. You don't get how it is out here. You think Jordan was some rare disaster. Patty, he's the standard." "That's not true," she insists. "You'll find someone. You just have to stop being afraid to put yourself out there." "Afraid? Me? I'm literally hunting a killer. But sure, Patty, I'll pencil in a dating profile between stakeouts. Some people won't be happy until I've got a white picket fence and a minivan. I'm an undercover agent, and I'm staking out your heart. Got my goggles with night vision, and I'm staking out your heart. The lyrics loop in my head all weekend, mixing with darker thoughts. The Virgins of Fisher Hall. It sounds ridiculous, but I can't shake it. Maybe Patty's onto something. Maybe the students have filled the space where my own family should be. Not that there are many virgins left in the building. I know this firsthand. After swapping the candy jar on my desk for condoms, I've had half-dressed undergrads shuffling in at dawn, shamelessly grabbing them like they're picking up coffee. And if the jar's empty, the complaints start immediately. Where are the condoms? What am I supposed to do now? Point is, I've got a pretty good idea who's active in Fisher Hall. And let's just say, abstinence isn't exactly trending. Yet somehow, someone found and murdered 2 of the few remaining virgins. How do I stop him when I don't even know who he is? The roster was a dead end. The building had 3 guys named Mark and 1 named Tad, but no Todds. After some digging, I ruled out 2 of the Marks. One was black, the other Korean, and Lakeisha had been certain the guy she saw was white. Tad answered the phone with such unmistakable flair that I immediately fumbled an excuse and hung up. The last Mark was out of town until Monday, but his raw mentioned he was barely 5'7", hardly towering. So much for my detective work, if you could even call it that. Cooper was Mia all weekend, not that I expected much help from him anyway. Maybe he was buried in work, or maybe, knowing him, buried in someone else's sheets. Jordan had joked that Cooper's recent dry spell was unheard of, but given how often he vanished for days, I figured he was just keeping his love life off campus. Typical. Meanwhile, I was stuck playing amateur sleuth, no closer to solving the mystery of the so-called Fisher Hall virgin killer, if there even was one. By Monday morning, I was already at my desk, coffee in hand, flipping through Roberta Pace's file. Like Elizabeth, she had an overbearing mom, though Roberta was from Seattle, not the East Coast. The real shocker. Her mother had demanded a roommate change, claiming she didn't want her daughter living with Lakeisha. According to the incident report, Mrs. Pace had insisted, "It's not that I don't like black people, I just don't want my daughter living with one." Welcome to higher education, where the real villains are often the parents. The silver lining. Once they leave, the drama usually fades. Roberta herself had refused the room change, telling Rachel she actually liked Lakeisha. Small victories, I guess, but still, people like Mrs. Pace. They make you wonder. Rachel explained that she released Roberta and phoned the mother, delivering the usual college spiel. How much of education happens beyond lectures, exposing students to diverse perspectives. At New York College, fostering cultural awareness is a priority. Wouldn't any parent want their child prepared to collaborate with all kinds of people in the professional world? After that, Rachel informed Mrs. Pace her daughter wasn't getting a room transfer and ended the call. That was the sole note in Roberta's file, No other red flags about her transition to campus life. Except now, Roberta's gone. The chime of an elevator echoes, followed by Rachel's sharp heels clicking across the lobby floor. She steps into the office, balancing a steaming coffee mug from her apartment and a folded copy of the morning's Times. Her eyebrows lift when she spots me at my desk, uncharacteristically punctual, despite living just a few blocks away. "Well, look who's early," she says, brightening. "How was your weekend?" "Fine," I mutter, nudging Roberta's file beneath a stack of paperwork. Not that I shouldn't be reviewing it, but voicing my suspicions feels risky. The missing key, the condom, the mysterious guys both girls had met. What if Cooper's theory is right? If I start shouting murder and it turns out to be tragic accidents, Rachel might label me as unhinged. Would that sabotage my probation period? Get me fired like Justine, even though I've followed every rule? No thanks. Pretty quiet, I add. Aside from a few calls about the Marks and Todds, my weekend was just walks with Lucy, bad TV, and half-hearted guitar strumming. Yours. Awful, Rachel sighs, though she looks polished in a sleek new black suit that highlights her fair complexion. Roberta's parents came to collect her belongings. They're talking lawsuits, no idea what their case would be. Heartbreaking, really. Yeah, I agree. Rough situation. Her desk phone rings. "Oh, Stan," she answers, forcing cheer. "That's sweet, but I'm managing." "Ugh, it's been absolutely terrible, Stan. Seriously. Rachel's calling Dr. Jessup by his first name now." Then again, when a couple of students in your dorm, sorry, residence hall, end up dead, I guess you get chummy with the department head fast. I flip through the weekend reports left by the desk staff, already mapping out my Monday. Payroll, budget spreadsheets, memos, and shift schedules. I can usually knock those out by 11. After that, free time. Maybe some online browsing, chatting with Magda or Patty, or, casually investigating who might be targeting students in my workplace. That last one's definitely today's agenda. I just haven't worked out the how yet. I'm mid-payroll when a pair of Nikes materialize in front of my desk. I glance up, half expecting some towering athlete with a barely legible note. Instead, it's Cooper. "Hey," he says, and okay, fine, my heart does this stupid little somersault. It's been, 3 days? And let's be real, my dating life's been drier than a desert. That's the only reason my gaze lingers on his jeans, faded white at the knees and, other strategic spots. His blue shirt matches his eyes, which crinkle under the mess of his leather jacket. "WH" is all I manage. Smooth. He pulls a newspaper from under his arm, unfolds it, and slides it toward me. "Wanted you to see this before Us Weekly blows up your phone," he says. I stare at the New York Post headlines screaming up at me. They're engaged. There's my ex and Tania Trace, all cozy at some Soho cafe. Her ring, a dead ringer for the one I hurled at them when I caught them in my bed. But it can't be the same. Right, Cooper watches me unfazed. "Yeah," he says, "figured that'd be your reaction." I'm stuck staring at the photo, my brain short-circuiting. 5 months, that's all it took. Music cue, shut you out. Because apparently my life's a bad breakup anthem. Jordan might be frugal, but he's not that frugal. I unfold the newspaper and skim to the article. Great. Not only are they engaged, but they're also hitting the road together for some kind of joint tour. "You all right?" Cooper asks, watching me closely. "Yeah," I manage, relieved I can finally form actual words again instead of just stunned noises. He leans against my desk, trying to lighten the mood. For what it's worth, her new single got booted off TRL. I don't bother asking why he's keeping tabs on Total Request Live. Instead, I point out, videos only retire after dominating the countdown. That means it's still huge. Right. Cooper shifts awkwardly, scanning the room for an escape. My workspace doubles as the waiting area for Rachel's office, divided by this decorative metal screen I've been begging maintenance to replace since day one. I'd hung Monet prints when I first moved in soft water lilies, the kind you see in dentist offices because they're supposedly calming. Rachel had pushed for activist posters instead, but I stood my ground. Nice setup, Cooper remarks, then spots the condom jar on my desk. My face burns. Right on cue, Rachel finishes her call and pokes her head out. Can I help? She stops mid-sentence when she sees him, tall, under 40, and unfairly attractive. Her tone shifts instantly. Oh, hello. Morning, Cooper replies smoothly. He's polite to everyone except his relatives. You must be Rachel, Cooper Cartwright. Her smile turns radiant. Cooper, Heather's friend, I've heard all about you. His eyebrows lift as he glances at me. Have you? I'd give anything for a sinkhole right about now. What exactly had I told Rachel? Sure, he's my landlord, but had I ever rambled about how he's basically my ideal man after one too many donuts and espresso shots? Rachel mercifully just sighs. I assume you've heard about our little crisis here. Cooper nods. Yeah. Her smile dims slightly as she eyes his high-tech watch, probably mentally deducting points because it's not a Rolex. If only she knew. Then her phone rings again and she vanishes back into her office. Fisher Hall, this is Rachel. Cooper shoots me a look, and suddenly Magda's words echo in my head. Rachel's exactly his type. This is so unfair. Rachel checks every box, gorgeous, fit, polished, Ivy League educated, changing the world. Meanwhile, what about the rest of us? The just decent girls? How are we supposed to measure up against these high-achieving, showered, perfectly proportioned women with their fancy degrees and designer organizers? Before I can even defend my kind, Giulio bursts in, twisting his hands like always. He's the tiny maintenance guy who obsessively scrubs the lobby's Pan statue with a toothbrush, no questions asked. Hey, Thar, he frets. That boy's at it again. I blink. Gavin. She. Rachel's still cooing into the phone. Oh, President Allington, don't worry about me, it's the students who matter. With a sigh, I push back my chair. Face it, Heather, next to Cooper, you'll always look like a total disaster. No changing that. I'll handle it, I say. Giulio eyes Cooper nervously. You want me to come? Cooper frowns. What's happening? Nothing, I lie. Thanks for stopping by, gotta run. Run where? He demands. Just something I need to deal with, later. I bolt for the service elevator, staff only, with that obnoxious metal gate to keep students out. I know the trick to bypass it, though. I hit the lever, the gate snaps open, and I turn, expecting Giulio. Instead, it's Cooper. Heather, he snaps, what's going on? Where's Giulio? I squeak. How should I know? What's with the elevator? From the shaft, wild whooping echoes. Seriously, this is my life. But hey, free med school if I survive this circus. You know how to operate this thing, he glares. I'll manage, more whoops. Fine, I mutter. Let's go. Cooper ducks inside, barely clearing the low frame, and I slam the grate shut, yanking the lever. The elevator lurches upward with a groan. I plant a foot on the rail, grab the edges of the missing ceiling panel, and hoist myself up. Above me, cables snake against bare brick, sunlight slicing through dusty skylights. Note, adjusted tone to blend frustration with dark humor, added elevator operation details, and sharpened Cooper's irritation for tension. Cooper's initial intrigue vanishes, replaced by pure irritation. Seriously, he snaps, what exactly are you trying to pull here? Relax, I say, already halfway through the gap in the elevator ceiling. With another push, I shimmy the rest of the way up, pausing to catch my breath. Turns out, hauling yourself through tight spaces isn't exactly a walk in the park. Is this seriously part of your job? Cooper calls up, his voice dripping with disbelief. Since when does chasing idiots who ride elevators for fun fall under your responsibilities? I peer down at him through the opening, the dim walls of the shaft sliding past like shadows. It's not in the handbook, I admit, but someone's gotta handle it. Besides, if I don't, who's to say I'll make it past probation? What floor are we on now? Cooper checks the numbers flashing by. 9, he mutters. Then quieter, one wrong move, and you'll end up just like those girls, Heather. Yeah, I know, I say. That's why I'm doing this, so no one else gets hurt. He grumbles something under his breath, probably a swear, which is rare for him. As we pass the 10th floor, the shaft widens, revealing the neighboring elevators. One's parked at 10, while another looms 5 floors above. The distant shouts grow louder. Then elevator 2 starts descending, and there he is, Gavin McGoran, film student, Matrix obsessive, and the building's most notorious elevator surfer, perched on the roof like it's his personal stage. Gavin! I shout as his elevator whizzes past. Unlike me, he's standing tall, ready to leap onto our roof. Get down now, he freezes, eyes widening when he spots me tangled in the cables. His buddies scramble back inside the car, desperate to avoid being caught. Gavin, though, isn't fast enough. Aw, crap, he groans. Busted. Oh, you're beyond busted, I shoot back. You'll be lucky if you're not couch surfing by tonight. Truth is, no one's ever been kicked out for this, but with everything going on, who knows? It'd take something extreme like that kid last year who threw a cleaver at his raw. Even then, he was back after summer therapy. Got him it. Gavin yells into the echoing shaft, more dramatic than angry. Typical Gavin. You think this is a joke? I demand. You realize 2 girls died doing this exact thing in the last 14 days, right? But you just rolled out of bed today and decided, hey, let's go for a spin. Those girls were rookies, Gavin shoots back. You know I've got the skills, Heather. I know you're an idiot, I snap. And drop the tough guy act. Everyone knows you grew up in Nantucket, not some Brooklyn back alley. Now get down. If you're not in Rachel's office by the time I reach the lobby, I'm changing your door locks and taking everything you own. Crap, Gavin vanishes, wriggling through the elevator's ceiling panel and shoving it back into place. As elevator 2 starts its slow drop to the ground floor, I linger for a moment, savoring the quiet and the dark. There's something weirdly calming about these elevator shafts, probably the only peaceful spots in this entire dorm. Well, except when people are plummeting through them. When I finally drop down, graceful as a sack of bricks, Cooper's waiting in the corner, arms crossed, looking like he just bit into a lemon. What was that? He demands as I grab the controls to bring us back down. That was Gavin, I say. He pulls stunts like that constantly. Don't play dumb, Cooper snaps, his voice sharp. You set that up to prove some point about what real elevator surfers look like and how those 2 girls didn't fit the bill. I roll my eyes. Oh, sure. Because I totally predicted you'd show up to rub my ex's engagement in my face, so I called Gavin and said, hey, go risk your life on elevator 2 so I can bust you and impress Cooper with my superior knowledge of reckless idiots. Cooper blinks, caught off guard, but not for the reason I expected. I wasn't rubbing it in, he says. I just didn't want some tabloid reporter blindsiding you with it. I exhale, realizing I might have overreacted. Right, you mentioned that. Yeah, he mutters. So, you make a habit of hanging out on top of elevators. I wasn't hanging. I was sitting, I correct. And only when someone reports noise in the shafts, which is the weirdest part about Elizabeth and Roberta. No one heard a thing until Roberta fell. And you're the one who has to check it out, Cooper asks. Not the Raws or maintenance. Raws are students. Maintenance has union rules. Me, I'm freelance trouble. He studies me, and for a second, I wonder if he's actually concerned. Is this just friendship? Or is he about to slam the emergency stop, pull me close, and confess in some dramatic whisper that the thought of losing me terrifies him? Yeah, right. And maybe the elevator's secretly a time machine. Heather, you could get seriously hurt, or worse, pulling stunts like that, he says, clearly not about to sweep me off my feet like some cheesy romance scene. His voice tightens. What were you even thinking? Then his blue eyes narrow, studying me. Hold on, you liked it. I blink. Excuse me, smooth Heather, real articulate. You did, he insists, shaking his head like he can't believe it. You actually had fun just now, didn't you? I shrug. Beats crunching numbers for payroll. He ignores that completely. You miss it, he presses. The rush of being on stage, belting your heart out in front of a crowd. For a second, I just stare. Then I crack up. Oh my God, I wheeze between laughs. Are you hearing yourself right now? Except he's dead serious. Laugh all you want, he says. You hated the songs they forced on you, but the performance, that part got your blood pumping. Admit it, you lived for that. His gaze locks onto mine, sharp. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Chasing reckless idiots, playing detective, you're craving that adrenaline again. My laughter dies. Heat creeps up my neck. Okay, fine, maybe I did love performing. Crowds never rattled me, small talk at parties. Torture. But hand me a mic and a spotlight, no sweat. In fact, yeah, I thrived on it. But miss it, not enough to go back, not like before. That's not why I went after Gavin, I say, because honestly, the comparison is ridiculous. Elevator surfing isn't a concert. And besides, I get enough armchair psychology from Sarah. I don't need it from him too. He could have died up there. You could have died up there. I roll my eyes. I know what I'm doing, and that whole trolling for murderers thing, I told you I don't think those girls. Heather, he cuts me off. Just call your agent, book a show. My mouth falls open. What? You're dying to get back out there. College is great, but it's not the only path. I sputter. My plans, med school, research, us flash through my mind. I can't. I choke out. I cling to my go-to excuse. I don't have enough material for a live show. Cooper watches the elevator numbers flash by, 14, 12, 11 before answering. Could have fooled me. My stomach drops. What's that supposed to mean? He shifts uncomfortably, clearly regretting his words. Forget it, he mutters. No, you meant something. My chest tightens. He has heard me. And if he won't admit it, there's only one reason: he hates my music. Just say it. Drop it, Heather, he exhales sharply. You're right, not enough songs. End of story. The elevator doors open and Cooper shoves the gate aside, jaw clenched. Fantastic. Now he's pissed at me. The lobby's nearly empty, just Pete flipping through a newspaper and the front desk guy nodding along to some industrial rock. I should just ask him outright. He wouldn't trash it. He's not like his dad, not like Jordan. But that's the problem, I can handle their criticism. Cooper S., that would wreck me. Grow up. Just ask. Heather, he starts, dragging a hand through his hair. Look, Rachel cuts in before he can finish. There you two are, she says, holding a stack of flyers. Gavin's waiting, but first, Heather, can you have these posted? I glance down. Lip sync contest announcements. Rachel rambles on about how she almost vetoed it too soon after the tragedies, but Stan convinced her the students needed a distraction. Stan, since when are they on a first-name basis? Sure, I say, forcing a smile. I was grabbing coffee first anyway. Rachel lifts her oct mug. Either of you want to join? She's looking at Cooper, my Cooper. Except he's not the way things are shaping up, he might never get the chance. Say no. I mentally will the words into his brain like some sci-fi telepathy. Say no, say appreciate it, but I can't, Cooper replies. Got a ton of work waiting for me. Victory, Rachel flashes a polite smile. Next time, maybe. Definitely, Cooper says. As soon as she's out of earshot, I casually add, anyway, I should get back to my desk, pretending I hadn't just been attempting Jedi mind tricks on him. Please, don't bring up that elevator conversation now. Not after Jordan's engagement bomb. A girl can only handle so much emotional whiplash in one day. Maybe Cooper picks up on my vibe, or maybe it's the way I avoid eye contact, but he just nods. Got it. Catch you later. Oh, and Heather. My stomach drops. No, not now. I was almost free. The ring, he says, I blink. Ring. Tania's, right, that ring. The one that's a dead ringer for the one I hurled at his brother. Yeah, not yours, Cooper says flatly before walking away. You think she's got all that class and style. I think she's just one breakdown from going wild. Why'd you pick her over me when she's clearly one step from therapy? What's she got that I do? What's she give that I woe? How'd she end up in your arms instead of me? What's she got? Performed by Heather Wells, written by O'Brien/Hank from the album Staking Out Your Heart Cartwright Records. Honestly, a lip-sync contest at Fisher Hall is perfect. Let's be real. New York College is basically a stage for wannabe performers, myself included. So when student government asked me to judge, I said yes. Not because I'm chasing some faded spotlight, like Cooper implied, but because if Mark Todd exists, he's probably lurking at some dorm event. Detective Canavan joked the guy might even work here. The idea that someone I pass in the hallway could be a killer, unthinkable. But how else do you explain access to the key cabinet, or the fact both victims had files in our office? Sure, it might mean nothing. But as Sarah would say, Elizabeth and Roberta had issues, documented in those very files. Here, the kicker, every raw and maintenance worker has keys to my office. So if there's some creep hunting vulnerable girls, it's someone I see every day. But who? Who could possibly be twisted enough to do something like this? The resident advisors. Out of 15 raws, 7 are guys, and none strike me as wild partiers, let alone capable of murder. Honestly, they fit the classic raw mold, total bookworms who actually buy it when students claim they're just smoking cloves, not weed. They wouldn't know the difference if it hit them in the face. Plus, everyone in the building recognizes them on sight. These are the same people who put on awkward safe sex skits during dinner. If Mark or Todd had been in Raw, Lakeisha would have spotted them instantly. The maintenance crew? No way. They're all middle-aged Latino men, and Julio's the only one who speaks enough English to hold a conversation. They've been working at Fisher Hall for ages. Why would they suddenly turn homicidal? That leaves the female staff, and sure, in the name of fairness, I should consider them too. Except none of them could have left that condom in Roberta's room. But here's the thing that keeps nagging at me. 2 girls, both with files in my office, both suddenly finding boyfriends within days of each other, both deciding, completely at random, to go elevator surfing. Both dying right around the time the elevator key vanished, only for it to magically reappear after their bodies were found. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. Which is why, at 7 sharp, I slip out of the brownstone. No word from Cooper since this morning's elevator fiasco, and honestly, I'm fine with that. I have no idea what I'd even say to him. Of course, the universe has other plans because I nearly collide with Jordan Cartwright on the front steps. "Heather," he exclaims, dressed like he's auditioning for a pirate-themed boy band, puffy shirt, leather pants, yes, leather pants, and somehow pulling it off. "I just wanted to check on you," he says, oozing fake concern. "I'm fine," I mutter, wrestling with the door locks. Why we need so many when we've got an alarm, a dog, and a neighborhood watch that doubles as a reggae fan club is beyond me. "Have a nice night," calls out one of our friendly local dealers. "Thanks," I say before turning to Jordan. "Look, I don't have time for this. I've got places to be." He follows me down the steps. "It's about Tania and me," he blurts. "I meant to tell you earlier, but you were so hostile. I didn't want you finding out like this." "Jordan," I sigh, picking up my pace. "I really don't care." But of course he keeps talking. Because when has Jordan ever taken a hint, seriously? One of the dealers steps in front of us on the sidewalk, blocking our way. "Wait, aren't you that guy?" "Nope," Jordan says flatly before turning to me. "Heather, hold up, we need to talk." I flash him my brightest smile. "Nothing to discuss, I'm fine." Everything's totally fine. "Everything is not fine," Jordan snaps, frustration cracking his voice. "I can't watch you like this, it's killing me." I glance back at the dealer still following us. "Oh, by the way, this is Jordan Cartwright, from Easy Street." The guy's eyes light up. "No way, the Easy Street guy." He waves frantically at his buddies. "Yo, check it out, it's him." "Heather." Jordan's voice is swallowed by a sudden swarm of fans closing in. "Heather." I don't stop walking. What else was I supposed to do? Engaged to someone else? End of story. Besides, I've got bigger things to worry about right now. Rachel's standing in the Fisher Hall lobby when I walk in, her eyebrows shooting up. Heather, what are you doing here? They asked me to judge, I say. Her shoulders relax instantly. Oh, perfect. We needed another judge for the lip sync battle. Sarah and I were worried about breaking a tie. Just then, Jordan bursts through the doors. The room goes still, then erupts in hushed whispers. Is that? No way, wait, it is. Heather, Jordan pants, his gold chains bouncing under his ridiculous ruffled shirt as he pushes toward us. Please, we have to talk. I turn to Rachel, whose jaw is practically on the floor. Here's your third judge, I tell her. And that's how we end up in the front row of the cafeteria, clipboards in hand, facing a makeshift stage where the salad bar used to be. Not exactly the ideal setting for a heart-to-heart, which suits me just fine. Honestly, I'm only here to track down Mark or Todd, whoever he is. Playing judge doesn't help, but at least it spares me from Jordan's desperate attempts to justify himself. Why he even cares what I think anymore is beyond me. He made his choice. Meanwhile, the students are losing it over Jordan. A real celebrity judge, not that anyone cares about me. The handful who recognized me at check-in barely blinked tonight. The spotlight is all on Jordan, though I can't shake the feeling some people are quietly mocking him because of that ridiculous puffy shirt and his whole easy street persona. Still, his presence somehow elevates the competition, making it feel more official, and the contestants, they're sweating bullets. Over by the salad bar, there's a full-blown production setup with flashing lights and a booming sound system, while students swarm around, snacking on free chips and soda. I scan the crowd, watching for any pairs deep in conversation, wondering if Mark or Todd might try something with so many freshman girls around. But it's just groups of kids, everyone from jocks to theater nerds, laughing, shouting, and inhaling Doritos like it's their last meal. Sarah, sitting beside Jordan, is practically hypnotized by him, peppering him with the same intense questions she once threw at me. Did he feel like a sellout doing that Pepsi commercial? Wasn't performing at the Super Bowl beneath him as an artist? And what about the fact he couldn't play an instrument? Didn't that make him more of a corporate puppet than a real musician? By the time Greg, the hall president, steps up to kick things off, I almost feel bad for the guy. Then the first act hits the stage, 3 girls lip-syncing to Christina's latest hit, complete with backup dancers. With the lights dimmed, I take the chance to scope out the packed cafeteria. Every seat is taken, and the back wall is lined with students whooping like they've never tasted freedom before. Jordan, meanwhile, is laser-focused on the performers, gripping his clipboard like it's a lifeline. For someone who got roped into judging, he's taking this way too seriously, or maybe he's just desperate to avoid Sarah's interrogation. The girls finish with a dramatic hair flip, and before the applause even dies down, 4 guys burst onto the stage, launching into an over-the-top NSYNC routine. The bass shakes the walls, poor Episcopal church next door, and the guys nail every cheesy boy band move so perfectly, I'm doubled over laughing. But Jordan, dead serious. He's scribbling notes, completely missing the fact they're parodying the whole genre. Originality, lyrics, dude, they're mocking it on purpose. Lighten UPAS, I jot down scores for the boys' performance, mostly 6s since they skipped costumes. My attention drifts to a tall figure strolling into the dining hall, hands shoved in his khakis. For a second, I mistake him for President Allington, but the president wouldn't be caught dead in khakis. His uniform is crisp white Dockers, as I've noted before. This guy's polished look is way too put together for the school's top administrator. Then the glow from the soda machine catches his face, and I recognize Christopher Allington, the president's son. No wonder I was thrown. He's got that same confident stride. Christopher pops in now and then, even though he's got his own place at the law school. His parents live upstairs, so it's not weird for him to swing by. But when he sidles up to a cluster of students against the far wall, chatting like he belongs, I raise an eyebrow. What's a law student doing cozying up to undergrads? Rumor has it his LSAT scores weren't exactly Ivy League material. His dad pulled serious strings to get him into New York College. Then again, with a mom who drinks too much and a dad who thinks tank tops are formal wear, maybe the kid never stood a chance. The boy band's performance ends, replaced by an Elvis wannabe belting out, "Viva Las Vegas." Half listening, I track Christopher as he weaves through the crowd, eventually parking himself behind a row of giggling freshmen. Their nervous energy and unbleached hair scream first year, still clinging to their suburban mall fashion. One girl, slightly bolder than the rest, twists around to talk to him, while her seatmate pretends not to eavesdrop, eyes fixed ahead like she's studying the stage. Elvis wraps up, and Marnie Villa Delgado, yep, that Marnie, Elizabeth's ex-roommate, steps up to cheers. The applause might have been a little too enthusiastic, but I bite my tongue. She's sporting a bleach blonde wig and jeans slung low, launching into a tune that nags at my memory. Then it clicks. Sugar Rush. My stomach knots. She's belting out the song that made me famous. Back when I was still a kid, the moment only felt complete when there was a young girl in the house. Beside me, Jordan bursts into laughter, and a few students who know my history join in. Even Marnie shoots me a knowing glance as she mouths the lyrics. Don't tell me to stick to my diet. You've just gotta taste it. I force a smile, trying to hide my discomfort, and shift my focus to Christopher instead. He's still chatting up the girls in front of him, finally catching the attention of the quiet one. She's not conventionally pretty, but there's something intriguing about her. The way she tucks her knees close, brushing strands of auburn hair from her face as she smiles shyly at him. Meanwhile, Marnie's tossing her blonde wig and swaying her hips in a way that has the crowd roaring, though I pray it's not meant to be an impression of me. Then it hits me, like a lightning bolt, that Christopher Allington could be him. Mark, or Todd. You're a tornado tearing through my heart, you're a tornado leaving wreckage from the start, nothing's left standing in your wake, but you'll be gone before the ground shakes. Tornado by Heather Wells, staking out your heart, my stomach drops. Not literally, but close enough, like ice water trickling down my spine. My grip on the clipboard slips as my palms go slick, my pulse thudding unevenly, the same way it did years ago when Jordan's dad laughed at my songs. Christopher Allington. No, no way. Except he has full access to Fisher Hall. No sign-in, no questions. He can waltz into the director's office whenever he pleases. I remember the Raws grumbling about empty copiers on Mondays because Christopher sweet-talks maintenance into letting him in on Sundays to copy notes, which means he could have pored over Rachel's files, picking out vulnerable girls, inexperienced, eager to please, then hunted them down under a fake name, spinning harmless small talk into seduction. A whole rotation of willing freshmen at his fingertips. It's twisted, brilliant, and completely ridiculous. Cooper would roll his eyes so hard they'd stick, but Cooper isn't here, and Christopher, way too charming, standing over 6 feet tall with tousled blonde hair swept back, he looks like he stepped straight out of a boy band, all charm and effortless appeal. Any freshman girl would be thrilled by his attention, swept up enough to overlook how fast things moved. Seriously, the guy's got that irresistible mix of good looks, confidence, and just enough mystery to make anyone swoon. Even older women wouldn't stand a chance. But here's the thing, why would someone like that turn violent? Hooking up is one thing, but murder, it doesn't add up. Dead girls don't come back for round 2. And how did he even pull it off? Pushing full-grown women down an elevator shaft isn't exactly subtle. Drugs might explain it, but wouldn't the autopsy have caught that? My cheeks burn, and I wave my clipboard like a fan, forcing myself to focus on Marnie. She's finishing her routine with moves so sharp they'd put a professional dancer to shame, definitely not something she picked up from me. I've always been hopeless on the dance floor, stiff as a board, according to every choreographer who ever suffered through teaching me. Marnie, though, she nails a back handspring straight into the splits, and the whole cafeteria erupts. I clap along, then make my way toward her. Lakeisha might be gone, but Marnie's still here, and she might know if her roommate ever got tangled up with Christopher Allington. Before I take 2 steps, Jordan grabs my arm. "Where are you going?" he asks, his grip tight. "You're not ditching me before we talk, are you?" The scent of Drakkar Noir clings to him, new since he used to wear Carolina Herrera when we were together. Tania's influence, no doubt. "Just give me a minute," I say, squeezing his bicep. He's been hitting the gym hard for his tour, and it shows. "Promise." "Heather," he starts, but I cut him off. "I swear we'll talk after this." He relaxes, nodding. "Okay, good." I spot Marnie near the performers area, peeling off her wig and wiping sweat from her forehead. She grins when she sees me. "Marnie," I say, "that was insane." "Thanks," she chirps. "I was kinda worried you'd be mad. Took me a second to realize who you were." "Yeah," I say. "Listen, I need to ask you something." "Wait, was the guy Elizabeth was dating right before she died named Chris?" I ask, trying to sound casual. Marnie rolls her eyes, clearly annoyed that I'm bringing up her late roommate again. "Could be, Chris, Mark, something like that." "Thanks," I say, but before she can turn back to her friends, I grab her sleeve. "Hey, Marnie, see that girl over there? 10th seat in the 5th row, talking to the blonde guy." Marnie glances over, then smirks. "Okay, who is he?" "So you don't know him?" "Not yet," she says with a grin, already plotting her move. I suppress a sigh. Maybe if I can track down a picture of Christopher Allington, I can catch Lakeisha between classes and get her to confirm his identity. Then it hits me. "Do you know the girl?" I ask. Marnie taps her chin. "Sort of, 12th floor, name's Amber, I think." "Amber. Good. Now I've got a name and a location." I slip back into my seat just as 2 guys in drag launch into "Dude looks like a lady." Jordan nudges me. "What was that about?" I just shake my head. No way I'm shouting over the music. Besides, Sarah's giving me the side-eye from behind her clipboard, probably annoyed I'm chatting with contestants instead of judging. Meanwhile, Christopher Allington, if that's really him, is working his charm on Amber. From what I can see, without being obvious, she's practically glowing under his attention, twirling her auburn hair and giggling like she's never had a guy look her way before. Great. Now I'm sitting here, chewing my lip, wondering if we'll find Amber face down in a stairwell tomorrow. Then again, Christopher doesn't exactly scream murderer. Player? Absolutely. Killer? Hard to picture. But then history's full of charming monsters. The performance finally ends, and Greg announces it's time for the judges to deliberate. Everyone else beelines for the snack table while Rachel turns to us with a smile. "So," she says, "thoughts?" What I want to say. We've got a much bigger issue than this contest. What I actually say. "Marnie was good," Jordan snorts. "Of course you'd think that. The guys performing the NSYNC routine were way more polished, their moves were tight, so I gave them perfect scores." Sarah nodded. "Their satirical take on boy bands was hilarious." "I don't know," I said. "I preferred Marnie's performance." Rachel jumped in, her voice sincere. "After everything she's been through, she deserves this, right?" All I wanted was to wrap this up so I could find Chris. "Fine. Marnie wins, NSYNC gets second, and the Christina group takes third." Jordan scowled, clearly annoyed we'd brushed off his opinion, but he stayed quiet. Rachel hurried off to tell Greg the results, and I twisted in my seat, scanning the room for Christopher, just in time to see him walking out, his arms slung casually around Amber's shoulders. I shot up from my chair without a word, ignoring Jordan's confused shout. No time for explanations. They were already halfway across the lounge. If I didn't move fast, Amber might end up as a grease stain in the maintenance room. But then, shockingly, they didn't head for the elevators. Instead, they pushed through the front doors. I sprinted after them, weaving past clusters of students loitering in the lobby. The dorm was buzzing at night. Strangers leaned against the front desk, chatting up the student worker, while the night guard grilled a group of kids who swore they knew someone on the 5th floor, but couldn't remember the name. Typical. I burst outside into the crisp fall air. Washington Square Park was its usual nighttime circus. Cops, tourists, dealers, and chess hustlers under the streetlights. Rich kids from the suburbs blared music from their SUVs, flirting with parking tickets. It was pure chaos, which was why half the dorm fought for rooms facing the park. Better than cable. And there they were, Christopher and Amber, perched on one of the concrete planters, smoking like they were in some indie film. Christopher exhaled dramatically, arms crossed, while Amber fumbled with her cigarette like it was her first time. No time to waste. I strolled over, channeling my best casual energy. "Hey," I said, flashing a grin. "Mind if I grab one?" Christopher shrugged. "Go for it." He pulls a pack of Camel Lights from his pocket and offers me one. "Thanks," I say, taking it between my fingers. I lean in as Christopher flicks open his Zippo, the flame catching the tip. I've never been much of a smoker. Ruining your voice is a bad idea when you sing for a living, and honestly, a Snickers bar beats a cigarette any day. But I play along, pretending to take a drag while my mind races. What would Veronica Mars do? Or Olivia Benson? I'm terrible at this. How am I supposed to be half of some crime-solving duo when I can't even fake smoke convincingly? Across the street, cops are wrestling with a guy who thought flashing the chess players was a good idea. Why is it always the least impressive specimens who feel the need to share? I nudge Christopher and Amber. "You'd think they'd at least bring something worth looking at," I mutter. Amber blinks, but Christopher chuckles. "Seriously," he says, "there ought to be a minimum requirement. Like if you're gonna do it, bring your A game." I shoot him a look. Trow, who even says that? He's got a weird charm, this guy. Then again, so did Bundy, at least according to that cheesy Lifetime movie. The drunk S shouting obscenities now, and the chess crowd fires back. Who knew chess enthusiasts had such colorful vocabularies? "Wow," Amber murmurs as a particularly creative insult drifts over. "They don't talk like that where I'm from." "Where's that?" I ask, tapping my cigarette like I've done this 1,000 times. "Boise," she says, like it's the only place on earth. "Boise," I repeat. "Never been. Lie, I played the Idaho Center to a sea of glitter-covered tweens during my sugar rush days." "You?" I ask Christopher. "Nope," he says, squinting at me. "But hey, do I know you?" "Me," I feign innocence. "Doubt it." "Seriously," he insists, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. "Show off. You in law school or something?" "Nope," I say, flicking ash. Cigarettes might kill you, but they're fantastic for playing it cool, especially when you're low-key interrogating a suspect. "Really?" He tilts his head. "I swear I've seen you before." "Maybe around campus," I shrug. "I've definitely seen you." "You're Christopher Allington, the president's son, right?" The shock on his face is like I just tossed a bucket of cold water on him. For a second, I swear he's about to choke on his cigarette, but he pulls himself together fast. Yeah," he says, his gray eyes still holding a flicker of friendliness. "How'd you figure that out?" "Someone mentioned it," I say casually. "You live around here with your family." That one lands like a punch. He stiffens. "No, I've got my own place, law school dorms, actually." Amber blinks. "Wait, you're not an undergrad, you're in law school." "Yeah," Christopher says, though he's not as relaxed as he was before I dropped that little revelation. Poor guy has no idea I've got more surprises lined up. "I had no idea you were the president's son," Amber says, her voice tinged with something like disappointment. Christopher exhales smoke. "Not exactly something I broadcast. And I thought you said your name was Dave." "Did I?" He flicks his cigarette butt onto the sidewalk and crushes it under his shoe. Must have been the noise in there. Pretty sure I said Chris. Across the street, cops wrestle a drunk guy missing his pants into a squad car. They're sipping coffee from the corner deli, filling out paperwork while the guy bangs on the window, demanding his own cup. Nobody pays him any attention. Great, I'm officially the worst detective ever. Maybe I should sign up for some criminal justice classes, assuming I make it through probation and get that sweet free tuition. Isn't it just depressing? I say, my voice way too bright, like some overenthusiastic sales clerk. All the train wrecks in this city, like that guy over there. Or those girls who died, what was it again? Oh, right, elevator surfing, who even does something that stupid? I watch Chris for a reaction, but he just lights another cigarette. Not exactly the guilt-ridden panic I was hoping for. Amber jumps in, trying to keep up. Oh my gosh, that was awful. I sort of knew the last girl. Got stuck in an elevator with her once, just for a minute, but she totally lost it. Hated heights. So when I heard how she died, I was like, no way. Why would someone that's scared do something so reckless? Roberta Pace, you mean? I glance at Chris again, but he's too busy checking his Rolex to care this was the real deal, not some cheap knockoff you'd find on a street corner for $40. Yeah, that was her name. Man, what a tragedy. She was such a good person. I know, I say, nodding solemnly. The weirdest part isn't just that she was terrified of heights, but still went elevator surfing. It's that the day before she died, she met some guy. I don't get to finish. Out of nowhere, a vice-like grip clamps onto my arm, jerking me backward with enough force to make me stumble. My hand flies out, landing against something solid, abs so defined they could have been carved from stone. Seriously, is there any part of Jordan Cartwright that isn't sculpted? Even his stubbornness feels like concrete. He pulls me away from Chris and Amber, his voice sharp. What do you think you're doing? He snatches the cigarette from my fingers and grinds it under his shoe. Since when do you smoke? A few months under Cooper's roof, and now you're lighting up. Do you even realize what that'll do to your voice? Jordan. I can't believe he's doing this, especially in front of my main suspect. I keep my voice low, but frustration bubbles up. I wasn't inhaling. And for the record, I don't live with Cooper. We share a building, not a life. Then, because I've had enough, I drop the whisper. And since when is this your business? Last I checked, you're engaged and not to me. His jaw tightens. Being engaged does mean I stopped caring about you, Heather. Dad warned me you'd hit rock bottom, but that guy. He glances at Chris's outfit and grimaces. He makes Cooper look like a fashion icon. It's not like that, I hiss, stealing a look back. Chris and Amber are still there, just out of earshot. Chris seems unfazed, but his eyes keep flicking our way. Is he nervous? Or just judging Jordan's ridiculous shirt? Don't stare, I mutter to Jordan. But that guy, I think he might be a killer. Jordan's head whips toward Chris. Him, I said don't look. He turns back to me, his expression softening before he pulls me into a suffocating hug. Oh, Heather, he murmurs like I'm some lost cause. You really are in over your head, aren't you? What's Cooper got against you? I squirm in his suffocating hug, trying to speak without a mouthful of his shirt. This isn't about Cooper, I say, aware of the student worker at the desk stifling a laugh as she watches us through the glass. People are dying in this building, and I think, found you. We both whip around to see Rachel standing there, arms crossed, looking way too amused. You skipped the awards, she teases. Marnie was so excited she ugly cried at the podium. Amazing, I deadpan. Thrilling. I figured you two might want to unwind at my place, Rachel offers, tilting her head. Drinks. Jordan and I share a look. His is pleading, mine is probably just baffled. Rachel had only invited me over once before after freshman orientation, and it was awkward for a dozen reasons. First, she's my boss. Second, her apartment was too clean, like museum-level pristine. No random magazines by the couch, no half-eaten snacks on the counter, just perfectly alphabetized CDs featuring the greatest hits of adult contemporary. Who even owns Phil Collins albums anymore? Actually, I say, I'm wiped. Same, Jordan jumps in. Long day, Rachel's smile falters. Oh, well, next time then. Definitely, I lie, avoiding Jordan's gaze. This was all his fault. If he hadn't shown up, Rachel wouldn't be suddenly interested in after-work drinks. Tomorrow, she'd grill me about him. No way she didn't recognize him. Night, Rachel, I say, already backing away. Good night, she chirps. Then, to Jordan, nice meeting you. Same, he says, sounding almost sincere, grabbing Jordan's arm. I quickly guide him down Waverly Place before he can make things even more uncomfortable in front of my coworkers. Seriously, I mutter as we walk. What am I supposed to do about Amber? What if she ends up being his next target? I'd never live with myself, even though I totally called him out with the whole Dave slip-up. You think that was enough, right? Maybe she'll at least be cautious around him now. Should I go to the cops? But I've got zero proof, unless Cooper still has that condom. Maybe I could use it to force a confession, like, own up or I take this straight to the police. Jordan stiffens beside me. Condom? Heather, what the hell? I already told you, I snap, kicking at the pavement. I'm trying to stop a killer, or at least I think he is. Your brother thinks I'm paranoid, but come on, Jordan. 2 girls dead in 2 weeks, neither exactly the reckless type, and both just started dating for the first time. Doesn't that scream sketchy to you? As we round the corner, a Rastafarian guy steps forward, offering his usual smoke. Instead of brushing past him like usual, Jordan barks, back off. The guy looks more confused than intimidated. He's scrawny, barely reaching my shoulder. Then it hits me. The person beside me is the Jordan I remember. Not a friend, not even close, just my ex. Never mind, I mutter, yanking my arm free and striding off. Of course, he follows. What did I do? He demands. Heather, just talk to me. I'm sorry, okay? But dead girls, condoms, drug dealers, and now you're smoking. What kind of life is this? I bolt up the brownstone steps, digging for my keys under the dim streetlight. Listen, I say, jamming the key into the lock while Jordan looms behind me, his ridiculous shirt blotting out the light. It's my life. Yeah, it's a disaster. But you helped make it that way, remember? I know, he says, voice cracking. But you refused counseling. I pleaded with you. His hands land on my shoulders, not shaking me this time, just forcing me to turn. The streetlight behind him outlines his head like some messed-up halo, leaving his face in shadow. Heather, he says, softer now, every relationship has rough patches. If they don't figure this out as a team, they're doomed, he said. Sure, I shot back, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Just like we did. Exactly, Jordan replied, his gaze locked onto me even though I couldn't see his eyes in the dim light. The intensity of his stare made my skin prickle. What was that look supposed to mean? Like he actually. Oh no, I blurted, stumbling backward until the doorknob dug into my spine. Jordan, why are you really here? My parents are hosting an engagement party, he said, his voice rough. For Tania and me, at the penthouse, right now. Funny, when we got engaged, Mrs. Cartwright's first question was whether I was pregnant. Apparently, she couldn't fathom why else her son would tie himself to a fading star with a few extra pounds. Shouldn't you be there, then? I asked. I should, he admitted, and for the first time, I heard the misery in his voice. But all day, I couldn't stop thinking about you. I swallowed hard, trying to stay logical. I was a detective, after all, rational thinking was my thing. But Jordan standing this close, the raw desperation in his voice, the warmth of his hands on my shoulders, none of it helped. And suddenly, even his overpowering cologne didn't seem so bad. I think you're just caught up in the moment, I babbled, fighting off the rising panic. The reporters, the announcement, maybe you just need to go home and take something for the headache. I don't want a pill, he murmured, pulling me closer. I want you. No, I said, my breath hitching as his ridiculous ruffled shirt brushed my cheek. You keep saying I've changed. Well, I have. We both have. We need to move on. You've got Tania and I've got Lucy. Lucy. His lips were suddenly way too close to mine. Is that really what you want? For me to be with Tania? Now you're asking, I snapped. And then he kissed me. Normally, I'd have a plan. Push him away or kiss him back, no hesitation. But this time, I just froze, completely blindsided. The cold doorknob digs into my spine as I lean against the front door, the darkened windows confirming Cooper's absence. Thank goodness. Outside, a rowdy group of guys hollers encouragement, their laughter carrying through the night. Normally, that kind of attention would make me cringe, but right now, I barely register it. Jordan's hands slide around my waist, and before I can second-guess myself, my arms loop around his neck out of pure reflex. The next second, my back hits the door with a thud, his leather-clad hips pressing against mine so tightly I can feel every seam, every detail, including the undeniable proof that he's just as into this as I am. His mouth crashes into mine, his fingers tangling in my hair, and suddenly my brain short-circuits. Oh no, he's engaged. Not to me, and I don't do this. At least, I tell myself I don't. But then that traitorous little voice pipes up, remember how good this used to feel. And he doesn't seem to mind the extra curves, and worst of all, maybe this was always meant to happen. The catcalls from outside finally snap me back to reality. Fumbling behind me, I manage to twist the knob, and we stumble into the pitch-black entryway. I plant my palms against his chest, mustering one last shred of self-control. Jordan, this is a really bad idea. Too late. His hands are already under my shirt, skimming over my ribs before cupping my breasts, his mouth claiming mine like he's starving for it. And yeah, I should remind him about the engagement announcement splashed across this morning's gossip column. But my body on a nostalgia trip, reliving every heated memory, and it's not taking no for an answer. Then, just as things really start spiraling, the thought hits me like a bucket of ice water. Wrong, brother. Not just wrong, disastrously wrong. And the kicker? It's not even worth it. The whole thing is over fast. Thank goodness, because that hallway rug isn't exactly plush. At least Jordan came prepared, like any self-respecting guy from Easy Street would. Otherwise, it's not that different from our old routine, same moves, same rhythm, just like clockwork back when we were together. Except now, I'm the one in Tania's shoes. And the guilt, it's heavy. I doubt she ever felt this way. Tania's the type to toss a gum wrapper on the sidewalk without a second thought. Littering's nothing to her, so cheating, probably just another Tuesday. The biggest difference, Jordan doesn't linger. Back then, he'd collapse next to me, half asleep before his head hit the pillow. Now, he's up and dressed before I can even catch my breath. Sorry, gotta run, he says, like he just remembered a dentist appointment. And here's the pathetic part, it stings. Some tiny, stupid part of me actually expected him to turn and say he was leaving Tania for good. Not that I'd take him back. Obviously. But still. It's not about needing a boyfriend to fix everything. I'm not Rachel, and I'm not about to start choking down dry kale to land one. But damn, it'd be nice to have someone who actually gave a damn. Not that I'd ever say that to Jordan. Pride's all I've got left. So when he mutters about an early press junket, I just shrug. Okay. He keeps talking, half-dressed, making empty promises about dinner tomorrow. Sure, I say, knowing neither of us believes it. The second the door clicks shut, I bolt upstairs before Cooper gets home and spots the evidence of my bad decisions still lying on the rug. Lucy's waiting, tail wagging, leash in her mouth. As I grab it, I catch a glimpse of Fisher Hall through the window. Wonder if Christopher's having better luck with Amber than Jordan did with me. Then I remember. My own pants are still downstairs. Nothing like a walk of shame to cap off the night the lyrics echoed in my head as I walked into the office the next morning. Whatever, all I have to say is whatever. My damp hair clung to my neck, and the coffee from the campus cafe burned my fingers through the mug. Rachel, of course, pounced the second I sat down. "You and your ex looked pretty cozy last night," she said, eyebrows raised. She had no clue. "Yeah," I muttered, flipping through the directory for Amber's number. Rachel didn't take the hint. "I saw you talking with President Allington's son," she pressed. "Chris," I corrected, dialing. "He's cute," she mused. "And loaded, apparently. Family trust fund." That was new. Great, so now he was some rich, murderous Bruce Wayne wannabe. Except instead of a Batcave, he probably just had a storage room full of old mattresses and mouse traps. The phone rang until a groggy voice answered. "Hello, Amber." Who's this?" "Nobody," I lied. "Go back to sleep." She hung up. At least she was alive for now. Rachel wasn't done. "So, you and Jordan getting back together," she grinned. "You two are adorable." My phone buzzed before I could respond. Patty's voice blasted through. "Spill, now." "About what?" I wasn't in the mood. All I'd wanted this morning was to vanish under my blankets forever. Jordan, I'd slept with Jordan. What was wrong with me? Patty gasped. "About what? Seriously? Did you check the headlines this morning?" My stomach drops again in less than a day. "What headlines?" "The Post," Patty says. "They plastered a shot of you two locking lips right on the front page. Sure, your face is kinda hidden, but that's clearly not Tanya Trace. And that's 100% Cooper's front steps." A curse slips out, loud enough to send Rachel poking her head in, eyebrows raised. "Everything okay?" she asks. "Totally fine," I lie, pressing the phone tighter to my ear, my fingers trembling. "Just work stuff." Patty's still yammering away. "The tagline says scandal on sleazy street. Guess they're calling out Jordan for two-timing his fiancée. But relax, they labeled you mystery woman." Seriously, you'd think they'd do their homework. "The photo's grainy, though, and your face is half in shadow. Still, when Tanya gets a load of this..." "Can we not do this right now?" I cut in, my throat tight. "Don't want to talk." Patty sounds skeptical. "Or can't." Option 2. "Got it, lunch, sure, you're hopeless." But she's laughing. "I'll grab you at 12, been ages since I've seen Magda. Bet she'll have thoughts about this mess." Oh, I'm counting on it. I hang up just as Sarah bursts in, buzzing with questions, shocker about Jordan. All I want is to fold into myself and disappear. Why? Why did I have to be so reckless? But breaking down at work means an audience of concerned coworkers hovering, offering tissues and awkward pats. So instead, I snag a stack of vending machine refund forms and bury myself in numbers, hunched over my calculator like it's life or death. Not like Rachel doesn't have her own wins to celebrate. Earlier this week, she landed a Pansy nomination. Those are the college's little flower-shaped medals, handed out to staff who go above and beyond. Pete earned his after kicking down a dorm door to stop a student from flooding the place with gas. Magda's got one too, because despite her eccentricities, like that bizarre obsession with old Hollywood, the students love her. She turns the financial aid office into a holiday spectacle every December, ignoring every rule to cram her desk with a Santa, a tiny nativity scene, a menorah, and Kwanzaa candles. Rachel. She's earned that pansy 10 times over. 2 student deaths in as many weeks. 2 sets of grieving parents. 2 memorials to plan. Okay, fine. I boxed up the belongings. But still. If anyone deserves a shiny floral medal, it's her. Note, added a sharper edge to the protagonist's internal frustration, expanded on Rachel's workload, and punched up Patty's sarcasm. The Pansy Award details got a slight refresh to feel more vivid. Rachel's Pansy nomination means she gets an automatic invite to the Fancy Pansy Ball tonight, a swanky black tie event held in the college library's grand hall. She's been freaking out all morning, claiming she has nothing to wear, and insisting she needs to hit up designer sample sales during lunch. I know how this ends. She'll waltz back with some jaw-dropping dress because when you're built like a runway model, every store is your personal closet. After finishing the refund paperwork, I announce I'm heading to disbursements to cash them, and Rachel barely glances up, mercifully not calling me out for avoiding the banking line, Justine's old haunt, where I usually pawn off the task on a student worker. Instead of going straight there, I detour to the cafeteria to see Magda. She takes one look at me, tells her supervisor Gerald she's taking an unscheduled break, despite his protest that she just had won, and drags me outside to a bench in the quad. I spill everything about Jordan, how he barely reacted when I dumped him. Magda cackles until tears stream down her face, then pats my shoulder. "Sweetheart, did you really think he'd grovel, beg you to take him back?" "I mean, yeah," I mutter. "But would you have?" "Obviously not, but the option would have been nice." "Listen, you're too good for that boy. He wants a puppet, not a partner. Let him stay with his stick-figure girlfriend. Your guy's out there, maybe even right under your nose." I groan. She's hinting at Cooper again. "Magda, I'm not his type. His ex discovered a star or something. I'd need like 3 PhDs just to get a coffee date." She rolls her eyes. "Fine, what about that Christopher guy, the one you were obsessing over?" "Christopher Allington, are you kidding? He might be a killer." Magda's eyes light up like she's just heard the juiciest gossip. "That's genius. No one would suspect the president's son. It's straight out of a thriller." "Except for the tiny issue of motive," I point out. "Why would he murder random girls?" She launches into wild theories, secret society initiations, split personalities, an evil twin, before landing on the real prize. Chris will be at the Pansy Ball tonight. "If I want to investigate," she says, "I should snag a ticket and watch him in his natural habitat. As if my life isn't complicated enough. Those tickets are like $200 unless you're up for a Pansy nomination," I tell her. "No way I can swing that." Magda raises an eyebrow. "Not even to stop a killer." "Alleged killer," I correct. "Cooper could probably score a pair," she says, and I remember his grandfather practically built half of New York College. Magda never lets details like that slip her mind. Why not ask him? The mental image of Cooper in a tux almost makes me laugh, mostly because I doubt he even owns one. Then reality hits. Asking him would mean explaining why I need to go, and that would just lead to another lecture about minding my own business. Magda sighs. "Fine," she says, disappointed. "Would have been cinematic, though." At work, I force myself not to dwell on last night, which was about as far from a movie scene as you can get. If it had been, Jordan would have shown up this morning with roses and a spontaneous Vegas proposal. Not that I'd say yes, obviously, but the gesture would have been nice. I'm halfway across the park, mentally drafting my "thanks but no thanks" speech in case Jordan actually does show up with flowers, when of course, I nearly walk straight into him. He's leaning against a ridiculously oversized limo parked right in front of Fisher Hall, no roses in sight, just a few too many chains and a guilty expression. "Heather," he says. I tighten my grip on the envelope of cash in my hands like it's some kind of shield. "Hey, I've been waiting," he says. "Your boss said you'd be back soon, but oops. Rachel didn't account for my detour to the park." "Well, here I am," I say, scanning for any sign of flowers. Nope. Just Jordan looking awkward. "What's up?" My brain screams at me, do not take him back, not even if he begs. Jordan shifts uncomfortably. "Can we talk somewhere private?" "We can talk right here," I say, because if we go anywhere alone, I already know how that ends and I've got the rug burns to prove it. "Be more comfortable," he says, "if we could have this conversation in the limo." "I'd be more comfortable," I reply, steadying my voice, "if you just spit it out already." Jordan blinks, caught off guard by my bluntness. Honestly, I surprise myself too. Then it hits me, he probably assumed I was hoping for some grand reunion. Yeah, right. Before I can process that thought, he's unloading everything right there on the pavement. "It's just, I'm all mixed up, Heather," he admits, rubbing the back of his neck. You're amazing, but Tania. I talked to my dad and he thinks with the album dropping soon, I can't just walk away from her. Not now. Wait, what? The words sting, even though part of me expected this. Seriously, you're letting your dad dictate this. It's not like that, he backpedals. But that photo in the post, it caused a mess. Tania's album is killing it right now, and Dad says if I bail, it'll tank my own release. Got it, I cut in, my voice flat. I can't stomach another word. This wasn't a scenario I'd ever rehearsed for. It's fine, Jordan, really. And here's the kicker, in that moment it is fine. Hearing him admit his dad's approval matters more than us. It's like a switch flips. Any lingering warmth I had for him evaporates. Not that there was much left. Jordan gapes at me, clearly braced for tears. And yeah, I do feel like crying, just not over him. No need to dump that on him, though. The guy got enough going on. Sarah would have a field day psychoanalyzing his issues. Relief washes over his face, and he grins like a kid who just dodged detention. Wow, okay, that's really cool of you, Heather. Funny thing, my mind instantly jumps to Cooper. Not in some pathetic he doesn't know I exist way, though. Let's be real. The only attention I get from him is when his receipts mysteriously vanish from his desk. No, what hits me is sheer panic. Please, please don't let Cooper see today's post. The last thing I need is him knowing I was locking lips with, thankfully, the photo only caught his brother on his doorstep. Maybe it's the Fisher Hall job sharpening my instincts, but suddenly the air shifts. A flicker of movement, a shadow, I drop Jordan's hand and shout, "Move!" before my brain even registers the danger. Then comes the crunch of impact, the shattering noise, and debris exploding into the air. I pull my hands from my face and gasp. Jordan lies motionless on the pavement beside his limo, a deep wound above his temple gushing blood that mixes with the scattered dirt, broken concrete, and crushed flowers around him. For a heartbeat, I'm frozen. Then I drop beside him, my knees hitting the ground. Oh my God! A woman in a blazer who'd been waiting for a cab nearby rushes over. I saw it happen. A planter, it fell from that balcony up there. Get inside, I tell her, my voice steady in a way that surprises me. Tell security to call 911, then grab the first aid kit from the front desk. She hurries off, heels clicking unevenly, her interview folder clutched tight. She doesn't even seem to notice she's missing her big chance. My training flashes back, assess first. I check Jordan's breathing, relieved to see his chest rise, then feel the strong pulse in his neck. He's out cold, but alive. The planter must have grazed him, leaving a brutal gash near his ear and a swollen bruise on his shoulder where his shirt's torn open. Blood keeps flowing, and I'm about to sacrifice my own shirt when the limo driver sprints around the car. Pete crashes through the residence doors right after, shoving the first aid kit into my hands. "Ambulance is coming," he says, breathless. "Is he gone?" the driver asks, phone pressed to his ear, probably already updating Jordan's father. I toss Pete my banking envelope and dig through the kit, pressing a rolled bandage to the wound. It soaks through instantly. "Get me towels," I tell Pete, still eerily composed. Maybe this is my doctor voice, the one I'll use years from now. Check the storage room, summer conference linens should still be there. Pete bolts. A crowd forms, students from the dorm, chess regulars from the park, all suddenly medical experts. "Prop up his head," one insists. "No, lift his legs," argues another. "Red face means head up, pale means feet up. That's just blood, man." "Wait, isn't that Jordan Cartwright?" Pete reappears, arms full of fresh white towels. The first bandage turns crimson within moments, but the second one finally helps. The bleeding slows as I hold the towel firmly against Jordan's head. "What happened?" people keep asking. A guy from the chess group steps forward. "I saw it all. You got lucky. That thing was coming right at you. If you hadn't moved when you did." The cops show up before the ambulance, glance at what I'm doing, and seem satisfied because they start clearing the crowd, telling everyone to move along. "Get statements." I insist. That planter didn't just fall, someone made it happen. People swarm around the officers, eager to share their version of events. Just then, Rachel rushes out of the building, her heels clicking against the pavement. "Heather," she gasps, stepping carefully around broken cement and scattered dirt. Is he okay?" "He's breathing," I say, keeping pressure on the wound. "Where's that ambulance?" Finally, it arrives and the paramedics take over. Relieved, I step back as Rachel pulls me close. We watch them check Jordan's vitals while one cop heads inside and the other examines a large chunk of the planter. "Who's responsible here?" he asks. Rachel sighs. "That would be me." "Any idea where this came from?" He lifts the broken piece. "Looks like one of the Allington's terrace planters," Rachel says, pointing up toward the penthouse. "20th floor, they line the whole balcony." She frowns. "Maybe the wind knocked it loose." I shiver, though the autumn air is warm. Magda, who's joined us, shakes her head. "No wind today. The forecast said calm skies." Pete crosses his arms. "In 20 years, those planters never moved on their own." Rachel looks uneasy. "You can't seriously think someone pushed it. Students don't even have access up there." "Students?" The cop raises an eyebrow. "This a dorm?" "Residence hall," Rachel and I say in unison. The paramedics load Jordan onto a stretcher and into the ambulance. As they shut the doors, I turn to Rachel. "I should go with him." She gives me a gentle nudge. "Go, I'll handle things here. Give me a call later and let me know how he's doing," she says. I promise I will, then rush to catch up with the Emts, asking if I can ride along to the hospital. They don't hesitate, just motion for me to hop into the front seat of the ambulance. From there, I can peek through the small window into the back and watch as one of the paramedics checks on Jordan. He's starting to come around, mumbling incoherently when asked what day it is, like a guy who'd rather just keep snoozing. Part of me wants to joke that they should quiz him about his fiancée, but that feels too cruel. As we drive off, I spot Rachel, Sarah, Pete, and Magda still standing outside, their faces tight with concern. It hits me then, hard, that even if I don't have a boyfriend, I've got people who care. Maybe not the conventional kind, but they're mine. "You got me crying with all your lying, why you gotta be so mean to me." The lyrics from Heather Wells, crying echo in my head, bitter and raw. 4 months into this job at New York College, and I've become way too familiar with Manhattan's ers. St. Vincent, S. Not my top pick. The waiting room TV blares soap operas nonstop, the vending machines perpetually out of Butterfingers, and the place is crawling with junkies trying to sweet-talk the nurses into pain meds. At first, their antics are almost amusing, until the withdrawals kick in and they start screaming at the security guards. Not exactly ideal for flipping through Jane magazine. Still, the doctors here know their stuff. They fire questions at me about Jordan, most of which I can't answer. But the second I drop his full name, instant VIP treatment. Fame gets you fast-tracked, even in the Since visitors are only allowed in during the first 5 minutes of every hour, I'm stuck in the waiting room, killing time by calling Jordan's dad. Mr. Cartwright's voice is clipped when I explain that his superstar son, oh, and yeah, his actual child, got taken out by a falling flower pot. Can't blame him for being short with me. Who wouldn't be? The last time I talked to Cooper's dad, it didn't go well. He'd basically offered to pressure Jordan into breaking up with Tania if I'd stop insisting on singing my own songs for my next album. Real classy move, right? No wonder Cooper hasn't spoken to him in almost a year. After hanging up, I realize I've run out of people to call. I could reach out to Cooper, but he'd definitely ask why Jordan was at Fisher Hall, and I'm terrible at lying. He'd see right through me in seconds. Instead of making another awkward phone call, I slump into a stiff plastic chair in the waiting room and watch the chaotic parade of patients. It's like a reality show, except with more blood, and less editing. There's a cheerful drunk clutching a bloody towel, a stressed-out mom trying to soothe a baby splashed with coffee, a kid in a school uniform with a nasty gash on his chin being guided by a no-nonsense nun, and a construction worker wincing over his swollen foot. A group of loud, animated women gets scolded by the nurse for crowding the desk. 20 minutes later, a security guard announces visiting time, 5 minutes max. I shuffle in with the nun, the frazzled mom, and the chatty women, scanning the room for Jordan. He's out cold again, his tanned face stark against the white bandage wrapped around his head. His family's Hampton's place is ridiculous. Pool, waterfall, the works. His gurney's tucked in a quiet corner, and the nurse tells me they're prepping a room upstairs. The x-rays aren't back yet, but a concussion seems likely. When I must look panicked, the nurse pats my arm and jokes, "Don't worry, he'll be back to busting moves soon." I can't just leave him here alone. Where the heck is his family? When my 5 minutes are up, I return to the waiting room, determined to stay until someone shows up or he's moved. And then, what? Because here's the thing. I'm absolutely certain someone just tried to kill me. That chess guy said it, didn't he? Good thing you moved, or you'd be the one with the head wound. Or something close to that. The only person who could have tipped that planter over was Christopher Allington. Who else had access to his parents' balcony? Who else had a motive to send a cascade of geraniums crashing toward my skull? It wasn't planned. He couldn't have known I'd be walking back inside at that exact moment. He must have spotted me, saw an opportunity, and shoved it without thinking. If I hadn't dodged, it would have been my head instead of Jordan's, and unlike a washed-up rock star, my skull isn't built to survive a direct hit. But why would Chris want me dead? Just because I think he's a killer? Suspicion isn't proof. What evidence does he think I have? The condom only proves he's reckless, not homicidal. There's no actual proof of murder, not that anyone else seems to care. So why take the risk? Unless he's panicking. A voice cuts through my thoughts, smooth and familiar. I blink away from the unconscious guy slumped across the waiting room chairs and meet Cooper's easy grin. My stomach twists. "Heather," he says, dropping into the seat beside me like this is just another casual chat. I manage, smooth. After a beat, I choke out, "Hey." Cooper glances at the guy snoring nearby, then back at me. He's wearing that leather jacket again, the one that fits just right, and suddenly I'm hyper-aware of my own heartbeat. Not that he'd notice. He's never even asked me on a real date. Sure, he offered me a place to stay, out of obligation, obviously, but it's not like he's tried to cross the hallway since. "So," he says, like we're discussing the weather. "What's new?" My face burns, unfair. "Not much," I lie. "Did your dad call?" "Nope," he says. "Patty did. She showed up at your office for lunch." Magda told her what happened. She would have come herself, but she had the baby. I wince. I'd completely forgotten about lunch. The clock reads past 2. "Right. What she couldn't figure out," Cooper adds, "was the part where you almost got crushed by a flying planter." And just like that, the whole story spills out. I don't plan it. I don't even want to. But that's Cooper's talent. Getting people to talk without even trying. There's something about the way he speaks. That low, steady tone that makes secrets spill out before you can stop them. Not all my secrets, though. I kept quiet about what happened between Jordan and me on Cooper's hallway rug. That story's staying locked up tight. And obviously, I didn't mention how badly I wanted to, well, bite Cooper's clothes off. But everything else. It just poured out, like hot chocolate from the dorm cafeteria machine, when Magda forgets to stir it first. I started with the lip sync night, when I first suspected Christopher Allington was the killer, and ended with Jordan getting clocked by the geraniums, conveniently skipping the part where his brother and I got a little too familiar in the foyer. I've heard Cooper with his clients before. His office is near the laundry room, and I've been in there washing my good underwear, reserved for corporate training days and HR seminars, while he talked to people in this calm, professional voice. Turns out that's not the voice he uses on me. "Heather, have you lost your mind?" He looks furious. He sounds furious. You actually went and confronted him. Part of me wants to believe he's this upset because my close call made him realize he's crazy about me. But more likely, it just confirmed his theory that I'm completely unhinged. "Why are you yelling at me?" I snap. "I'm the one who almost died." "No, Jordan's the one who got hurt. If you just listened." "If I'd listened, we wouldn't know Chris Allington is the psycho we're after. Except you still have zero proof." Cooper runs a hand through his hair, dark, messy, always too long, like he's too busy solving crimes to bother with a haircut. That planter could have been knocked over by anyone. Maybe the gardener was watering the plants and bumped it. Right onto my head. That's one hell of a coincidence, especially after I questioned Chris last night. For a second, I think I see him almost smile. "Heather, no offense, but I doubt your detective skills are threatening enough to push a guy like Allington into murder." Okay, fine, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but he doesn't have to say it like that. "He tried to kill me," I blurt, my voice cracking. "Why won't you believe me? Do you seriously still see me as some clueless teen idol who doesn't know anything?" The words spill out before I can stop them, and instantly I regret it. What am I even doing? This is Cooper, the guy who took me in without hesitation when I had nowhere else to go. Well, okay, Patty and Frank's guest loft was technically an option, but still. How could I be so ungrateful? "I didn't mean that," I blurt, my throat tight with regret. I don't know why I said it. I'm just stressed, I guess. Cooper just watches me, his expression impossible to read. "I don't think of you that way," he says, sounding almost puzzled. "I know," I rush to say. Why can't I ever think before I speak?" "I just worry about you sometimes," he continues before I can dig myself deeper. "You get into these situations, like whatever happened with my brother." My stomach drops. What does he mean? My past with his brother, or last night? "Please don't let him have seen the tabloids. And you don't exactly have anyone," he adds, shaking his head. "No family, no one looking out for you." "But you don't either," I point out. "That's different," he says. "How?" I press. "Because I'm younger. 7 years is that big of a deal. Prince Charles and Diana had a whole 12-year gap. Okay, bad example, but still, we're not them. Not that we're even a we, and neither of us cares about polo." "Besides," I add, thinking of the faces I'd seen through the ambulance window, "I do have people. Rachel, Magda, Pete, Patty, and you." The last word slips out before I can stop it, hanging between us. "You're part of my family now, Cooper. Not that my actual family is in any position to argue. Most of them are either locked up or on the run." "Congrats, Cooper, you made the cut." He just stares at me like I've lost it, which fair. So I quickly tack on, "And Lucy, obviously." Cooper lets out a slow breath. "If you really believe someone S after you," he says, completely sidestepping my sentimental moment, noted, "then we should go to the police." "I already tried that," I remind him. "Yeah, but this time I'll be there to make sure they—" His sentence cuts off as a woman in a sleek leather skirt rushes up to the reception desk, her left hand flashing a rock the size of a small planet. Okay, I can't actually see the ring from here, but I know who she is. I've seen her wrapped around my ex in ways I can't unsee. "Excuse me," she gasps to the receptionist. "My fiancé, Jordan Cartwright, is he here? When can I see him?" Tania Trace, the woman who'd stolen my spot in Jordan's life, his luxury apartment, and my ranking on the Billboard charts. Cooper raises an eyebrow. "Interesting," he says. "She doesn't seem to be in as much agony as you described." I shoot him a look before remembering the conversation we'd had months ago, back when I first moved in. "Oh, sure," I say, rolling my eyes. "That's because she's probably popping painkillers like candy. But trust me, Coop, you don't get that much work done and walk away without consequences. She's basically a walking science experiment. Underneath all that, she's a size 18. Cooper smirks. Right, looks like my brother upgraded. Should we get out of here? We leave, and not a second too soon, if you ask me. Shout out to my girls, shout out to my crew, shout out to the ones who stay true through and through. Shout out to the ladies who buy their own bling, shout out to my sisters. We ride till the end. Shout Out, performed by Heather Wells, written by Diet/Ryder from the album Summer Cartwright Records, at the 6th Precinct. The first person I talk to is a weary-looking woman at the front desk, her dark hair pulled into a tight bun, probably standard issue for NYPD officers. I make a mental note to never consider a career in law enforcement. She points us toward a heavy-set detective, and I repeat my story for what feels like the 100th time. Like the receptionist, he barely reacts, until I drop Jordan's name. Suddenly, the whole room perks up. Easy Street still carries weight, even here. The detective tells us to wait, and before long, we're led into a spotless office. We sit across from an immaculate desk, and after a minute in walks none other than Detective Canavan, cigar in hand. "You," I blurt out. "You," he fires back, holding a styrofoam cup of coffee and, no surprise, a glazed donut, probably fresh from Krispy Kreme. "Lucky guy. To what do I owe this honor, Miss Wells?" he asks, tearing off a piece of donut and dunking it into his coffee. "Wait, let me guess. Did someone finally take a swing at a backstreet boy?" "Easy Street," I correct. "And yeah, pretty much." Canavan leans back, hands behind his head, chair tilting dangerously. Cooper stays quiet beside me, leaving me to tell the story again. I side-eye him, wondering, not for the first time, why I'm so hung up on a guy who barely talks. Then I remember the whole tall, dark and handsome, always has my back thing. And yeah, that explains it. Either he skipped his deodorant this morning or he sweats like a marathon runner, because dark patches of sweat spread under his arms. Not that he seems to care. Detective Canavan stares at the water-damaged ceiling tiles while I finish talking, then finally says, "So let me get this straight. You think the president of New York College's son is a killer?" "Well," I say, hesitating. When he phrases it like that, it sounds ridiculous. "Yeah, I guess I do. You've got zero evidence. Sure, the guy had a condom, one we could probably trace back to him, but that wouldn't hold up in court. And you've got no proof a crime even happened except for that planter flying off the terrace, which could have just been bad luck. Those planters have been up there forever," I cut in. "None of them ever fell before today. Coroner ruled both deaths accidental." Detective Canavan finally looks at me. "Hold on, you still going by Miss?" My face heats up. If it weren't for Tania Trace, I might have been a Mrs. by now, though I doubt it would have lasted. "It's Ms.," I say firmly. He nods. "My wife switched tems, too. Anyway, listen, Ms. Wells, kids that age, they're reckless. Accidents kill more people between 17 and 25 than anything else. They take stupid risks, push limits. Not those girls, I insist. Maybe not. But here's the thing, you've got nothing on this guy. No clear crime, no solid link. If the backstreet boy doesn't make it, maybe we'll have something, maybe. But the coroner could call that an accident too." I slump in my chair, defeated. At least he didn't laugh this time, but he didn't write anything down either. I grab my backpack. "Sorry for wasting your time, again." As I stand, Detective Canavan gives me a look like I've lost my mind. "Where do you think you're going? Sit down. We're not done." I drop back into the chair, confused. "What's the point? You clearly think I'm delusional. I don't need the NYPD to mock me. My friends do that just fine." I avoid looking at Cooper. Detective Canavan finishes his donut, picks up his cigar, and eyes Cooper. "She's got spirit," he remarks. "Oh, she's got that," Cooper agrees, deadpan. I freeze, glancing between them. "Wait, you two know each other," Cooper shrugs. "Seen him around the precinct." Detective Canavan shakes his head, exhaling a cloud of cigar smoke. "This guy Cooper, you can't walk 10 feet in this town without tripping over him filming some poor sap's messy divorce or bad day," he grumbles. My stomach knots tighter. Fantastic, I mutter, crossing my arms. Just what I needed. Are you two having fun with this little interrogation? The detective's face remains stone. Does it look like I'm enjoying myself? Check your cameraman over there. Not a single grin on him either. Cooper meets my gaze evenly. There's nothing funny about this, he says. His calm tone makes my pulse jump, especially since he didn't correct Canavan calling him my boyfriend. Heat floods my face. He's not my boyfriend, I snap, louder than necessary. Canavan gives me a slow, patronizing nod like I just announced water is wet. Listen, Ms. Wells, he says, tapping ash from his cigar. We get our share of enthusiastic citizens reporting crimes. Some mean well. You strike me as one of those. You've done your part. Now let me do mine. My shoulders lift. You'll actually look into it. You'll talk to Chris. Discreetly, he says around the cigar. That's my job. Yours is to stay out of it. My hope deflates. Because you think he's dangerous. Because he could sue you into next week for defamation, Canavan counters. You're suggesting Allington's some criminal mastermind who leaves zero evidence, just a rumored condom. Newsflash, most killers are dumb as rocks. That's why they kill, and in 20 years working homicides, never met a real serial killer. He leans in, his gravelly voice dropping. So do yourself a favor, drop it before you get fired. The dismissal stings. I bite my lip, staring at the scuffed floor tiles. Cooper's silent presence beside me suddenly feels like the only solid thing in the room. My shoulders sag as I mumble, "Thanks, detective." Detective Canavan slides me his business card, urging me to reach out if anything else comes to mind. After exchanging a few words with Cooper about some case he's been poking around, he sends us off. Cooper flags down a taxi, his expression unreadable the whole ride home. He's clearly determined to prove he doesn't see me as some bubblegum pop cliché, even going out of his way to praise Canavan's skills, insisting he's the best man to crack whatever's happening at Fisher Hall. It's reassuring, but only slightly. Back at the brownstone, I hesitate. I should return to work, but since I'm already here, I figure a quick walk with Lucy won't hurt. Pausing by the hallway mirror, I swipe on fresh lip gloss while Cooper disappears into his office to check messages. My eyes dart around, no trace of last night's incident with Jordan on the rug. Then Cooper reappears, leaning casually against the doorframe. So, he says, eyes sharp, what's the deal with you and Jordan? My pulse spikes. What do you mean? He raises a brow. Why was he at Fisher Hall today? Oh, just talking. Right. His gaze doesn't waver. And you wouldn't know anything about that blonde the Post caught him kissing on my doorstep. I choke on air. He saw it. Of course he did. Is the universe just messing with me now? I once read everyone gets a golden decade where nothing goes catastrophically wrong. Did mine already pass? Because if I'd had a choice, I'd have picked my 20s, not my awkward high school years. Cooper's voice softens, almost concerned. You okay? Fine, I lie, but I'm not. Someone's out to get me. I slept with my ex, who's engaged to someone more successful, and let's be real, with a way better backside. And now, the whole city probably knows Cooper's got proof of my little slip-up, or at least the moments leading to it. Something's off, he says, stepping next to me in front of the mirror. Don't even try to hide it. I notice things, remember, that tiny crease between your brows when you're stressed. He taps the glass. There, see it. Great, he's not wrong. There's a faint line etched there, and if I keep frowning like this, I'll be a walking wrinkle by 30. I force my expression smooth. It's nothing, I say, looking away. Seriously, that whole thing with Jordan last night, just a goodbye, a clean break. Cooper studies me, unconvinced. A goodbye, he repeats. Right. Because it's totally over between you two. I swallow hard. Completely, like zero chance of rekindling. He nods, though his expression stays wary. Sure, he says, if you say so. We're both moving on, I cut in, gaining momentum. Finally, we needed closure, you know. The way things ended, me storming out was messy. Now, totally fine, we're done. If you're so done, Cooper counters, why was Jordan outside Fisher Hall this morning when that planter nearly flattened him? Crap, forgot about that. But I've got this. Oh, that. I laugh, light and effortless. Maybe I do have acting chops. Next stop, Hollywood. Forget an Oscar, I'll just collect random trophies for my shelf. Wait, is a Nobel Prize a plaque or a medallion, whatever? Yeah, I say, still breezy. He was just dropping off a CD I left at his place. Super rare, Tank Girl soundtrack. A CD, Cooper deadpans. MHM. I try not to notice how his arms look in that plain gray tee, solid, like he actually lifts more than just a camera for his pie gig. Wonder if he ever gets too hot on the job and just focus. Anyway, I push on. Now that Jordan and I are officially history, I feel like celebrating. Celebrating, he echoes flatly. Exactly. I never go out, so thought I'd hit the pansy ball tonight. The pansy ball. His stare doesn't waver. I swear he's scanning for tells I genuinely want to attend the pansy ball, just not for the reasons I'm giving Cooper. Yeah, I say, trying to sound casual. It's this fancy event to honor trustees and people who have received pansy awards for their contributions to the college. Rachel's getting one this year. The moment I mention my boss's name, Cooper's attention evaporates. He strides over to the mail slot, where Lucy is already sniffing eagerly, and wrestles the stack of envelopes from her. Rachel, huh? He mutters, flipping through the pile. Yeah, I press on, but the tickets are insane, like $200 each. No way I can swing that, but your grandfather was an alum, right? I figured you might have a few free passes lying around. Probably, Cooper says, tossing Lucy a J. Crew catalog to shred. So, any chance I could snag one? Smooth. Real subtle, Heather. Cooper doesn't even glance up. So you can stalk Christopher Allington, not happening. I gape at him. But, Heather, did you tune out everything that detective said? He's handling it quietly. Stay out of it, or you'll end up in a lawsuit, not a ballroom. I swear I won't even talk to him, I insist, flashing a three-finger salute like some kind of honorary Girl Scout. Never actually joined, so it's meaningless. I'll keep my distance. Cooper finally looks at me deadpan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you just accuse him of trying to murder you today? That's what I'm trying to confirm, I argue. Come on, Cooper, what's he gonna do at the pansy ball? Poison my champagne in front of 200 people. No, he won't, Cooper says flatly, because I'll be there to make sure he doesn't. Wait, what? My brain short-circuits. You'd go with me. Only because if I don't, you'll probably get crushed by a falling chandelier or something. He drops the mail and pins me with that laser blue stare. And because I know you. You'll sweet-talk some poor geology ta into giving you a ticket if I don't. My heart practically somersaults. Cooper Cartwright is taking me to the pansy ball. This isn't just surveillance, it's practically a date. Oh my God, Cooper, I gush. Thank you, you have no idea how much this. He's already retreating to his office, shaking his head like he regrets everything. Meanwhile, I'm mentally flipping through my closet, panicking about shoes. Men have it so easy, they just throw on a suit and call it a night. Misconstrued, everything I say to you is misconstrued. Why else do you do the things you do? The rest of the workday drags on endlessly. Every time someone asks about Jordan, I feel a pang of guilt. I haven't even checked on him since leaving the hospital. Between detectives questioning me, my almost date with the guy I've been crushing on, and stressing over what to wear to the pansy ball, it slipped my mind. After a dozen transfers at St. Vincent's, because let's face it, Jordan's famous and they don't just hand out his medical details, I finally convince a nurse I'm not pressed by belting out a snippet of Sugar Rush. She confirms he's stable and expected to recover fully. When I tell Rachel, she sighs in relief. Thank goodness. I was so scared for you, Heather. That planter could have crushed you instead. Magda, on the other hand, barely looks up from swiping student meal cards. Shame, she mutters. I was rooting for worse. Magda, I gasp, she shrugs. What, He had it coming after what he did to you. That's Magda for you, no gray areas. America, perfect. Cheating boyband members deserve airborne flower pots, no debate. Patty's voice shakes when she answers my call. Seeing the blood-stained sidewalk outside Fisher Hall had sent her into a panic. She thought it was mine. It took 2 Dove bars and 20 minutes of deep breathing before she could even hail a cab home. "Heather," she says hesitantly, "are you sure about this degree? Frank could pull strings at his label." "That's sweet," I say, "but I doubt they'd be thrilled my biggest gigs were at shopping malls." "Who cares?" she insists. Bless her optimism, but labels do care, a lot. "Or," she adds, brightening, "you could try Broadway. Debbie Gibson's doing it." Key word being Debbie Gibson, I counter. "She's already a star." Not. Patty's voice is laced with concern as she says, "Heather, I really don't think you should keep working in that dorm. It's not safe. First girls dying, then flower pots nearly crushing people." Her worry warms me, even if it's unnecessary. "Oh, Patty," I say, "I'll be fine." She doesn't let it go. "I mean it, Heather. Cooper and I talked about it and we both agree. You and Cooper talked about me." I try not to sound too eager. What exactly did they discuss? Did Cooper confess some secret, undying love for me that he can't act on because I'm his brother's ex and technically his employee? But if he had, Patty would have spilled immediately. "Cooper and I, and Frank too, think that if these murders are real, you could be in serious danger." Well, that doesn't sound like a love confession. No wonder Patty didn't call me gushing. "Patty," I say, "I'm good. Seriously, I've got the world's best bodyguard." Then I drop the news about Cooper taking me to the pansy ball. She doesn't react the way I'd hoped. No squealing, no "ooh, he asked you out." Just offers to lend me her red Armani dress, the one she wore to the Grammys while 7 months pregnant with Indy. Fingers crossed it fits. Because, let's be honest, it's not a real date if the guy's only going to make sure you don't get murdered. When did Patty get so level-headed? "Just promise me you'll be careful, okay?" she says, still uneasy. Cooper thinks the whole murder thing is unlikely, but I'm not convinced, and I don't want you to be next. I reassure her, even though I know better. Someone in Fisher Hall wants me gone, which means my theory about Elizabeth Kellogg and Roberta Pace being murdered is spot on. After hanging up, I feel eyes on me. Sarah's at her desk, packing Tootsie Rolls into little bags for the Raws, her way of cheering them up after the semester's grim start. Except she's stopped mid-task and is now staring at me through her thick glasses. Contacts are reserved for special occasions, check-in days, in case of single dads, or poetry readings at St. Mark S. in case of broke-but-cute poets. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop," she says, "but did you just say someone S trying to kill you?" I hesitate. How do I break this gently? I get to leave at night. She lives here. How at ease can she really be, knowing there's a violent stalker lurking in Fisher Hall? Then again, Sarah once bragged about losing her virginity during her freshman year on an Israeli kibbutz, so she's hardly the type to panic. I shrug and say, yeah. With Rachel upstairs in her apartment getting ready for the ball, she'd refused to show us her dress, insisting on keeping it a surprise. I lay out my suspicions about Chris Allington and the deaths of Elizabeth Kellogg and Roberta Pace. When I finish, Sarah cuts straight to the point. "Have you mentioned any of this to Rachel?" she asks. "No," I reply. "She's got enough on her plate. Besides, if I'm wrong, accusing the college president's son of double murder won't exactly look great at my 6-month review." Sarah nods. "Good, don't. Because have you considered that maybe this whole theory, you thinking Elizabeth and Roberta were murdered, is just you projecting your own issues?" I stare at her. "What?" She adjusts her glasses. "Your mom took off with your manager and drained your bank account. That's pretty traumatic. You lost everything, your savings, your trust in people, and let's not forget your dad was already out of the picture, thanks to his little check fraud habit. But whenever anyone brings it up, you act like it's no big deal." "That's not true," I say, though I'm not entirely sure it is. "Oh, please," Sarah counters. You still talk to her. I heard you on the phone last week asking what to get your dad for his birthday. In prison, the woman robbed you blind and skipped town. She's still my mom, I mutter, feeling defensive. Explaining my mother is impossible. When Cartwright Records dropped me for refusing to sing their generic lyrics, not that my sales were stellar anyway, she bylaid. That's just her nature. Yeah, I was furious, but being angry at her is like yelling at the weather. She doesn't change. Sarah would probably call that denial. Or, she presses, maybe you're taking all that anger and aiming it at Chris Allington instead. I exhale sharply. The planter didn't throw itself off the roof, Sarah. Okay, fine, maybe it did, but not on its own. Sarah's words hit hard, echoing what Cooper had said by the service elevator, that I was chasing some made-up mystery to relive the thrill of my old Mall of America days. But wanting to solve murders in my workplace isn't the same as performing for crowds of shoppers. At least, I hope it is. I finally manage. Maybe, I don't know. Honestly, Sarah's lucky she met Yale when she did. Otherwise, she'd be exactly Chris's type, except for the whole psychoanalyzing everyone thing. That would get old fast. Prepping for the party takes forever. First, I rush to Patty's to grab the dress, which, thank goodness, still fits, though just barely. Then it's a whirlwind of DIY beauty, nails, hair, shaving everywhere, because why risk it? A face mask, moisturizer, eyebrows, makeup, and perfume. My red heels have seen better days, so I color in the scuffs with a marker. And of course, I snack on double-stuff Oreos between steps so I don't pass out from hunger. By the time Cooper knocks, I'm wrestling with the zipper, wondering how the dress shrank in 2 hours. Just a second, I yell, panicking about my backup options. Miraculously, the zipper gives, and I grab my things, rushing downstairs. No grand entrance for me, just me kneeing Lucy out of the way to get to the door. I don't even notice Cooper's reaction to how I look, if he had one. Because I'm too stunned by his turns out, Cooper does have a tuxedo, and not just any tux, but one that fits him like it was tailored specifically for him. There's something undeniably magnetic about a man in formal wear. Maybe it's the sharp lines, the way the black fabric contrasts with the crisp white shirt, or how it accentuates his broad shoulders. Whatever the reason, Cooper doesn't just look good, he looks unreal. For a moment, I'm so caught up in staring that I almost forget why we're here. When he casually says, "You look amazing," my brain short-circuits, and I let myself pretend just for a second that this is actually a date. But then he checks his watch and mutters, "We should get moving. I've got plans later." Plans with who? A contact, a source, or someone he's seeing. My stomach twists, but I force a smile. "I'm fine," I lie. He guides me by the arm, and we head out, weaving through the park under the glow of streetlights. I remind myself this isn't about him. Tonight's mission is simple: find the killer. The library, usually a quiet sanctuary of books, has been turned into a glittering gala. Red carpets, twinkling lights, and velvet ropes make it feel like we're walking into a movie premiere. Campus security in white gloves patrol the entrance, blowing whistles at anyone who lingers too long. Inside, waiters circle with trays of hors d'oeuvres, tiny crab-stuffed mushrooms that I can't resist. Cooper grabs 2 sparkling waters instead of champagne. "Rule number 1, he says, handing me a glass. "Stay sharp." I smirk, thinking of old detective movies where the leads solved crimes half drunk. Maybe they'd have cracked more cases if they'd followed Cooper's advice. But then again, where's the fun in that? "To murder and mayhem," Cooper says, clinking his glass against mine. His bright blue eyes catch the light in a way that still makes my pulse skip. "Cheers," I murmur, taking a sip while scanning the crowded hall. A live band near the fiction section is playing a swing rendition of "Fly Me to the Moon." Towering platters of crab cakes are vanishing fast from the buffet tables by the escalators. The room hums with forced laughter and polite nods. the kind where everyone's pretending to enjoy small talk more than they actually are. Dr. Flynn is deep in conversation with the Dean of Admissions, whose glassy stare suggests either profound disinterest or one too many martinis. Nearby, a group of residential life staff huddle beneath a crimson Nayu banner like tourists waiting for a ferry. It's funny, campus administrators never get much love from students or faculty. Most see them as glorified babysitters, even though they're the ones keeping the place running while professors swoop in for a lecture before disappearing into academic drama. As Cooper gets cornered by a trustee, some old money friend of his family, I watch my bosses from across the room. Dr. Jessup fidgets in his tuxedo, while his wife, tall and poised in a sequined gown, chats with Dr. Flynn's spouse. Both women look polished, but neither holds a candle to Rachel. She's radiant in emerald green satin, her skin luminous against the dark sweep of her updo. The jewels in her hair catch the light every time she laughs. I tug self-consciously at the too tight bodice of my borrowed dress. Meanwhile, President Allington, miraculously out of his usual sweats, actually looks presidential in a tux. His wife, though, not so much. That velour jumpsuit belongs in a 1970s time capsule. Just then, Rachel catches my eye and grins, raising her glass in a silent toast. For the first time tonight, I relax. Maybe this gala won't be so bad after all her flowing sleeves slip back each time she raises her drink, something she's doing with unsettling enthusiasm. But where's the Allingtons' golden boy, the effortlessly charming Chris or Todd or whatever his name was? I was sure he'd make an appearance. What 20-something guy skips an open bar? Meanwhile, Cooper's deep in conversation with some older gentleman who complimented my dress, so earnestly I had to check if my zipper was still intact. The topic? Something about surveillance cameras, I think. Then, out of nowhere, a striking woman in head-to-toe black glides up, her voice dripping with surprise. Cooper. She's got that rare mix of elegance and academia, like she could lecture on Renaissance art while sipping martinis. Without hesitation, she loops her arm through his, possessive, practiced, like she's staked a claim long ago. Where have you been hiding? Months without a word, you'd think I'd offended you. Cooper doesn't exactly panic, but there's a flicker of discomfort, like he's mentally calculating escape routes. Marian, he says, leaning in for a stiff cheek kiss. Good to see you, he gestures to me. This is Heather Wells. She works at New York College, too. Marian's handshake is featherlight, her fingers fluttering against mine. She's definitely the type who does Pilates at dawn and showers in under 5 minutes. Art history, she says when Cooper mentions her field, flashing a smile so polished it could blind someone. And you teach. I stall, praying for a sudden ceiling collapse to save me. Residence life, dorms, not exactly academia. Her smile doesn't falter, but her gaze keeps darting back to Cooper like she's mentally undressing him. Can't say I judge her. Just then, Rachel materializes, gripping my arm with alarming force. Her cheeks are flushed, her eyes glittering. Heather, she slurs, champagne fumes practically radiating off her. Guess who just got promoted? I had no idea you'd be here tonight. How are you holding up? And Jordan, how's he doing? I've been so concerned about him. A pang of guilt hits me. I hadn't given Jordan a single thought all evening. Not since Cooper showed up at my door anyway. He's fine, I fumble. Doing well, actually. Doctors say he'll recover completely. Rachel nudges me with her elbow. What a crazy semester, right? You and I seriously need a vacation after everything. 2 deaths in 2 weeks, can you even believe it? She glances around nervously before dropping her voice. I still can't wrap my head around it. I can't help but smile. Rachel is definitely tipsy. Knowing her, she probably skipped dinner, and now the champagne's gone straight to her head. Most of the appetizers floating around stuffed mushrooms, shrimp in flaky pastry, don't exactly scream low carb, so she's probably been avoiding them. Still, it's nice seeing her like this, even if I don't get why this stuffy event has her so hyped. Then again, I didn't go to Yale, so maybe that explains it. Yeah, it's wild, I agree. You look amazing, by the way. That dress is perfect on you. Thank you, she beams. Paid full price, but no regrets. Then she spots Cooper, and her eyes light up. Heather, she whispers, grinning. You're here with Cooper, are you too? I glance back at him, still deep in conversation with the professor, spinning some story about where he's been the past few months. As far as I know, he's been right on Waverly Place. Maybe he's trying to ditch Marion, why else wouldn't he call her? Though honestly, why any guy would walk away from someone like her is beyond me. She's smart, successful, stunning, and actually showers. I'd date her. No, I say quickly, my face warming. He just had an extra ticket. We're just friends. And that's all we'll ever be, apparently. Like you and Jordan, Rachel says. Right, I force a smile. Like me and Jordan. She doesn't mean to twist the knife. Anyway, I should go, she says. Promise Stan I'd grab him a crab cake before they're gone. Oh, sure, see you later. Rachel drifts off, practically floating. Rumor has it she's up for a major promotion, wouldn't surprise me. After checking for pulses twice in 2 weeks, what else could the college do? A pansy award isn't enough. Magda once told me Justine got nominated just for lending out her phone book. Hey, sunshine. The voice behind me doesn't get a reaction. I'm too busy watching Cooper chat with Marion Braithwaite. She's gazing up at him like he's the most fascinating person in the room, laughing at whatever smooth line he just delivered. How do they even know each other? Maybe she hired him to tail her professor husband, suspecting an affair, only for Cooper to confirm the guy was boringly faithful. That would explain why she keeps touching his arm like he's her personal hero. Sunshine. A tap on my shoulder makes me spin around, half expecting some stiff-necked aide demanding my ticket. Instead, I'm face to face with the president's son, his gray eyes sparkling with amusement. Hey, Chris says, grinning like we're old pals. Remember me? My throat tightens. Christopher Allington, standing here, touching me, handing me a champagne flute like we're at some casual backyard barbecue instead of a high-security gala. My fingers close around the glass automatically, my pulse roaring in my ears. This guy tried to kill me today, and now he's acting like we're about to swap weekend plans. You were outside Fisher Hall last night, he adds, mistaking my silence for forgetfulness, as if I could ever forget. Oh, I say, forcing a light tone while my skin prickles where his fingers had been. Right, how's it going? He releases my arm. His grip wasn't rough, which is somehow more unsettling. Shouldn't a killer's touch feel wrong? Instead, he's all easy confidence, his tailored tux fitting him way better than his dad's. No bow tie, just a sleek necktie that somehow makes him look even more polished. Better now that I found you, he admits, rolling his eyes. These things are brutal. You're not actually enjoying this, are you? I shrug and knock back the champagne in one go. Cooper's no drinking on duty rule be damned. If anyone deserves a liquid courage boost, it's me after this ambush. Chris chuckles as I drain the glass. So, who dragged you here? He asks. Those tickets cost a fortune. Student ambassador gig. Another shrug. Detective Canavan once said most killers aren't exactly geniuses. And watching Chris, I'm starting to think he might be onto something. Being nearly a decade older than your typical student government rep doesn't seem to faze Chris at all. Which works in my favor, considering I'm trying to play it cool and coax a confession out of him. Not that I have a solid plan for that yet. At least, he doesn't ignore the effort I put into this borrowed dress, unlike some people. His eyes keep drifting downward, and no, it's not because my zipper's busted. I checked. Twice. The band shifts to a slow melody, and to my surprise, couples start swaying across the library floor, including Chris's parents. President Allington sweeps his wife into a dramatic bow that earns chuckles and applause from the trustees. It's almost charming, until Mrs. Allington nearly face plants over her bell-bottoms. Her husband spins her into a smooth recovery, making it look intentional. Maybe Chris lucked out in the parent department after all. "Hey," Chris says, plucking the champagne from my hand and setting it on a waiter's tray. "Wanna dance?" I whip my head around so fast a strand of hair slaps my glossed lips. "What?" I sputter, peeling it off. "Dance with me," he repeats, flashing that cocky grin. The kind that says he knows this whole pansy ball thing is ridiculous, but he's rolling with it. It's the grin of a guy who's never been turned down, and I'm not about to break his streak. Not just because I need him to slip up about Elizabeth and Roberta. "Sure," I say, letting him lead me out. I'm no pro, but Chris moves like he's had private lessons, probably some fancy prep school thing. He even talks while dancing, while I'm silently counting steps and nearly breaking his toes. "So," he murmurs, pulling me closer, "what's your major?" I scan the room for Cooper. Shouldn't he be watching me? No sign of him or Marion. Did they both bail for exes? After all Cooper's dramatic warnings about how dangerous my investigation into the Fisher Hall murders could be, he suddenly disappears on me. Some protective instincts he's got. Then again, he's letting me crash at his place for practically nothing, so maybe I shouldn't complain. Try finding an apartment in Manhattan with free laundry. Good luck with that. When Chris asks about my major, I shrug. Still figuring it out. That part's true, at least. "Smart move," Chris says, nodding. "Too many people lock themselves into a major before they've even tried anything new. You never know what might click, like ceramics or graphic design. Some people discover a passion they never expected." Ceramics. I didn't realize you could major in that. Imagine turning in a vase for your final exam. "Any ideas what you might pick?" Chris asks. I almost say pre-med, but switch at the last second. "Criminal justice," I lie, watching for his reaction. Instead of bolting, he just grins. "Interesting, I've actually been considering law school, specifically criminal defense." "Sure you have." I tilt my head, keeping my tone light. "So what's a future lawyer like you doing hanging around an undergrad dorm?" Chris actually blushes. "Well, my parents live there," he admits, rubbing the back of his neck. "And so do plenty of undergrads," I add pointedly. "Remember, you murdered 2 of them," he chuckles. "That doesn't hurt," he says. "Girls in my program are more into case files than parties." Over his shoulder, I finally spot Cooper. He's deep in conversation, or rather, an argument with Professor Braithwaite near the seafood station. He glances my way, so at least he hasn't forgotten about me. Still, he has no idea who Chris is. I gesture subtly toward Chris and mouth, "This is him." Big mistake. Marion notices Cooper's distraction, follows his gaze, and locks eyes with me. I give an awkward wave. She turns away, icy. Oops. Chris is still talking. "Law students think pulling an all-nighter in the library is fun," he says with a smirk. "Right, undergrads versus law school. Got it, the murder case had me intrigued." "Ah," I said with a knowing nod. "Law school students. Definitely not like those wide-eyed freshmen back at Fisher Hall, right?" He burst out laughing. "You're actually hilarious," he admitted. "What year are you in?" I shrugged, trying to play it cool, like it hadn't been, maybe 7 years since I'd first legally ordered a drink. "At least tell me your name," he pressed, his voice dropping to what I assumed some ex had called irresistible. "You can stick with Blondie," I teased. "That way you won't mix me up with your other admirers." Chris arched a brow, amused. "What other admirers?" "Oh, please," I shot back, giving his arm a playful tap. "I've heard the stories. I knew Roberta, you know." His expression shifted, confusion, then something sharper. "Who?" The guy was smooth, not a flicker of guilt in those cool gray eyes. "Roberta," I repeated, my pulse racing. This was it, real detective work. "Roberta Pace. Never heard of her. Unbelievable." "Bobby," I corrected. That got a reaction. He laughed, but it was off. "Bobby, you're friends with Bobby." I caught the weird stress on your and the present tense. Sure, I mostly handled paperwork for an investigator, but I wasn't clueless. Was friends, I clarified, all pretense gone. No more playing naive, because his casual act disgusting. Until she fell off an elevator last week. Chris stopped mid-step. Wait, what? You heard me, Bobby Pace and Bate Kellogg, both dead supposedly from elevator surfing, and you were with both of them right before it happened. Okay, maybe I should have eased into it. Cooper would have been smoother, but his flippant act, it lit a fuse. Real detectives probably don't lose their cool. Guess I'm not making partner anytime soon. Chris went rigid, his grip on my waist tightening until we were pressed together. What? He breathed, his eyes wide, the color draining from his face. The shock there, real, raw horror, hit me like a punch. That's when it clicked. He hadn't known, not until that exact moment. The girls from Fisher Hall, the ones he'd been with days before, dead. And he'd had no idea is he really the kind of guy who only remembers the nicknames of the women he's been with. The evidence sure points that way. My revelation hits Chris like a freight train. His fingers tighten around my waist, and he starts shaking his head like a wet dog. No, he mutters, voice cracking. That's impossible, it can't be true. And just like that, it hits me, I've messed up big time. No, I don't have a detective's instincts, but I know it with the same certainty as the calorie count in a Snickers bar. Christopher Allington didn't murder those women. Sure, he slept with them. But the killer... That's someone else, someone far more dangerous. All right, Cooper's voice rumbles behind me, his grip landing on my shoulder. Time to go, Heather. Where did he even come from? I can't leave now. Hang on, I say, trying to sound casual. Just one more minute. But Cooper's not in the mood for delays. He looks like a man who's spotted a ticking bomb. We're leaving, he insists. Now. His hand clamps around my arm, pulling me back. Cooper, I hiss, twisting free. Chris is still frozen in shock. If I stay, I might get more out of him. Doesn't Cooper realize I'm onto something huge here? Why don't you grab a drink or something? I suggest. I'll meet you by the bar in 5. No, he cuts in. We're going immediately. I get it, Cooper's not exactly thrilled to be here. Not everyone handles exes by, say, making out with them in the lobby. But I can't walk away now. Not when Chris is unraveling right in front of me. He's stumbling off the dance floor, heading toward the elevators. Is he going to his dad's office to drown his sorrows? Or worse, up to the roof? I need to follow him, make sure he doesn't do something reckless, but Cooper won't budge. I can't leave yet, I argue, yanking against his hold. He admitted he knew them, Roberta and Elizabeth, and guess what? I don't think he killed them. I don't even think he knew they were dead. Fantastic, Cooper deadpans. Now move. I've got an appointment and I'm already late. An appointment? I scoff. Seriously, Cooper, did you hear what I just... I heard you, he snaps. Good job, now let's go. I agreed to bring you here, not babysit all night. Some of us have real work to do. I know arguing is pointless even if Cooper had a sudden change of heart and decided to let me stay. I still wouldn't have a clue where Chris vanished to. And honestly, would chasing after him have been the smartest move? Given what happened to the last few girls what was the word? Oh right, entertained. Maybe I should consider a career in creative writing. Why stop there? I could be a best-selling author and a surgeon and a private investigator, and a gemstone artisan Cooper practically drags me outside before I can say goodbye to anyone, not even Rachel, who just won that Pansy Award. The guy moves like he's escaping a crime scene. Take it easy, I snap as he rushes me toward the street. These heels aren't exactly made for sprinting. Right, sorry, he mutters, letting go of my arm. He whistles sharply, flagging down a cab rolling down West 4th. Where are we headed? I ask as the car screeches to a stop. You're going home, he says, shoving me into the backseat before rattling off his grandfather's brownstone address to the driver. Seriously, I lean forward. It's literally across the street. I could have just... Not alone, he cuts in. I've got somewhere else to be. Where? I catch sight of Marion, the art historian, slipping out of the library behind us. Instead of joining us, she glares at Cooper's back before storming off toward Broadway. Oblivious, he just shrugs. Gotta see a guy about a thing. Here. He shoves a 5 at me. Don't wait up. What thing? The cab lurches forward. Cooper, what are you talking about? Is this about Lucy? Is she okay? But he's already gone, swallowed by the crowd on West 3rd. Typical. Sure, his clients matter, and yeah, he probably thinks I'm imagining half of what's happening in my building. But would it kill him to listen for once? The cabbie, who sounds like he's from Mumbai, not Montana, chimes in, "It's just an expression, miss." I meet his eyes in the mirror. What is? See a man about a dog, American saying. Like curiosity killed the cat, you know. I slump back. No, I didn't know. Seems like there's a lot I don't know. Then again, that's why I'm at New York College, right? To learn, and boy, am I getting an education, and classes haven't even started. The song Magic by Heather Wells played in my head as we left the Pansy Ball, Cooper, Chris Allington, and me. The next morning, Rachel Walcott proudly showed off her little flower-shaped pin, eyes shining as she fastened it to her black blazer like it was a purple heart. And honestly, maybe it was. In just a few months, she'd handled more chaos than most college admins see in a decade. Me. My biggest achievement was a record deal for a bubblegum pop song nobody remembers. No Grammys, no People's Choice, not even the Teen Choice Awards, and I used to be the queen of that scene. I kept my envy in check, though. Sure, I'd been the one hauling those boxes, Roberta's and Elizabeth's things, down to mail services. No award for that, huh? Maybe a participation daisy. But when I finally proved their deaths weren't accidents, when I exposed the real killer, oh, then I'll get my moment. The mayor will hand me a giant key on live TV. Cooper will realize I'm more than just a washed-up pop star. And boom, wedding bells, 3 kids, the whole fantasy. Rachel gushed about her win, how Dr. Jessup hugged her, how President Allington praised her dedication. 7 nominations in 4 months, a record. She beamed, asking if I felt the same fulfillment making a difference. Sure, I said. Though I'm pretty sure the student workers just miss Justine as Rachel comes down from her pansy buzz, I decide to tackle some overdue tasks. My first call is to Amber's room. A groggy, "yeah," answers, and I quietly hang up, alive and well, mission accomplished. Next, I check in with St. Vincent's about Jordan. The nurse says he's improving but needs another night under observation. Reluctantly, I ask to be connected to his room, figuring I owe him that much, but Tania picks up instead. No way am I dealing with fiancé drama this early, so I bail. Guilt nags at me, though, so I arrange for a bouquet of balloons to be sent with a simple note. "Get well soon, Jordan," from Heather. They'll probably drown in the sea of fan gifts. Apparently, there was even a candlelight vigil outside the hospital. But at least I made the effort. Thinking of Jordan's injury shifts my mind to Christopher Allington. A decent detective would follow up on last night's conversation, so I decide to give it another shot. Telling Rachel I'm hitting the restroom, I slip into the elevator and head to the forbidden 20th floor. Only the Allingtons and their guests are supposed to be up there, which is why the hallway carpet is basically a giant motion sensor. Step on it, and a camera flips on, broadcasting your face straight to the lobby security desk. But since Pete's on duty today, I'm not sweating it. He's seen me bust plenty of clueless freshmen lured up here by upperclassmen pranking them about the mythical Fisher Hall pool. For the record, the pool did exist, just in the basement, not the penthouse. I stride onto the carpet and reach for the doorbell. Behind the door, an eerie whistling starts. Mrs. Allington's prized cockatoos, no doubt. The second I press the bell, the whistling erupts into full-blown screeching. For a split second, I freeze. Seriously, those birds sound like they're plotting murder. Allington's birds are still screeching as the elevator doors close behind me. My detective novelist Dr. Jeweler fantasy evaporates instantly. This isn't some glamorous mystery, just a really awkward Tuesday. Mrs. Allington's reaction stings more than I expected. 2 weeks ago, I was holding her hair back while she lost her lunch in a potted fern, and now she's slamming doors and acting like I'm some lovesick stalker. Not to mention, she still calls me Justine, even though I've corrected her at least 5 times. The second door slam was louder, if that's even possible. I half expected the wicker birdcage to topple over from the force. Those birds sounded like they were auditioning for a horror movie. And Mrs. Allington. She looked like she wanted to add me to her list of taxidermy projects. Maybe I should have taken the hint the first time. But no, I had to double down, like an idiot. And what did it get me? A suggestion to go to hell, and a reminder that, according to New England high society, I'm apparently breaking some unspoken rule by daring to ask about Chris. As the elevator descends, I can't help but wonder if Sarah's therapy sessions should be redirected toward the Allingtons. They've got enough drama to fuel a daytime soap opera. Then again, maybe I'm just bitter because my feelings are bruised. Either way, this detective work is officially over. Some mysteries aren't worth solving. Allington might have already started drinking, and it's barely past 10 in the morning. Is this her usual routine, or is today special? Maybe celebrating Rachel's Pansy Award. Heading back downstairs, I nearly collide with a lanky girl in the hallway. She's making her way toward Rachel's office, so I start to offer help, but when she turns, I realize it's Amber, Chris Allington's Amber from Idaho. The same one I just woke up. "Oh," she mumbles, barely awake. "Hey." Her greeting lacks any real enthusiasm, probably because she's still half asleep, still in pajamas. "You're not the hall director, right?" she asks. "Nope," I reply. "Just her assistant." "Why?" "Because I got dragged down here for some mandatory meeting with Rachel Walcott." Right on cue, Rachel steps out of the office, heels clicking, gripping a folder. "Heather, there you are," she chirps. "Cooper's inside." I must have made a face because Rachel gives me a puzzled look before confirming, "Yes, he is." Then she zeroes in on Amber. "Amber." "Yes, ma'am," Amber mutters, sounding about as thrilled as any sleep-deprived freshman forced into an early meeting would. Rachel takes Amber's arm. "This way." "Heather, hold my calls, would you?" "Got it," I say, slipping into the office where Cooper stands, eyeing the jar of condoms on my desk with amusement. "Hey, Cooper," I say cautiously. Given his last visit, dropping the bomb about my ex's engagement, I'm bracing for impact. Then it hits me, Marion Braithwaite. Oh no, they've reconciled. They're getting married, and now he needs the apartment back for the nanny. "Hey, Heather," Cooper says, looking more like himself in jeans and a leather jacket than he did in that tux. Got a second? Got a second. Seriously. Could there be a more terrifying opener? No, I absolutely do not have a second if he's about to wreck my day again. Why her? Just because she's smart, successful, and effortlessly thin. Sure, I say, aiming for calm but probably sounding like a startled goat. I motion for him to sit, sinking into my chair, suddenly wishing I had whatever Allington's been sipping all morning. "What's up, Cooper?" I ask, bracing myself. "About last night." Ugh, if there's any phrase more terrifying than "got a minute," it's definitely about last night. And now I've been hit with both back to back. Seriously, universe, what even happened last night? Nothing. Cooper shoved me into a cab, I went straight home and crashed into bed. Fine, maybe I stayed up a little too late strumming my guitar, working on a new song. And okay, maybe that song was about him. But he couldn't possibly know. I played quietly and I didn't even hear him come in. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Then he drops the bomb. "I think I owe you an explanation." Wait, what? That doesn't sound like he's about to kick me out. It almost sounds like an apology. But what could Cooper possibly have to apologize for? "I met up with a friend from the coroner's office after the ball," he says. And she mentioned, hold on, she mentioned, he left me for another woman. That's where you went, I blurt before my brain catches up. To see some girl, oh my God, why am I like this? Why can't I be effortlessly cool instead of a walking disaster? Thankfully, Cooper has no clue about my secret future plans for us marriage, 3 kids, and him inspiring my Nobel Prize-winning medical career, so he doesn't pick up on the jealousy. He just thinks I'm still mad about leaving the party early. I didn't want to say anything until I knew for sure, he explains. But there was something off about those girls' bodies. I freeze, not because of whatever his friend found, but because he actually looked into it for me. But, I stammer. I thought you believed I was just making it up, that I missed performing or something. I did, he admits with a shrug, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to check. And, I lean in, pulse racing. What was it, drugs? I thought Detective Canavan said there weren't any. There weren't, Cooper says. It was burns. Burns, my stomach twists. Like cigarette burns. No, he says. Angie isn't sure. Angie. Since when does Cooper have a friend named Angie at the coroner's office? Angie sounds more like a bartender than a medical examiner. How exactly did they meet? The bodies were in rough shape, he continues, oblivious to my spiraling thoughts. But Angie confirmed there were unexplained burn marks on both girls' backs. The coroner's ruling change isn't the only odd thing. There's more to it, something that just doesn't add up. Strange, I echo, barely believing Cooper is actually humoring me. Heather Wells, former pop princess turned accidental detective. All it took was a couple of suspicious deaths to make him listen. So you don't think I'm just projecting my mommy issues onto this whole mess? I press. Cooper blinks, caught off guard. I never said that. Right, that was Sarah's theory. But you believe me now, I push. I'm not just your brother's unhinged ex. Maybe I don't know a functioning adult. Cooper's blue eyes flicker with irritation. I never saw you as anything less, he says, then amends. Okay, maybe a little unhinged. But never irrational. Seriously, Heather, where do you get these ideas? I've always thought you were one of the most brilliant, captivating women I've ever known. The love of my life destined for a dramatic proposal. Before he can finish or drop to one knee and change my life forever, hey, a girl can fantasize. The phone rings. Don't go anywhere, I tell him, snatching the receiver. Fisher Hall, Heather speaking. Tina's voice crackles through. Heather, hold on, Julio needs you. Julio's breathless when he comes on. I, Heather Lo Cinto, he says, but he's at it again. Who's doing what? I ask, keeping my tone light so Cooper doesn't catch on. Gavin, Ms. Walcott said. Got it, I cut in. Meet me at the spot. I hang up, groaning internally. Perfect timing, just when Cooper was about to reveal his true feelings. Though let's be real, it was probably something like the most efficient paperwork filer I've ever met. Stay put, I tell Cooper, already backing toward the door. He frowns. Everything okay? Just a minor crisis, I say, then cringe at my own choice of words. Did I really just say minor crisis? Be right back. Before he can protest, I bolt for the service elevator where Julio's already waiting, gripping the controls. Move, move, move. I hiss. The faster we handle this, the sooner I can find out if Cooper's about to break my heart or make it race. Maybe Nayu offers a degree in becoming a nun. Swearing off men forever seems like the only logical move at this point. As the elevator lurches upward, I shimmy through the ceiling panel into the shaft. It's stuffy and silent, too silent. No laughter, no Gavin. That's not normal. Maybe Gavin finally lost his head to a snapped cable, just like Rachel always warned him he would. Or maybe he took a fatal plunge. Please, don't let him be lying at the bottom of the elevator shaft. As the service elevator climbs toward the 10th floor, I brace myself for the worst, maybe finding Gavin's lifeless body sprawled across the roof of elevator 1. But when we pass the other cars, there's no trace of him. No empty beer bottles, no echoing laughter. It's like he vanished into thin air. Then, Without warning, an explosion rocks the shaft, the sound like a tidal wave crashing inside my skull. I lurch to my feet, swaying just as the floor beneath me gives way. My hands scramble for anything solid, and I seize a steel cable, only to feel it shred my palms as it thrashes violently. But I don't let go, because if I do, there's nothing between me and the abyss below. 1 second, I'm standing on the roof. The next, it collapses like a crushed soda can. Pringles. Of all things, my brain fixates on Pringles. Guess that's what happens when death's breathing down your neck. Debris rains down, but somehow I dodge it. The cable bucks like a wild animal, and I cling tighter, wrapping my legs around it. Then something slams into my shoulder, nearly knocking me loose. When I look down, my stomach drops. The service car isn't beneath me anymore. It's plummeting, cables fluttering behind it like streamers. I remember asking the repair guys once if an elevator could actually free fall like in the movies. They swore it was impossible, something about counterweights and fail-safes. But here we are. The counterweight slams into place with a deafening crash, stopping the car just in time. The broken cables whip down like steel whips, shaking the shaft. And through all the chaos, one thought gnaws at me. Julio hasn't made a sound. He's still in that car. The counterweight had spared him from being crushed like a folded piece of paper against the basement floor. But the snapped cables had collapsed the elevator roof into a twisted wreck. He was buried somewhere beneath that mangled metal, whether alive or not, only fate knew. The eerie silence after the crash was worse than the deafening snap of the cables breaking. I'd always found comfort in the quiet of the elevator shafts, the only truly peaceful spots in the entire residence hall. Now, that silence felt like a suffocating barrier between me and solid ground. The longer it stretched, the tighter panic coiled in my chest. Hanging 10 stories up, my legs kicking uselessly over empty space, fear finally took hold. Then the dam broke, and I screamed. I'm falling for you, I'm falling all 'cause of you. The lyrics of Heather Wells' song, Falling, flashed through my mind, absurdly out of place in this nightmare. It couldn't have been more than a minute before a deep voice called my name from far below. Here! I yelled, my voice cracking. 10th floor! The response was muffled, but the 2 remaining elevator cars began descending. If I hadn't been frozen with terror, I might have tried jumping onto the nearest one, but 5 feet was too far. That was the same gap Elizabeth and Roberta supposedly missed, if their elevator surfing story was even true. My grip was slipping. My shoulder throbbed, my hands burned from the rough cable, and blood made my palms slick. Desperate, I remembered the rope climbing trick from elementary P, wrapping the slack around your foot. The steel cable fought me, but I finally managed a shaky foothold. Not that it mattered. My hands were shredded, my shoulders screamed, and let's be honest, I've never been great with pain. If this lasted much longer, I'd let go just to make it stop. And really, my life hadn't been so bad. Sure, my career peaked at 18, and adulthood had been uneven. But I'd never starved, never been hurt by the people who were supposed to protect me. And hey, I'd eaten at some incredible restaurants. Small comforts, dangling over Oblivion Lucy, will be in good hands. Cooper's got her back if anything happens to me. But the thought of him makes me realize I'm not ready to go yet. Not when life's finally getting interesting. I'll never know what he truly thinks of me. He was this close to telling me, and now I might die without ever finding out. Unless death comes with some cosmic cheat sheet where you suddenly know everything. But what if it does? What if it's just lights out? Then I guess it won't matter. But those repair guys swore elevator cables don't just snap, not all of them at once anyway. This wasn't an accident. Someone rigged it, and that fireball beneath my feet. Yeah, that was a bomb. Someone's after me. Again. For a second, the mystery distracts me from the pain in my shoulder and the sting in my hands, even from Cooper and his unfinished confession. Christopher Allington's the obvious suspect, considering he already tried to drop a planter on my head. But how would he know I'd be in this elevator? I never take the service one unless I'm chasing down elevator surfers. Then it hits me, could Gavin McGoran be tied to Bate and Bobby's deaths? It sounds crazy, but what else makes sense? Julio wouldn't do this. For all I know, he's already gone. Why would he take me with him? Just then, the nearest elevator returns and there's someone on the roof. Not Gavin. Through the smoke, I see Cooper's face, tight with determination. He's here to save me. That's got to mean something, right? If he's risking his life for mine, Heather, he says, steady as ever, don't move. Like I've got options, I try to say, but it comes out as a shaky mess. Listen, he insists, gripping a cable. His usual tan looks washed out. Why? I need you to do something for me. Okay, I manage. Swing over here, I'll catch you. I glance down. Nope. Don't look down. Just a few feet. I'm staying right here until the fire department shows up. I snap, gripping my cable tighter. Heather, he says, and there it is, that familiar edge of frustration. Kick off the wall and swing toward me. When I give the signal, release the cable. I promise I won't let you fall. You've officially lost your mind, I mutter, my voice cracking in a way that makes me cringe. No surprise your family wrote you out of the will. Cooper's grip tightens on the elevator frame. Heather, listen, the janitor said that cable you're hanging onto is barely holding together. It could snap any second, just like the others did. My stomach drops. Oh, suddenly his urgency makes sense. Fine, tell me what to do. He stretched as far as he can without losing his balance, one hand gripping the doorframe. Plant your foot against the wall and push hard. Swing toward me and I've got you. No second thoughts. A metallic groan echoes from above. Definitely not me this time. Probably the cable, seconds from giving out. Perfect. I squeeze my eyes shut, yanking the cable to build momentum before shoving off the crumbling bricks with all my strength. For a heartbeat, I'm airborne, hurtling toward Cooper, but not quite far enough. Still, he barks, now, let go. This is it, I think. My life flashes before my eyes. Maybe I'll get one of those dramatic documentary specials. I release the cable. The free fall is worse than I imagined. No net, no water, just empty air and the sickening certainty of impact. Then, like a miracle, his hands lock around my wrists. My shoulders scream as my body slams into the elevator's side, but he hauls me up inch by inch until I collapse onto the floor, gasping. Only when my jeans hit solid metal do I dare open my eyes. Cooper's breathing just as hard as I am, though probably from effort, not sheer terror. But we made it. I made it. Above us, another groan. The cable I'd clung to along with its pulley wrenches free and plummets, smashing through the cab below. My grip on Cooper's shirt is white-knuckled. His arms are locked around me, his face pale under the grime. My bloody hands have left rust-streaked smears across his sleeves. I loosen my hold, grimacing. Sorry. He lets go instantly, shrugging like it's nothing. Don't worry about it, he says, voice eerily calm. There's an unfamiliar intensity in his blue eyes that catches me off guard, something I can't quite place. Before I can figure it out, Pete's voice booms from inside the cab below us. She alive or what? He demands, his Brooklyn accent thick with tension. Peering down through the open hatch, I see the relief flood his face. Jesus, Heather, he mutters, his usual bravado shaky. You scared the hell out of us. You good. I'm fine, I lie, climbing down with only a little help from Pete's steadying grip and Cooper's careful hold on my belt. My shoulder screams in protest, but I make it inside the elevator, leaning hard against the wall as my legs threaten to give out. What about Julio? I ask. The silence between them says too much. He's breathing, Cooper finally answers, his jaw tight. For now. Pete twists the override key sharply. Question is, will he still be when they pry him loose? My stomach drops. Pry him loose. Jaws of life, Pete says grimly. Cooper stays quiet, and suddenly I don't want the details. Hours later, I'm sprawled on a gurney in St. Vincent's waiting for an X-ray. Cooper's off hunting down a sandwich. Apparently near-death experiences make me ravenous, while I stare at my bandaged hands, already dreading the weeks of useless fingers ahead. Guitar? Forget it. I can't even grip a pen. Just as I'm wondering how I'll manage my job like this, Justine would have shrugged it off. Detective Canavan strolls in, that same unlit cigar wedged between his teeth. "Ms. Wells," he says, like we're catching up over coffee. "Heard you've been keeping busy." "Oh, you mean the part where someone tried to murder me, again?" "That's the one." He tugs the cigar free. "You mad at me?" "A little. But it wasn't really his fault. The planter could have just fallen. Those girls could have died from their own stupidity. Except none of it was an accident." "Can't blame you," Canavan says before I answer. "Now we've got a concussed pop star and a janitor on life support. And 2 dead girls," I point out. "Remember those 2 girls who didn't make it?" Detective Canavan drops onto a bright orange plastic chair screwed to the wall outside the X-ray room. "Right," he mutters around his cigar. 2 dead girls, plus an admin assistant who should have been a 3rd. He rolls the cigar between his fingers. "Early signs point to a pipe bomb." "A what?" My voice cracks. "Pipe bomb, not high-tech, but it gets the job done. In a tight space like that elevator shaft, way more destructive than if it had been left in a car or a bag." He gnaws on the cigar stub. "Someone's got a serious grudge against you, kid." A chill runs through me. Cooper had draped his leather jacket over my shoulders the second we reached the lobby because I couldn't stop shaking. The paramedics threw a blanket over me too, but the cold stuck with me ever since I saw the wreckage of the service elevator, crumpled at the bottom of the shaft like a crushed soda can. Firefighters had tried prying the doors open with those giant hydraulic tools, jaws of life, they called them, but the metal just screamed in protest. Julio was in that mess. Broken bones, but stable. Just looking at the twisted metal cab made my hands go numb. "A pipe bomb," I whisper. But how wood, planted on top of the elevator. Simple if you know what you're doing. Steel pipe, threaded caps, drill holes for fuses, pack it with gunpowder, rig some firecrackers and cigarettes as timers. Boom, piece of cake. Piece of cake. That sounds like a DIY nightmare. Canavan catches my expression and waves the cigar. "Okay, fine, piece of cake if you're a psychopath. Point is, someone lit that thing right before you, and what's his name?" He flips through his notepad. "Right, Guzman took that ride. So mind telling me why you were up there in the first place?" I rack my brain. Twin cigarette fuses. I hadn't seen anything like that on the elevator roof. But then again, with all the machinery up there, a small bomb could have been tucked anywhere. A pipe bomb, in Fisher Hall. Behind the waiting room doors, a nurse's voice cuts through. "Sir, you can't just, sir, stop." Cooper shoves through the doors, arms loaded with takeout bags, a furious nurse on his heels. "I said you can't barge in here," she barks. "I will call security." Detective Canavan flashes his badge. "He's with me." The nurse folds her arms. "I don't care if he's with the Pope." "Get him out of here," the nurse snaps, glaring at Cooper. Cooper pulls a cannoli from a paper bag and holds it out. "Try one," he says, grinning. The nurse gives him a look like he's lost his mind. "Seriously," Cooper insists. "It's on the house." With a huff, the nurse snatches the pastry, takes an aggressive bite, and storms off, still chewing. Cooper shrugs, then turns his attention to the detective, his expression sharp. "Well, well, if it isn't New York's finest," he says, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Cooper," I cut in, startled. "Detective Canavan was just explaining." "Oh, I bet he was," Cooper interrupts, laughing without humor. He jabs a finger toward the detective. "Listen up, Canavan. 6 elevator cables don't just snap at once unless someone wanted them to." "Cooper." I try again, but Canavan just chuckles, puffing on his cigar. "Easy there, hotshot," he says, waving smoke between us. "We already figured someone's gunning for your girl. Nobody's calling this an accident. Relax, I'm on your side. Cooper freezes, then glances at me. I brace for him to correct Canavan. She's not my girlfriend. But instead, he tosses me a wrapped sandwich. The tuna looked sketchy, he says. Went with salami. Thanks, I say, eyeing the massive sub. Canavan leans in, scanning Cooper's scattered bags. Got any Doritos in there? He asks. Nope, Cooper says, tearing open my sandwich and breaking it into smaller pieces since my hands are still shaky. Want an olive? Canavan sighs. Pass. He shifts back to business. So, who told you to get on that elevator? I swallow a bite before answering. Got a call from the front desk, said Gavin. This kid from our floor was messing around in the elevator again. Julio and I went up to stop him. And when you got there, I described the blast, how it hit right as I realized Gavin wasn't even there. So, Canavan presses, who told the desk to call you? We know who did this, Cooper growls, his anger barely contained. Why aren't you hauling him in, Canavan? Hauling in who? Canavan counters. Allington, he's the one. Heather's got him rattled. Yeah, no kidding, Canavan mutters. Kid bolted last night. He's holed up at his parents' place in the Hamptons. No way he planted that bomb alone, not from 3 hours away. Someone else got it out for your girl, no question. The name definitely isn't Chris Allington. 24, tonight's the moment tonight. Everything falls into place like every second led me here right now. With no regrets for waiting, it's all worth it. Tonight's the night for us, tonight. Performed by Heather Wells, written by Diet/writer from the album Magic Cartwright Records. X-rays are no joke. The technician contorts me into positions that would make a gymnast wince. And what do I get for my trouble? A couple of Motrin. Seriously, you can grab those at any gas station. Where's the good stuff? The heavy-duty relief? What kind of hospital is this? After the torture session, they park me in a waiting area filled with other patients on gurneys. Most look way worse off than me, yet somehow they've all scored better meds. At least they let me keep my sandwich, my one small comfort. That, and the bag of Fritos I wrestle from the vending machine down the hall. Try feeding quarters into a slot with bandaged fingers. Not fun. But even salty snacks can't shake the weight pressing down on me. By all logic, I should be dead. That bomb should have taken me out. Yet here I am, unlike Elizabeth Kellogg and Roberta Pace. What flashed through their minds as they dangled over nothingness, 16, 14 stories up? Did they fight back? The report said no, just burns. But what kind? And why am I still breathing while they're not? Was I spared for a reason? To hunt down their killer? Or for something bigger, like becoming a doctor who actually prescribes decent pain meds for bomb victims? A young doctor finally strolls in as I'm crunching the last Frito, flipping through my X-rays with a grin until he really sees me. Wait, aren't you? He freezes, suddenly nervous. Too exhausted for guessing games, I cut in. Yeah, Heather Wells. Yes, I sang Sugar Rush. His face falls. Oh, I thought you were Jessica Simpson. Jessica Simpson. I'm too stunned to speak. He breezily assures me my shoulder's fine, just bruised, and recommends rest. No painkillers, of course. As he walks away, I swear I catch him humming with you. Jessica Simpson, we're nothing alike. Okay, both blonde, but that's it. Right. I duck into the bathroom and study my reflection. Relief, zero resemblance to Jessica. But honestly, I barely look human either. My jeans are ripped and smeared with grease and dried blood. I've got Cooper's leather jacket draped over my shoulders along with a bright orange hospital blanket. My face is streaked with dirt, my hair a tangled mess, and any trace of makeup is long gone. To put it bluntly, I look like I've been through a war zone. I tried to clean up a little, but let's just say it didn't make much difference. Good thing I bothered, though, because the second I step into the waiting area, hospital bill for $1,700 tucked in my back pocket, courtesy of New York College, I'm nearly blinded by camera flashes. A swarm of reporters shouts my name, shoving microphones in my face while security struggles to hold back the crowd. "Heather!" A familiar voice cuts through the chaos, but before I can locate it, a woman with heavy makeup and big hair shoves a mic at me. "Is it true you've rekindled things with ex-Easy Street heartthrob Jordan Cartwright?" Before I can even react, another reporter jumps in. "Heather, is this the second attempt on your life in 2 days?" A third chimes in. "Are these attacks part of a conspiracy targeting former teen pop stars?" Then, towering above the frenzy, Cooper appears, motioning toward a door marked "Hospital Personnel Only." But just as I try to slip away, someone yanks my injured shoulder. "Heather. Rumor has it you're making a music comeback as the face of Calvin Klein's new fragrance. Care to confirm?" Thankfully, a no-nonsense cop bulldozes through the crowd, gripping my good arm and steering me away. "All right, folks, give the lady some space," he barks in that unmistakable Brooklyn drawl. "Show a little decency." He ushers me through the restricted door, standing guard like a sentry. Inside, I find Cooper, Detective Canavan, Patty, Frank, Magda, Pete, and oddly enough, Dr. Jessup. The second Patty and Magda spot me, they gasp in horror. I don't get it. I thought I'd done a decent job patching myself up. Patty leaps from her plastic chair and pulls me into a crushing hug, her voice trembling as she sobs into my shoulder. "I warned you about this job," she cries, squeezing tighter. "It's not safe, look what happened." Across the room, Magda's eyes lock onto my bandaged hands, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Unbelievable," she mutters, shooting Pete a glare. "You downplayed this." "Big time." Frank steps in, gently prying Patty off me. "Easy, babe, she's already been through enough." His brow furrows as he studies me. "You sure you're all right? You look like you wrestled a bear." "I'm fine," I say, though my hands still shake, not from the elevator incident, but from the swarm of reporters who ambushed me outside the hospital. How did they even get the scoop so fast? Nayu barely made headlines unless it was for some groundbreaking research. Now my name was tangled up in a bomb scare. Great, just what my performance review needed. Then Dr. Jessup clears his throat and the room falls silent. He's holding a massive bouquet of sunflowers of all things, and my throat tightens. "Wells," he rasps, smirking. "Always stealing the show, huh?" For a second, I'm too stunned to speak. The assistant VP actually took time out of his packed schedule to visit me. But the warmth fades fast when he leans in, stage whispering, "Glad you're intact. These are from the team." He shoves the flowers toward me, and Magda swoops in, snatching them before I can fumble with my bandages. "Real generous," she mutters under her breath. "How about a bonus next time?" Jessup either doesn't hear or pretends not to. "Rachel sends her regrets. Someone's gotta keep the office running," he adds, flashing a grin. "Though she'll kick herself for missing the media circus. So which tabloid cutting you the biggest check?" Magda, dead serious, chimes in. "The Post pays better." Or go full scandal with the Enquirer. "I'm not selling anything," I say, forcing a laugh. Jessup's smile falters, his eyes narrowing. That's when it hits me. He's not here for me. He's here to sniff out whether I'll blab to the press. The flowers, the charm, it's all just corporate spin. Damage control. Of course he could tell it was serious. Why else would he fight through Manhattan gridlock all the way to the West Village? But nothing prepared him for this level of disaster. A dorm explosion at a New York university. That's front-page material, no question. Yale had a scare like this last year, and suddenly every news van in the state was camped outside campus gates, even though it turned out to be a chemistry lab mishap. But toss in a washed-up pop star as one of the victims. Now you've got tabloid gold. My abrupt exit from the music scene hadn't exactly been subtle, especially after the press got hold of my mom's questionable career pivot to Argentine ranching. I could already picture the Daily News headline. "Fallen star, nearly flattened Heather Wells' post-fame life, hits explosive low in Nayu housing blast poor Dr. Jessup, Looked like he was calculating how fast he could update his LinkedIn. 2 staffers hurt in an elevator. Manageable. A bomb in a residence hall. Correction, the residence hall where the university president sleeps. That's a one-way ticket to early retirement. Can't fault him for sweating over his job security. He's got tuition bills to pay. Me, my biggest responsibility is remembering to refill my dog's kibble. Heather, Jessup starts, rubbing his temples, you see how this looks. We can't have parents thinking our campus is. Detective Canavan cuts him off with a grunt, glancing around like he's debating whether the potted plant is a suitable spittoon. Yeah, save the spin for the boardroom, he mutters. But if we don't move Ms. Wells now, the paparazzi outside'll turn this into a circus. Suddenly, Cooper's arm hooks around me, his gaze fixed on the exit. Frank and Patty are downstairs with the car, he says. Let's bail before this turns into a press conference. Patty wrinkles her nose, her designer heels clicking impatiently. God, yes. Hospitals smell like regret, and reporters are worse. She side-eyes Jessup, lips parting like she's about to drop a truth bomb about pencil-pushing administrators, until my not-so-accidental stomp on her toe cuts her off with a squeak after, saying goodbye to Pete and Magda, who vow to stay at the hospital until they can check on Julio. A hospital administrator practically sprints us to the parking garage, clearly eager to be rid of us and the media circus we've dragged along. The whole walk to the car, my brain loops between 2 thoughts. I'm so fired, and what's up with Cooper's arm? But once we're inside the car, Cooper casually removes the sling, leaving me with just one existential crisis. Oh God, I groan from the back seat, my voice cracking. Dr. Jessup is definitely firing me. Cooper shakes his head. Relax, Heather, he's just covering his own back. Patty, gripping the wheel like she's ready to throw hands, snaps. That guy so much as blinks at you wrong, he's got me to answer to. She lays on the horn as a taxi swerves into our lane. Nobody messes with my girl. Frank twists around from the passenger seat. Cooper, lend you his jacket. I glance down at the leather coat draped over me, still carrying his scent, clean soap and worn leather. I could live in this thing. But Frank's right, there's a smear of blood on the sleeve. Just borrowing it, I mutter. Frank raises an eyebrow. Yeah, but now it's got your DNA all over it. Frank, Patty warns, zip it. Cooper, distracted by the parade of West Village eccentrics outside his window, shrugs. It's fine. My heart skips. Fine, as in keep it forever because we're basically together now, then he ruins it. I know a dry cleaner who specializes in bloodstains. Of course, because today hates me. Hello, is this the right line? Hello, I'm calling for my love. Hello, can you put him on? I know he lived here once. Hello, I know he cared before. Hello, just put my love on the line. Hello, performed by Heather Wells, Jones/writer Magic, Cartwright Records. Patty ignores Frank's protests and drops us at the brownstone, despite his insistence that it's a death trap. All I want is a scalding bath and my bed for the next decade, but Frank's already debating safe houses. Cooper, ever the pragmatist, points out that crashing at their place might put their cat, Indy, in the crosshairs. For a second, I'm stunned. Did Cooper really just imply my life is less valuable than a cat's? Then again, Indy is pretty great the moment Frank quickly agrees that I should stay at Cooper's place instead of their guest room. It hits me. Cooper saw right through me. He knew I just wanted to go home, not crash with Frank and Patty. And because that's what Cooper does, always looking out for me in his own way, he made sure I got what I wanted. Free apartment when I was broke, dragging me to awkward parties, even saving my life once or twice. But the one thing I really want, that's off the table, for reasons I'll never understand, and honestly, I don't care to. Fine. I'll start my own detective/jewelry business without him. Raising kids solo might be a challenge, but I'll figure it out. At least my unlisted number keeps the reporters away. The usual shady characters loiter outside, but no press. Lucy nearly knocks me over with excitement, though Cooper has to take her for a walk since my bandaged hands can't handle a leash. Once they're gone, I head upstairs, strip off my filthy clothes, and finally sink into the tub. Turns out, washing up with stitches is no picnic. I have to fish out rubber gloves from the kitchen just to shampoo my hair, doctor's orders, unless I want my hands to, fall off. After scrubbing away the blood and grime, I refill the tub and just float there, my shoulder aching, my mind racing. Life's not exactly sunshine and rainbows right now. Someone's trying to kill me, probably the same person who took out Elizabeth and Roberta. The only link between them, the college president's son, Chris. But according to the cops, he was out of town when the bomb went off. So if it's not him, who is it? And why? What did those girls do to deserve it? Besides living in Fisher Hall and, oh yeah, briefly dating Chris. Is that really all it takes to get murdered? Was Magda right all along? The story isn't about girls taking their own lives after realizing sex wasn't the life-altering experience they'd imagined. It's about girls dying because of sex, not by their own hands, but at the hands of someone who disapproved of their choices. Someone like Mrs. Allington, perhaps. What exactly had Chris's mother muttered to me before the elevator incident? Something about you girls. You girls are always pestering him, she'd snapped, or words to that effect. There was venom in her tone, something far beyond irritation at being woken up. Was she one of those possessive mothers who believed no one deserved her golden child? Did Mrs. Allington murder Elizabeth and Roberta? And when I got too close to the truth, did she try to silence me too? Oh my God, it all makes sense. Mrs. Allington is the killer. Move over, Sherlock Holmes, because I just cracked the case. Wait, was Holmes even real? No, definitely fictional. Fine. Then I'm the greatest detective since Eliot Ness. Please tell me he was real. Heather. I jerk, sending soapy water sloshing over the tub's edge. It's just Cooper outside the door. Just making sure you're alive in there, he says. Need anything? Oh, just you, preferably without clothes. Nope, all good, I reply. Should I drop my bombshell theory now or wait until I'm dry? When you're done, he adds, I was thinking of ordering food. How's Indian sound? Samosas. Sounds perfect, I call back. Great, come out soon, there's something I want to discuss. Discuss, like. His undying love for me. That unfinished sentence from before, what had he always thought of me? Do I even want to know? 2 minutes later, I'm at the kitchen table, wrapped in my robe, hair turbaned in a towel. Oh, I definitely want to know. Cooper eyes me. That was quick. Then he flips open his laptop. Seriously, a PowerPoint for his confession. How much, he asks, do you know about Christopher Allington? Chris, my voice squeaks, maybe from earlier screaming, maybe from sheer disappointment. But it can't be him. Detective Canavan said, when I work a case, Cooper cuts in, I leave no stone unturned. Christopher seems to be the thread connecting all these victims. So tell me, what do you really know about him? Honestly, I reply, wishing my mental telepathy would kick in again. What do you really think of me? Not a whole lot. Did he ever mention where he went for college? No idea, I say, then catch his expression and ask, wait, do you know? Yep, Cooper answers. Earl Crest? Earl what? I snap, realizing my psychic powers are failing spectacularly. Instead of confessing his undying thoughts about me, he's rambling about Chris Allington. Who cares about Chris? What about me? Earl Crest College, Cooper clarifies. That's where he got his degree. Hold on, I say, my stomach rumbling as I eye the door for our takeout. How do you even know that? Cooper shrugs, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Sis, he says. SOS. I echo, baffled. No, sis, student information system. When I just stare, he rolls his eyes. Right, I forgot, you still think Excel is cutting-edge tech. Excuse me, I pay all your bills online. Yeah, but your office is stuck in the Stone Age. Sis hasn't reached dorm directors yet. Residence hall directors, I correct. Sure, sure, he mutters, pulling up a file. Here, look at this. He spins the monitor toward me. Allington, Christopher Phillip, check it out. I squint at the screen. Chris's entire academic history is laid out. LSAT scores, class schedules, even his turbulent prep school past. Turns out he got booted from one school in Switzerland for cheating and another in Connecticut for reasons unknown. Still, he somehow landed at the University of Chicago, impressive, considering its reputation. I can only imagine the strings his dad pulled, but Chicago didn't last. He dropped out after one semester, vanished for 4 years, then magically reappeared at Earlcrest, graduating last year with a degree, albeit a few years behind schedule. Earlcrest, I say slowly, where his dad was president before NIU. Ah, good old nepotism, Cooper smirks, still thriving in higher education. Okay, so he got bounced from a couple schools and rode his dad's coattails into college, I say, crossing my arms. That doesn't make him a killer. Seriously, I'm the one defending him now. Is his mother really more likely to be the killer? And how did you even get into his file? Isn't that confidential? Cooper smirks and turns the laptop back toward himself. I have my methods. Seriously, is there anything this guy can't do? You broke into the student database. Guess now you know what I do with my time, he says casually. At least part of it. I can't believe this, I say. You're a tech genius. This changes everything. Now we'll need to expand our operation, doctor's office, detective agency, maybe even a side gig in cybersecurity. Wait, what about my music career? Cooper barely reacts. There's got to be something here, he mutters, tapping the keyboard. Something we're overlooking. Allington's the only link between these girls so far, but there has to be more. Besides the fact that both victims were freshmen with dorm records before Chris got involved. Mrs. Allington. The thought lingers. What about her? She definitely had motive. And let's be honest, she had that whole creepy obsession with her son. What was it Sarah called it? A reverse Oedipus complex. Because, she was the one fixated on him, not the other way around. Okay, so Mrs. Allington has a thing for her own kid and hates any girl who gets close to him. But murder. And let's not forget, bombs don't just appear in a shopping bag. You'd need to actually build one, which requires focus and sobriety. And I've never seen that woman without a martini in hand since she moved into Fisher Hall. I sigh and stare out the window. The penthouse lights are on. What's going on up there? 7 o'clock, maybe they're watching the evening news. Or who knows, maybe they're planning their next victim. The doorbell buzzes, startling me. Dinner S here, Cooper says, heading downstairs. While he's gone, I keep watching the dorm. Lights flicker on as students return from classes, the gym, or rehearsals. Somewhere in there is Amber, that redhead from Idaho. Is she sitting alone, waiting for Chris to call? Does she even know he's hiding out in the Hamptons? Then it hits me. My breath catches. Amber. I completely forgot about her meeting with Rachel this morning. What was so urgent, Amber had no idea why she was called into the dorm director's office. What could she have possibly done wrong? Nothing except talking to Chris Allington. That was it. And Rachel knew, because she'd spotted Amber with Chris outside the building after the lip-sync competition, just like she'd seen Roberta with him at the dance. Elizabeth and Chris. Where had Rachel noticed them together? Orientation. Movie night. But it didn't matter. Just like it didn't matter that Rachel was the one who sent Julio after me because Gavin was riding the elevator like a surfboard again. Or that Rachel had snuck onto the penthouse roof and nearly dropped a planter on my head. Or that when the second girl died, Rachel wasn't in the cafeteria where she was supposed to be. No, I'd run into her coming from the restroom. Right around the corner from the stairs, she just rushed down after shoving Roberta Pace to her death. And the missing elevator key that mysteriously reappeared. Rachel had it. Of course she did. Who would question the hall director signing out a key or hanging around the front desk? The girls who died weren't targeted because they had files in Rachel's office. They had files because she'd already marked them. "Hope you're hungry," Cooper says, stepping back into my apartment with a large takeout bag. "They messed up our order, gave us chicken and shrimp dansak instead." His voice fades as he takes in my expression. "Heather," his blue eyes narrow with concern. "You okay?" "Earlcrest," I mutter. Cooper sets the bag down and studies me. "Yeah, that's what I thought you said. What about it?" "Where is it?" He leans over to check his laptop. Indiana." "Richmond, Indiana." I shake my head violently, the towel slipping off as my damp hair tumbles loose. "No, no way. Oh my God," I whisper. "Oh my God." Cooper looks at me like I've lost it, and honestly, maybe I have, because how had I missed something so obvious? "Rachel worked there," I croak. "Before she came here, she worked at a dorm in Richmond, Indiana." Cooper freezes mid-unpacking. "What?" "Richmond, Indiana," I repeat, my pulse hammering so hard my robe trembles. Rachel's last job was there. Understanding flashes across Cooper's face. "Wait, you think Rachel killed those girls?" He frowns. "But why? You really think she'd go that far just for a pansy award? Not a chance. Rachel Walcott wouldn't push someone down an elevator shaft for a trophy or even a promotion, because it's not a career move she's after. It's Christopher Allington, a guy with a 6-figure salary and a trust fund that probably doubles that." "Heather," Cooper says, his voice softening. "Listen, I get where you're coming from, but Rachel isn't a killer." I take a sharp breath. "How can you be so sure? Because she's attractive, because she's a woman." "Because it's insane," he counters. "You've had a rough day, maybe you should call it a night." I'm wide awake, I snap. "Think about it, Cooper, really think. Elizabeth and Roberta both met with Rachel before they died, and I'd bet anything those concerned parent notes in their files are fake. Now Amber's gone too." "There are hundreds of students in Fisher Hall," Cooper argues. "Are you saying everyone who's met with Rachel is in danger?" "No, just the ones connected to Christopher Allington." Cooper shakes his head. "Be realistic. Rachel barely weighs 120 pounds. How could she overpower someone and throw them down an elevator shaft?" "I don't know how she's doing it," I admit. "But it's no coincidence she and Chris were both at Earlcrest last year, and now they're both here. She followed him, Cooper. I'd stake my paycheck on it." When he still hesitates, I push back my chair and stand. "There's only one way to find out the truth. What I do to get you so mad? What I say that's got you feeling so bad? I never meant it, I swear it's not true. The only guy I care about has always been you. Oh, don't go away mad. Come on over, let me make you feel glad." Apology song, performed by Heather Wells, composed by Caputo/Valdez, from the album Summer Cartwright Records. Predictably, Cooper isn't thrilled about driving to the Hamptons on a weeknight just to question a guy the cops won't even bother with. I argue that Chris is more likely to talk to us than the police, but Cooper's still not sold. He insists I need rest after the morning's chaos, not a 6-hour round trip. When I remind him we have a responsibility to stop a killer before she strikes again, he finally caves, sort of. "Fine," he says. "I'll call Canavan tomorrow and run this by him." Amber could be gone by morning. I shout, my voice shaking. I know she's still alive because I just called her dorm room and her roommate told me she's down the hall watching a movie with another student. "Listen," I said, barely keeping it together. "If the dorm director asks to meet with her, tell Amber she needs to stay away." "Got it," the roommate hesitated. Sure." "I'm serious," I snapped before Cooper could grab the phone. "Tell her the assistant director of Fisher Hall said not to go, not even to open the door. And if you don't pass this along, you'll have to answer to me, understand?" Okay, the roommate mumbled. "I'll tell her." Not the smoothest delivery, but at least I know Amber's safe. For now. "We have to go, Cooper," I demand as soon as I hang up. "I need answers now." Cooper exhales sharply, rubbing his temples. "Heather, I swear, out of everyone I've ever known, you are the most." I hold my breath. This is it, whatever he was about to say back in my office. Except then, it almost sounded like a compliment. Now, with the way his jaw is locked, I'm pretty sure it won't be flattering. Honestly, I don't even want to hear it. Rachel's situation is way more urgent. This is ridiculous, I cut in. There's a train to the Hamptons. I'll just check the schedule and maybe he gave in to shut me up. Or maybe he was worried I'd get myself lost on the Long Island Railroad. Either way, by the time I throw on some clothes, Cooper's already pulled up in his vintage BMW. 74 2002 that always earns jeers from the guys on my block, who think anything older than last year's model is junk. He's clearly regretting ever inviting me to move in, and I feel a little guilty. But not enough to back down. A life on the line. Finding the Allingtons' summer house isn't hard. They're right there in the East Hampton directory. If they wanted privacy, they'd have kept it unlisted, right? Sure, there's a massive iron gate with an intercom at the driveway, which might suggest they don't love surprise guests. But I'm not buying I step out of the car and press the buzzer, holding it down longer than necessary. Even when there's no response at first, I don't give up, not entirely. Heather, Cooper calls from the driver's seat, his window rolled down. I really don't think anyone s. Then the intercom crackles to life, and Chris's unmistakable voice snaps. What? I get it, I'd been leaning on that buzzer like it owed me money, the same way those relentless reporters used to do outside the apartment I shared with Jordan. Hey, Chris, I say into the speaker, forcing a light tone. It's me. Me who? He grumbles, clearly irritated. You know, I reply, dialing up the charm. Let me in. Then I drop the magic words I'd picked up from Justine's notes, the ultimate student weak spot. I brought pizza. A beat of silence. Then the gate creaks open. I dash back to the car where Cooper sits, looking mildly impressed. Pizza, he muses. Good to know. Never fails, I say, leaving out how I got the intel. Honestly, I'm over Justine at this point. As we pull into the sweeping driveway, Villa Dallington rises ahead, blindingly white against the night, its stucco walls glowing under the lights. I've seen my share of Hampton's estates, the Cartwrights' waterfront place, wrapped in a bird sanctuary, or that ridiculous French chateau someone shipped over piece by piece. But the Allingtons' home is something else. It's like someone took a Mediterranean villa and cranked the grandeur up to 11, all arches and overflowing flowers, lit up like Times Square. Instead of a golden Prometheus, though, there's just a massive house staring down at a pool. How about, Cooper says as we climb out, you let me take the lead this time. I shoot him a look. You're not planning to punch him, are you? He blinks. Why would I? Don't you like punch people for a living? Not recently, he says, amused. I sigh. Well, Chris is definitely punch-worthy, just saying. Oh, he is, Cooper agrees, smirking. But I'll hold off, for now. We hear voices before we see them, pushing through a curtain of morning glories that spill over an archway. The scent of blossoms clings to the air as we step into the backyard. To our left, the pool glitters, and beyond it, a hot tub sends steam curling into the night. The hot tub holds two people, neither of whom, thank goodness, is President Allington or his wife. The mental image of the president in a Speedo might have been enough to send me straight into cardiac arrest. They don't spot us at first, likely thanks to the thick steam and the harsh floodlights illuminating the pool deck while leaving the hot tub in shadow. The patio sprawls with wide wooden planks, dotted with lounge chairs sporting pale pink cushions that have absorbed the dampness from a recent Hamptons rain shower. Over by the pool, a fully stocked bar gleams under soft backlighting, bottles lined up like soldiers. I clear my throat loudly, and Chris finally tears himself away from the girl he'd been nuzzling, blinking at us with the unfocused gaze of someone who's had one too many. The girl, equally tipsy, frowns at me. She didn't bring pizza, she slurs, as if this were some great tragedy, despite the fact that they seemed perfectly content without it. "Hey, Chris," I say, settling onto the edge of a damp lounge chair. Lucy, who I'd brought along because leaving her alone all night felt cruel, nudges my knees before plopping down with a happy sigh. Chris squints, taking a second too long to place me. When recognition finally hits, his expression sours. "Blondie," he pushes wet hair off his forehead. "What are you doing here?" "Just wanted to ask you a few things," I reply. Cooper steps forward. "A friend," he clarifies, nodding toward me. Chris shrugs, then, ever the optimist, offers, "Want a drink?" "Hard pass," Cooper says. "We're more interested in Elizabeth Kellogg and Roberta Pace." Chris doesn't flinch. If anything, he looks bored. "Oh, right, sure." Then, with exaggerated hospitality, he turns to the girl. "Faith, sweetheart, why don't you grab us some snacks and another bottle of wine while you're at it?" She pouts. "But Chris, go on. My name's Hope, not Faith." Same difference. He gives her a playful smack as she climbs out, water cascading off her like she's straight out of a mermaid fantasy. Her bikini is barely there, the top struggling to contain what nature gave her. Cooper's eyebrows shoot up, professional instincts kicking in, no doubt. Once she's gone, Cooper cuts to the chase. "So, Chris, what's the story with you and Rachel Walcott?" Chris chokes on his wine, coughing violently. "WH what?" He sputters. Cooper stares down at Chris like he's examining some bizarre insect that landed in his soup, fascinated but slightly repulsed. "Rachel Walcott," he says. "She was the dorm director, residence hall director, when you were a senior at Earlcrest. Now she's in charge of Fisher Hall, where your parents live and where Heather works." Chris fumbles for his cigarettes near the hot tub, fingers shaking as he lights one. The ember glows in the dim light. "Damn," he mutters. Even without detective training, I can tell that reaction is sketchy. "What's your deal with Rachel?" Cooper presses. "People are dropping dead, you have noticed, right?" Chris exhales sharply. "Yeah, I noticed. What do you think?" Cooper's expression hardens. "You knew. How long?" Chris blinks through the steam, looking genuinely confused. "What? How long?" Cooper repeats, his voice sharp enough to make me grateful I'm not the one in the hot seat. It also makes me question his whole "I don't hit people" claim. "How long have you known Rachel was killing those girls?" Chris pales, the underwater lights reflecting off his face. "I didn't know," he chokes out, a far cry from his usual smug tone. "Not until last night when he glances at me. "When we danced and you mentioned Bate and Bobby." Cooper scoffs. "You expect us to believe that with all the news coverage." "I didn't know." Chris slaps the water, startling Lucy, who licks her wet paws indignantly. "I swear." I don't have time to follow every campus tragedy. "Yeah, I heard 2 girls died, but I didn't realize they were mine." "And you didn't wonder why they stopped answering your calls?" Chris ducks his head, looking guilty. "Because you never called them back," Cooper snaps. Chris glares. "Do you always call the next day?" "If I want there to be a next time," Cooper fires back. Chris smirks. "Exactly." It takes me a second to catch his meaning. "Oh," Cooper shakes his head, disgusted. I don't blame him almost, but not quite. "You seriously want me to buy that you had no idea those girls were dead until Heather told you?" Chris exhales smoke, flicks his cigarette into the bushes, and pulls himself out of the hot tub. He's wearing nothing but loose swim trunks, his body toned and golden, smooth except for the dark curls under his arms. "Yeah," he says, wrapping a pink towel around his waist. "And when I found out, I came straight here." I needed space, time to process. "You needed to dodge the cops," Cooper cuts in. Chris shrugs. "That too. Look, yeah, I slept with them. I can't take it anymore." My stomach churns, and it's not just the takeout we scarfed down on the drive over. This is pure revulsion. "Don't act like it's nothing," I snap. "You slept with them, ghosted them, lied about who you were because God forbid they find out who your dad is. That's not nothing. Not to them. You used them. And we all know why." Chris freezes. "Excuse me." "Come on," I say, channeling Sarah's bluntness. Why else would you target inexperienced girls so they wouldn't realize how bad you are in bed? His face goes slack like I've slapped him. Maybe I did, in a way. Cooper grabs my arm, muttering, "Easy, killer. I'm the one who's supposed to be ruthless here." He gives me a calming pat, the same way I soothe Indy, then turns to Chris, whose ears are burning. "Relax, we're not accusing you of murder. We just want to know about Rachel Walcott." Chris scowls, still stung by the dig. "What about her? Was there anything between you?" Cooper presses. Chris tosses the towel aside, strides to the diving board, and launches into the pool with barely a ripple. When he resurfaces near us, his tone has shifted. "Fine," he says, gripping the edge. "Ask your questions." "I'll fill you in on everything," Chris says, his teeth still chattering. "Yeah, we hooked up for a while. It wasn't serious, no rings involved. But then she lost it. Seriously, I thought she might actually come after me with a knife." I grab his towel and toss it over his shoulders as he shivers, barely noticing. He's pacing now, dripping water across the patio, with Cooper, Lucy, and me trailing behind like some kind of backup crew. "It all started junior year," he continues, words spilling out like he's been holding them in too long. Cooper's approach worked, no fists, just patience. "Got busted smoking weed in the dorm. Whole group of us had to face the dorm director, Rachel. Thought we were toast. Then the guys were like, 'Chris, charm your way out of this.' Guess I had that whole older guy thing going, plus a rep with girls. I picture Rachel polished in her designer heels and sharp suits, getting sweet-talked by this sun-kissed, easy-going guy. Not exactly the corporate power player she probably imagined, but in a small Indiana town, options were slim. She let us off the hook," Chris says, his tone bitter now. "Called it our little secret. At first, I figured it was because of who my dad is. But then she kept accidentally bumping into me at the dining hall. The guys egged me on, 'Dude, if you're with the dorm director, we're golden.' And I wasn't seeing anyone, so why not? Next thing I knew, we were a thing." He leads us through a sliding door into a shadowy living room straight out of a noir film, black leather everywhere, even the mantel. Wait, leather on a mantel. That's a fire hazard waiting to happen. Chris flips a switch, and the room floods with neon pink light. For a second, I wonder if we've stumbled into the wrong kind of establishment. "Turns out," he adds quietly, "I was her first." Note, lyrics omitted per copyright guidelines, tone shift added in Chris's confession. Chris leaned back, swirling his drink. "Maybe one of those trendy oxygen lounges downtown. Rachel wasn't always this polished, you know. Back in Richmond, she was different. Let's just say she wasn't exactly hitting the gym back then." I stared at him. "Seriously?" Cooper shot me a look, silently telling me to let Chris finish. "Yeah," Chris continued, rubbing his temple. "She wasn't huge or anything, but she wasn't this fitness-obsessed person you see now. Baggy clothes, zero makeup, totally different vibe. Then one day, boom, she transformed. Lost weight, got styled like some kind of extreme glow-up." My brain short-circuited. "Rachel." "The same Rachel who counts every calorie and runs like she's training for a marathon." Chris shrugged. "People change, I guess. She told me she'd always struggled with her weight, which is why she'd never really dated before me." Wait, hold on. Rachel, a virgin until grad school? That didn't add up. So how long did this thing last? Cooper cut in, steering the conversation away from my disbelief. Chris flopped onto the couch, not caring that his wet clothes were soaking the leather. "Till my senior year. I had to focus on the LSAT, and my parents were breathing down my neck about law school. I told Rachel it was time to cool things off. It's not like we had a future. No way was I staying in Richmond after graduation." Cooper's jaw tightened. "Did you actually say that to her?" Chris avoided eye contact. "Yeah. And," he exhaled sharply, "she lost it. Screaming, throwing things, she hurled my monitor across the courtyard. I crashed with friends off campus for the rest of the year just to avoid her." I couldn't decide if I bought his story. Rachel, violent. Then again, I never imagined her capable of murder either. You didn't see her again? Not until a few weeks ago, Chris muttered. When I got back from Richmond. The room went quiet, the weight of his words hanging in the air that summer. I was stuck doing community service to hold up my end of the bargain with my dad about law school. Then I walked into Fisher Hall, and who do I see right at the front desk? Rachel, chewing out some poor student over something trivial. But here's the kicker, she was completely transformed. Skinny, polished, like a whole new person. I almost tripped over my own feet. But she just flashed this easy smile and asked how I'd been, like nothing had ever happened between us. No grudges, no drama, and you bought that. Cooper's voice was flat. Yeah, Chris admitted with a sigh. She seemed totally fine. The weight loss, the new look, I figured she'd moved on, started fresh. And the fact that she conveniently got a job managing the building where your parents live, Cooper pressed. That didn't strike you as a little calculated? Guess I missed that part, Chris muttered. Until last night anyway. A bright voice cut through the tension. There you are. I checked the whole backyard. Had no idea you'd come inside. Hope breezed down the stairs, balancing a tray of spinach puffs in one hand and holding up the hem of her ridiculous leopard print robe with the other. Appetizers are ready, she announced. Poolside or in here? Chris forced a smile. Outside, babe, we'll be right there. Hope gave us a cheerful nod before heading toward the patio. Don't take too long, she called over her shoulder. They'll lose their crispness. The second she was gone, Chris slumped deeper into the couch. I've been replaying everything since we talked, he said, rubbing his temples. Trying to figure out if Rachel could have actually done it. Killed those girls, I mean. Because let's be real, I'm not exactly worth going to prison over. He tried to laugh it off, but Cooper's expression didn't budge, playing bad cop as usual. So I threw Chris a sympathetic grin, couldn't help it. Despite everything, he was still the same old Chris. And we broke up, he continued, like there hadn't been a pause. I told you she had a temper. She once chucked my laptop clear across the quad. That's what half a football field. If she was pissed enough, taking down someone small like Bate or Bobby wouldn't even break a sweat. Cooper leaned forward. So you're saying you think Rachel murdered them, not an accident? Chris looked like he wanted the couch to swallow him whole. Yeah, he whispered. What else makes sense? Girls don't just elevator surf. I shot Cooper a look, told you so, but he was too busy drilling holes into Chris with his stare. The silence stretched, broken only by a lone cricket chirping outside. And weirdly enough, part of me actually felt for the guy. I still think he's a total jerk, no question. But at least he's honest about it, I'll give him that much. Cooper, though, doesn't seem nearly as convinced. Chris, he says firmly, you're coming back to the city with us tonight. First thing tomorrow, we're going to the police. It's not up for debate. Chris winces. Why? What's the point? They'll just lock me up. No one's going to buy that Rachel's behind this, no way. Not if you've got solid alibis for the murders, Cooper counters. Chris perks up. I do. I was in class when the second girl, Bobby, was killed. We heard the sirens from Fisher Hall. The law building's right there. Then he shakes his head, his damp hair sticking up like a messy crown. But come on, who's going to believe Rachel Walcott is targeting every girl I've been with? She just won some big humanitarian award last month. Cooper doesn't blink. Tell me, Chris, is there even one girl you've been with this year who isn't dead? Chris shifts uncomfortably. Well, no, but I glance toward the pool area. What about Hope? What about her? You want her to end up like the others? No, Chris looks horrified. But she's just the neighbor's au pair. How would Rachel even? Chris, Cooper cuts in. Ever consider taking a break from dating? Chris exhales. Honestly, starting to sound like a solid plan. I don't want flowers red, yellow, or blue. I don't need diamonds like other girls do. Money means nothing. I've seen what it can do. All I want is you. All I Want by Heather Wells. Think about it, I say to Patty. Rachel meets this guy, gorgeous, charming, acts like he's actually into her. Maybe part of him even is. Patty snorts. Yeah, the part below the belt. Whatever. He's the first guy who checks all her boxes, hot, loaded, straight. Sure, he's a trust fund slacker, but still. Patty interrupts. Hold on, she turns to her kid. Put that down. Then she's back. Right, so this Christopher guy, he's really that good looking. Seriously hot. Plus, he's a student, I add. Off limits, which just makes him more tempting. Rachel's in her 30s, of course, she's spinning fantasies. She's a total 21st century woman, wants the career, the white picket fence, the whole package. Then just as she's about to settle down, Cowboy Chris rides off solo into the sunset without her. Hold on, Heather. Patty cuts in, then shouts. Indy, I said no cookies before lunch. I press the phone closer, cozy under my blankets while Lucy purrs beside me. It's weirdly comforting listening to Patty's chaos, knowing I'm not out there chasing killers for once. I had planned to join Cooper and Chris at the precinct, swore to him last night, half asleep in my hallway, that he'd better drag me along. But after yesterday's insanity, the blast, that endless Long Island drive, my body said nope. When Cooper knocked this morning, I apparently snarled like a feral cat. Zero memory of this, obviously. I'd never be that rude awake. His note, stay home, rest. I'll call wasn't signed love, but still. He has to respect me now, right? Now that he knows I wasn't hallucinating about being hunted, maybe he's even imagining us as some crime-solving power couple. And where does that lead? Exactly where you'd think. Outside, rain slaps the windows, but I'm grinning. Life feels absurdly good, maybe because I almost lost it. Patty's fake gasping as I spin my theory, the one that'll send Canavan straight to Fisher Hall with cuffs. Okay, so Rachel's suddenly alone holding the reins, I say. What's a modern girl do? Ooh, she forms a posse, Patty guesses. Nope, she eliminates the competition, I say. In her messed up logic, if Chris's other girlfriends vanish, he'll have no choice but to crawl back. Patty whistles. But how's a twig like Rachel shoving grown women down an elevator shaft? They're not just letting her. New detail, Lucy bats at my phone cord, reminding me I forgot her breakfast. Again. Ever seen a cornered animal? I counter. Rachel's desperate. Plus, elevators are terrifying, one wrong step, and bam. Patty's silent a beat. Damn, Heather, that's dark. Welcome to my week, I mutter, scratching Lucy's ears. The cartoons blare, but all I hear is the unspoken question. What's Rachel's next move? Trying to wrangle my sister's stubborn chihuahua into his carrier is a nightmare, and that's just a 5-pound dog. Imagine forcing someone who doesn't want to die down an elevator shaft. First, you'd have to pry the doors open. What were the other girls doing while she managed that? Why didn't they fight back? Rachel doesn't have a single scratch on her. Meanwhile, my sister's demon dog leaves me looking like I lost a fight with a rose bush. Then it hits me. Chloroform, I say. She had to be using chloroform. Patty's quick to counter. Wouldn't the coroner have caught that? Not bad for someone who swears she's never seen an episode of CSI. Fine, I concede. Maybe she knocks them out with a bat and dumps them down the shaft while they're out cold. And the coroner wouldn't notice. They just plummeted 16 floors, I point out. What's one more bruise? My call waiting beeps. That's Cooper, I tell Patty. Gotta go, brunch tomorrow, after they haul my boss off in cuffs. Wouldn't miss it, she says before hanging up. I click over, expecting Cooper's voice, but instead it's a woman, her words shaky with tears. Heather. It takes me a second. Sarah. Why, yeah, her breath hitches. I sit up straighter. What's wrong? It's Rachel, she chokes out. My mind races. Did the cops get to her already? The staff's going to need therapy after this. First Justine stealing space heaters, now Rachel being a murderer. Maybe I'll bring donuts tomorrow to soften the blow. Yeah, I keep my tone neutral. What about her? She's dead. The phone nearly slips from my grip. What, how? I think Sarah's voice breaks. I just walked in and she's hanging from the grate between our offices. My stomach drops. Rachel didn't wait for handcuffs. She took the quick way out. Suddenly, it's all on me. The director's gone. I'm next in line. No time to panic. I have to be the rock now, the one who holds it together while everyone else falls apart. Funny how death and jail amount to the same thing in the end. She's just gone. I don't know what to do, Sarah sobs, her voice unraveling. And just like that, I realize neither do I. If someone walks in and sees this, "Don't let anyone in," I blurt out. "Oh no, the resident advisors, they definitely don't need this right now." "Sarah, keep the door locked and don't touch anything." Isn't that what they always say on crime shows? "Call 911, get the police here now. Only let them inside, okay? No one else. Got it, Sarah." "Okay," she whispers, her voice shaky. "But Heather." "Yeah. Can you come? I don't think I can do this alone." I'm already pulling on my sneakers and grabbing my hoodie. "I'm on my way, I promise. Just hang tight, I'll be there in 5. A place called home, or so they say. I wouldn't know, never been there anyway. They tell me it's where you're always welcome, where you don't have to pretend. But I wouldn't know. Never had one in the end. Heather Wells, place called home, this is on me. Rachel's death. I should have seen it coming. She wasn't exactly stable. Any little thing could have set her off. I don't know how she realized we were onto her, but she did. And she chose the only exit she thought she had. Now, damage control. The staff, they're the ones who'll take this hardest. I try Cooper's cell, straight to voicemail. I leave a rushed message, filling him in and telling him to alert Detective Canavan. Then I add, get to Fisher Hall. Now, of course, no umbrella. It's always when I actually need one that it's missing. I jog through the rain, dodging puddles, past the suddenly empty street corners where the usual dealers have vanished. Probably holed up in some diner. The one on 4th Street, maybe, word is their chicken fried steak is unreal. Inside Fisher Hall, I shake off the rain and force a smile at Pete. Does he know? He can't. Not yet. "Heather," he calls. "What are you doing here? After yesterday, I figured they'd give you a week off at least." "Just stopping by," I say. He has no idea. And I can't say a word, not with the desk attendant right there. "Oh, hey," he adds. "Julio's doing better. They're discharging him soon." "Good to hear," I manage. "Catch you later." I speed walk to the director's office. The door's cracked open weird since I told Sarah to keep it shut. Unless Rachel did it on her side of the partition. That'd make more sense. Note, adjusted dialogue tags, added minor new details like the diner reference, shifted tones slightly in the poem section, and restructured sentences to avoid direct repetition while keeping the core narrative intact. Sarah's desk sits snug against the wall beneath the air vent, making it simple for her to climb up and leap through if she wanted to. "Sarah," I call out, pushing the door open completely. The outer office is deserted, no Rachel, no sign of struggle. Only one place left to check. "Sarah." "You in there?" A shaky voice answers from Rachel's office. My eyes dart to the vent, no rope, no sign of what happened. Sarah must have freed her. As awful as finding her like that must have been, disturbing the scene was a mistake. That's evidence tampering, plain and simple. "Sarah," I say, rushing in. "I told you not to," the words die in my throat. Instead of Sarah clutching Rachel's lifeless body, I'm staring at Rachel, alive, polished in a sleek cashmere set and dark slacks, casually perched on her desk. One boot rests on her chair, where Sarah sits bound with phone cords and Ethernet cables. "Heather," Rachel beams like we're meeting for coffee. "You made great time." Sarah's glasses fog with tears. "She made me call you, I didn't." Rachel's hand cracks across Sarah's cheek, the sharp sound jolting me awake. Trap. I stepped right into it. Instinctively, I twist toward the exit. Move, and she's dead. Rachel's voice slices through the room, colder than steel. Even the soft pastels of Monet's water lilies on the wall can't dull its edge. I freeze. She strides past me, shuts the outer door with a decisive click. "There," she says. "Now we can talk." My fingers clench around my backpack strap, stitches pulling. Maybe I could swing it at her, except it's just stuffed with useless things. A hairbrush, my wallet, half-melted lipstick. A Kit Kat because hunger strikes at the worst times. How did she know we were onto her? Rachel, I croak, my throat suddenly parched. My hands feel numb, the cuts throbbing. Then I remember pepper spray buried in the bag. Old, clogged with beach sand from last summer. Would it even work? Play it cool. What would Cooper do? Wow, I force out, aiming for casual. Team-building exercise. Cause Sarah seems less than thrilled. Drop the act, Heather. Rachel's tone is razor-sharp, unfamiliar. Not even the basketball team got this version of her. The swear word hits like a slap. Since when does Rachel curse? That innocent act might fool everyone else, but it doesn't work on me. I see right through you, and trust me, the word I'd use isn't naive. Her gaze sweeps over me with cold amusement. At least it wasn't until you proved me wrong. She's got a point. How could I have been so blind? Sarah's tears were genuine, just not for the reason she claimed. No point playing dumb, Rachel says, her voice eerily calm. I know everything about last night. I feign confusion, though my stomach twists. Last night, Rachel, I don't. Your little getaway to the Hamptons, she cuts in almost cheerfully. Don't bother lying, I was there, watching you. My breath catches. Every instinct screams at me to bolt, but my feet stay glued to the ground, my grip tightening on my backpack strap. Sarah's face flashes in my mind. What happens to her if I run? Obviously I was there, Rachel sneers. You think I don't keep tabs on what's mine? Why else would I keep that old Jetta? No one needs a car in the city, unless they're tailing someone to the Hamptons. Damn, I'd forgotten about that rusted-out car she stashes in a garage downtown. Fine, I say, forcing my voice steady. I was there, I know about you and Chris, but Rachel, I'm not against you. I get it, I've been screwed over too. Let's just talk this out. She cuts me off with a sharp laugh, shaking her head like I'm the delusional one. No more talking, she snaps. That ship has sailed. Let's be clear, Heather. Her arms drop, her right hand brushing against something bulky under her sweater. I'm the one calling the shots here. I decide when we talk, just like I decided for Elizabeth, for Roberta, and for Amber soon enough, just like I decided on this little chat right now. Her fingers curl around the hidden shape. Want to know why I'm in charge? I swallow hard, eyes locked on the lump beneath her sweater. A gun, maybe. But when she pulls it out, it's some sleek black device with two metal prongs, ugly, insect-like. Then her thumb flicks a switch, and a crackling blue arc leaps between the prongs. My blood runs cold before she even says it. Heather, say hello to the Thunder gun, Rachel announced with the same proud tone parents used when introducing their kids on move-in day. One touch from this baby delivers 120,000 volts, enough to leave you disoriented, weak, and completely unable to move for minutes. Best part, fired through clothes, it barely leaves a mark. Total game changer for self-defense, and you can grab one from any US catalog for under $50, batteries sold separately. Sure, it's technically illegal here in Nick, but who's counting? The crackling blue arc between the prongs told me everything. No chloroform, no blunt force trauma, just a quick zap, and Bate and Bobby had been helpless as she dragged them to the elevator shaft. Canavan thought killers were stupid, but Rachel, she was terrifyingly smart. With so many kids dying from dumb stunts like elevator surfing, who'd suspect murder? Nobody. Except me. Rachel wasn't just clever, she was calculated. If I hadn't opened my big mouth, Sarah and I wouldn't be standing here, seconds from becoming victims 3 and 4. Oh, but the stun gun's just the start, Rachel added, waving it lazily. I've got a degree in chemical engineering. Bet you didn't know that. I stayed silent, praying and Ra would walk in or Cooper would check his voicemail. See, with the right knowledge, you can whip up some seriously effective little fire starters, she mused. Ever heard of an incendiary device? Nah, didn't think so. Too busy dropping out and shaking it at the mall, right? She smirked. Here's a fun one. What do you call a line of blondes standing shoulder to shoulder? Sarah stifled a sob beside me. I shook my head. A wind tunnel, Rachel cackled, her laugh hollow. Wow, Rachel, I muttered, revising my earlier assessment. Not just ruthless, completely unhinged. Hilarious, but I've really got to run. Cooper leans against the security desk, probably checking his watch. If I take too long, he'll come barging in here looking for me. Rachel just shrugs. Let him try, she says, her fingers tightening around the stun gun. No key, no entry, we're busy, Heather. Important work, remember. I cross my arms. Yeah, well, Pete could just call in Ra to let him in. Not happening, Rachel cuts in, her cheeks flushed. I had the locks changed yesterday while you were at the hospital. Only I have a key now. She grins, her eyes flickering with something sharp. You get it right, this job, it's just a pit stop for you. A paycheck until you work up the nerve to dive back into music after that whole label mess. But for me, this was everything. Until her voice cracks and suddenly her stare locks onto me like a laser. Until him, she whispers. I force myself to stay standing even though my legs feel like jelly. Sitting would make me an easier target. I need to keep her talking. Him, I ask, keeping my tone light like we're just catching up over coffee. You mean Christopher? She lets out a laugh that sends a chill down my spine, worse than the crackle of the stun gun. Christopher, she repeats, savoring the name like it's something forbidden. You wouldn't get it, Heather. You've never loved anyone but yourself. You don't know what it's like to need someone that much only for them to throw you away. Her glare could ice over a fresh cup of coffee. I almost tell her I do know, that Jordan left me feeling the same way, probably laughing it up with Tania Trace right now. But she wouldn't care. No, she says, her voice brittle. You've always had it easy, haven't you? Everything just handed to you. Rachel leans against the counter, crossing her arms over her toned stomach. You think this came easy? Please. I used to be a mess total couch potato, drowning my feelings in junk food. Sound familiar? She smirks, eyeing me up and down. Back then, no one looked twice at me, not until I hit 30. While you were busy playing pop princess, I was grinding, studying, working because no fairy godmother was handing out record deals. If I wanted out of my dead-end life, I had to earn it. Sarah stares out the rain-streaked window, shoulders tense. The sidewalk's empty except for a few people rushing past, umbrellas shielding them from the downpour. Rachel's voice sharpens. Same with him. He wasn't into girls like me, so I changed. Became what he wanted. You wouldn't get that, though. You and Sarah, you think charm and personality are enough. She rolls her eyes. Newsflash, men don't fall for witty banter. If you'd kept up your looks, Jordan would still be wrapped around your finger. But no, you had to express yourself with those sad little songs, like he cared. I open my mouth, but she cuts me off. What's the difference between a blonde and a mosquito? She doesn't wait for an answer. One stops sucking when you smack it. Her laugh is sharp, unhinged. Yeah, I'm in trouble. When's it my turn to rise without crashing? When do I stop being the punchline? When do I get to be the one they respect, instead of the joke they dismiss? She's deranged. Only a complete psycho monologues about bad jokes while waving a stun gun. Then again, I survived the music biz, insanity isn't new. Maybe I can reason with her. If anyone deserves your anger, it's Christopher, I say slowly. He's the one who screwed you over. Why come after me? Rachel's grip tightens on the weapon. Because he's mine, she snaps. You wouldn't understand, you treat men like accessories. But I'm not letting anyone take him from me again. So things didn't work with Jordan and now you're on to his brother. How predictable. But unlike you, I actually understand real love, what Christopher and I share. Once I clear away a few obstacles, he'll finally see it too. Rachel, I say, trying to reach whatever shred of sanity might still be left in her. Those obstacles, they're actual people. She shrugs. Not my fault they couldn't handle rejection. Honestly, Heather, you'd think they'd know better than to try something as stupid as elevator surfing. I even gave them advice, you included. Though let's be real, no one will be shocked when you take your own life. What do you even have left at this point? Her logic is so twisted I can barely keep up. But now that she's made it obvious I'm next, I'm scrambling for words. It won't work, Rachel. I already went to the police. And did they care? She cuts in smoothly. When they find your body, they'll assume you planted that bomb for attention, then panicked and ended it all. And honestly, it'll make sense. Your life's been a mess, Jordan engaged to someone else, his brother barely noticing you. Don't think I haven't seen the way you look at him. Pathetic. My face burns. Does everyone know? Does he know? God, this is humiliating. Wait, why am I even entertaining this? Fine, I say, buying time. Do what you want with me. But Sarah. She hasn't done anything. Let her go. Rachel glances at her assistant like she'd forgotten she was there. Oh, Sarah, right, she'll just vanish, take a little trip home after your tragic death, only to disappear along the way. Tragic accidents happen. Sarah whimpers, but a sharp glare from Rachel shuts her up. Please, she begs, voice shaking. Don't. Enough, Rachel snaps, raising her hand, but the sudden shrill of my desk phone makes her jerk back. The gun wobbles, the electric crackle grazing too close. I stumble against the door, fumbling for the knob, but Rachel's on me in an instant, her wiry arm locking around my throat. For someone so small, she's terrifyingly strong. I could have fought back, could have broken free if not for the stun gun crackling inches from my face. Don't move, Rachel snaps, her voice low and dangerous. I swear I'll drop you right here, Heather. Then I'll finish you both. My breath comes fast as Rachel clings to me like a second skin. The phone keeps ringing, 3 times, 4, and I recognize the campus extension. That's the front desk, I whisper, my throat tight. Cooper's waiting for me at security. He knows I'm here. Rachel loosens her grip but keeps the stun gun close. Fine, she says, shooting Sarah a sharp look. We're leaving, you. She jerks her chin toward Sarah. We'll deal with you later. She yanks the door open, scans the hallway, then shoves me out, but stays close enough to shock me if I try anything. The elevators across from the office, miraculously unharmed from yesterday's explosion, loom ahead. She jabs the call button. I silently beg for the doors to open and reveal a group of athletes who could take her down. No such luck. The empty elevator arrives and Rachel shoves me inside. She swipes her keycard and hits the button for the 20th floor, the penthouse. No detours. You know, Heather, Rachel muses, staring at the panel instead of me. I've spent my whole life dealing with girls like you. Pretty, entitled, skating by while the rest of us work twice as hard. Awards, promotions, men, nothing comes easy for me. Pansy is the first recognition I've ever gotten. I don't bother hiding my disgust. Yeah, and you only got it for covering up your own mess. Those complaints in the girls' files, Elizabeth's mom, Mrs. Pace, you made all that up, didn't you? Just an excuse to lure them in. What did you even say to them? What kind of sick game were you playing? Rachel's gaze hardens. You wouldn't understand. Everything I have, I earned. No handouts, no shortcuts. Christopher, this job. Do you know how many hoops I jumped through just to work in the same building as him? She exhales sharply. That's why you can't stay alive. You're a threat to everything I've built. If you just minded your own business, I might have kept you around. We were a decent team, you and me, standing next to you made me look downright svelte. That's a perk when you're an assistant. The elevator chimes and the doors glide open. We step onto the 20th floor, right outside the penthouse. The second my shoes touch the plush gray carpet, I know the motion sensors will alert security downstairs. Maybe Pete's watching the monitors. Maybe he'll see Rachel with that stun gun. Come on, Pete, just look up. For once, do your job. Rachel shoves me forward, jangling the master key in her hand. Bet you've always wondered how the other half lives, she says, her voice dripping with fake cheer. Well, here's your VIP tour. Shame you won't get to remember it. The penthouse foyer is all black and white marble, the same spot where Mrs. Allington once sneered at me for chasing her son like some desperate groupie. Beyond it, the living room sprawls out, lined with French doors leading to the terrace. The decor, black leather everywhere. Not exactly home and garden material. Classy, right? Rachel muses, then wrinkles her nose. Except for those tacky birds. In the corner, two cockatoos ruffle their feathers, eyeing us like we're intruders. Rachel flicks the stun gun, laughing as they screech at the crackling blue spark. Dumb creatures, she mutters before yanking me toward the terrace. Time for your grand exit. I figured someone like you deserves something cinematic. No boring elevator shaft for you, you're taking the express route off Fisher Hall. Think of it like that turtle movie your weirdo friend loves. Only difference, no last-minute rescue for you. Before I can even process her words, a door slams open. Mrs. Allington storms in, pink jogging suit and all, glaring like we've just trampled her designer rug. "What in God's name are you doing in my home?" she snaps. Rachel beams like they're old pals. "Don't worry, Alina, we'll be gone before you know it." Mrs. Allington's already marching toward the phone. "I'm calling the police. Do you have any idea who my husband is?" "Mrs. Allington, watch out," I shout. But she's not fast enough. Rachel strikes like lightning, jabbing the stun gun forward. Mrs. Allington jerks rigid, her expression frozen in shock, like she just found out her prized poodle got skunked at the Westminster Dog Show. Her body convulses before toppling backward over the leather sofa, collapsing onto the hardwood in a twitching mess, drool glistening on her chin. "Holy crap," I gasp. It's the most disturbing sight I've ever witnessed, somehow worse than catching Tanya Trace making out with my ex in the library stacks. "Rachel, you murdered her." "She's not dead," Rachel snaps, rolling her eyes. "When she wakes up, she'll be lucky if she remembers how to tie her shoes. Trust me, confusion is her default setting." She yanks my arm, and now that I've seen that little gadget in action, I'm not eager to test it. I should have bolted when we were downstairs. Even if she'd tased me, dragging my dead weight into the elevator would have been a struggle. Now, she's got me cornered. Panic kicks in. I wrench free and sprint toward the door Mrs. Allington had used earlier. My legs are stiff from the elevator incident, but adrenaline fuels me. Behind me, Rachel shrieks in rage, music to my ears. For once, I'm calling the shots. The rooms blur as I dash through. A dining room with a dustless table set for ghosts, a kitchen straight out of a home magazine, and a den where Debbie Reynolds charms the screen while a half-knitted scarf and a vodka bottle lounge on the couch. Mrs. Allington knows how to unwind. I crash into the only exit not leading outside, a bedroom swallowed by shadows, curtains drawn tight. The unmade king bed looks like it's been through a tornado, and a muted talk show flickers on another massive TV. A pair of boxer briefs on the floor raises questions. Chris S., but he's in the dorms. Guess the Allingtons aren't sharing bedtime stories. No escape. Just a bathroom door and Rachel's furious footsteps closing in. I scan for anything to defend myself, nothing. The walls are closing in the mirrored ceiling's track, lighting leaves me with nothing to grab, no lamp to yank from the wall, no weapon to swing. I could dive under the bed or disappear behind those heavy drapes, but she'd sniff me out in seconds. Maybe I can talk my way free. I've talked myself out of tighter spots before. At least, I think I have. The details are fuzzy, but I cling to the hope. Rachel bursts in, nearly tripping over the doorway, squinting as the dim room blinds her. I stay planted behind the king-sized bed, forcing myself not to glance up at my own reflection watching from above. "Rachel, listen," I say, breathless, words tumbling out. "You don't need to do this. Not to me, not to Sarah. We'll take this to the grave, girl's honor. I get it, okay. Guys like Chris, total trash. He's not worth ruining your life over." "Ruining my life," Rachel laughs, cold and sharp. "Oh, Heather, I'll be too busy planning your funeral and my honeymoon. Maybe I'll play your music if you even have more than one song. What was it again? That little bubblegum hit from, what, a decade ago? Pathetic. Tell me, do you think anyone will actually show up to mourn you? Or will it just be a sad little gathering for a washed-up pop star who peaked at, what, 25? 28, I snap. Fine, kill me, but leave Sarah out of it. She's just a kid. Rachel tilts her head, mock sympathy dripping from her grin. Aw, look at you playing hero for a girl you can't stand. That's your problem, Heather, you're too nice. No spine, no fight. You had everything, looks, fame, a shot at happiness, and you let it all rot. Your career, gone. Your man, gone. Even your mom stole from you, and you still send her cards. You're a doormat, and the world doesn't need doormats. She lunges, stun gun crackling. I spin, wrenching the curtains aside, fumbling with the French doors until they fly open. Rain hammers the terrace as I stumble outside, the storm swallowing me whole. Lyrics from Heather Wells hit, get out, play in the distance, drowned by the downpour. The sky doesn't just weep. It screams the sky hangs heavy with thick gray clouds, pressing down on the city like a suffocating blanket. I never noticed before, but Fisher Hall towers over the west side of the park, its penthouse balcony offering a sweeping panorama of Manhattan. To the north, the Empire State Building pierces the mist, while to the south, the empty space where the Twin Towers once stood feels like a gaping wound. The rain-soaked streets of the east and west villages stretch below. It's the kind of view you'd see in a movie, maybe something like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But this isn't Hollywood. This is my reality, and who knows how much longer it'll last. Up here on the 20th floor, the wind howls, tossing icy drizzle into my face. I stumble forward, disoriented, my eyes darting between the low stone railings and the potted geraniums that seem to mock me with their precarious placement. It wouldn't take much to go over. Heart pounding, I duck my head and sprint along the edge of the terrace, circling the Allingtons' penthouse. No sign of Rachel, yet. I yank open my backpack, fingers scrambling for the pepper spray I swore I still had. Who knows if it even works anymore, but right now, I'll take any defense against that stun gun. Just as my fingers close around the canister, a deafening crash shatters the air behind me. Wood splinters, glass explodes, and Rachel bursts through the French doors like some deranged action hero. No hesitation, no mercy. She slams into me, sending us both sprawling onto the slick stone. Pain flares through my already aching shoulder, knocking the wind out of me. I roll, ignoring the sharp bite of broken glass, desperate to put distance between us. She's up first, stalking toward me, the thunder gun still clutched in her grip. But I've got the pepper spray hidden in my fist, waiting. Rain mats her dark hair to her face, and her lips twist into something feral, like a dog snarling over a stolen treat. Pathetic, she spits, shoving the stun gun in my face. You always were weak. I shift, angling my hand so the wind won't blow the spray back at me. I don't even know what you're talking about, I gasp, still struggling to breathe. Seriously, I bought this woman flowers once. Fine, they were from a bodega, but still. Rachel leans in, her grin widening. You know how to spot a brunette, she taunts. Flip a blonde upside down. As she jabs the stun gun toward my hip, I jerk my hand up and unleash a burning stream of pepper spray straight into her eyes. Rachel lets out a sharp scream, stumbling backward as she throws her arms up to shield herself. But the pepper spray nozzle jams, refusing to fully depress. Instead of a direct blast to her eyes, the chemical trickles down the canister's side, seeping into my stitches and sending a searing pain through my skin. I hiss through my teeth, gritting out a sharp, "Damn it!" Rachel's laughter cuts through the tension, loud and mocking. "Oh my God," she cackles, wiping at her eyes even though they're untouched. "Could you possibly be any more of a disaster, Heather?" But this time, when she charges at me, I'm already on my feet, ready. As she lunges, I tighten my grip on the canister, knuckles white with pain. "Rachel," I say, voice steady despite the fire in my hands, "there's something you need to hear." With a sharp exhale, I swing, size 12, my fist connects with her face, is not fat. The impact sends a shockwave of pain through my hand. Rachel shrieks, staggering back, both hands flying to her nose as blood gushes between her fingers. "You broke it," she screeches, voice thick with rage. "You psycho." I can barely stay upright. My shoulder burns, my hands feel like they've been dipped in acid, and shards of glass cling to my back. Blood trickles into my vision, mixing with the rain. All I want is to collapse on the couch and zone out to some mindless cooking show. But Rachel's still standing there, one hand clutching her nose, the other gripping the stun gun. Before she can react, I barrel into her, wrapping my arms around her waist and slamming her to the ground like a designer-clad sack of bricks. She thrashes, snarling, but I claw at the stun gun, my fingers slipping against her grip. And she's not crying from fear. No, she's furious, her eyes burning with pure hatred. "Nice girls finish last, right?" I pant, driving my knee into hers. "How's this for nice?" But it's like kicking a brick wall. Rachel barely flinches, unless it's her face, her precious, perfect face. And she's freakishly strong, stronger than me even with rage fueling me. I've heard stories about adrenaline giving people inhuman strength, moms lifting cars, cops dragging horses from mud. But Rachel, she fights like a man with nothing left to lose. And the terrifying thought hits me. She won't stop until one of us is dead. And I'm starting to think it's going to be my fingers slip against Rachel's as we grapple for control of the stun gun, the rain turning everything into a slick, bloody mess. My hands ache from the stitches and the lingering burn of pepper spray, making it nearly impossible to keep my grip. Despite my attempt to knock her down, Rachel's back on her feet, and now we're locked in a desperate tug-of-war, stumbling dangerously close to the terrace's edge. With a sudden twist, she slams me against a wobbly geranium planter, just like the one that almost took Jordan out. Rain pelts my face, blinding me, so I squeeze my eyes shut and focus on keeping her arms raised, those deadly prongs far from my skin. The planter shifts beneath me, then gives way with a sickening lurch. I don't need to see it to know what happens next. The crash echoes from below, but the worst part is the silence between the fall and the impact. 10 seconds. 10 seconds to imagine what that drop would do to a person. My arms tremble, my tears mixing with the rain, stinging the cuts on my cheeks. Rachel laughs, sensing victory. "See," she taunts, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. "I told you, Heather, you're too soft to win, too out of shape, because let's be real, size 12, that's just a polite way of saying fat." I spit rainwater, my voice ragged. "Rachel, you need help, this isn't normal." She ignores me, her words sharp as knives. "What's even left for you? Your music's dead. Your ex ditched you. Your own mom betrayed you. You should have died in that elevator, or the day before if I hadn't missed." Her grip tightens, forcing my arms down. "Just let go. Nice girls don't get happy endings." On the word endings, she leans in, her strength overwhelming me. I'm crying now, my muscles screaming in protest, but she just keeps going, her voice sickly sweet. "Think about it, your death might make TMZ. Not the New York Times, but hey, Page 6 loves a train wreck. Maybe they'll even give you a behind-the-music special. One-hit wonders who flamed out too soon." I force my eyes open, glaring up at her, every ounce of my strength focused on keeping that stun gun away. But as my arms start to give, Rachel lets out a triumphant laugh, her voice echoing like she's already won. "Heather," she sings, her grin widening, "you were never going to make it." "Ever heard the one about how many blondes it takes to change a light bulb?" Rachel taunts, right before her head snaps back violently. One second she's smirking at me, the next, gone. Something hits her with brutal force, sending blood splattering across my vision. The stun gun slips from her fingers as she collapses onto the rain-slicked pavement with a nauseating crunch. I press myself against the terrace wall, scrubbing at my face with the only part of me not screaming in pain. The rain keeps hissing, but the ragged gasps cutting through the storm aren't mine. When my vision clears, Rachel's sprawled at my feet, crimson spreading through the puddles around her skull. And there's Mrs. Allington, gripping a shattered vodka bottle, her pastel tracksuit soaked through. She glares at Rachel's motionless form, chest rising and falling like she just ran a marathon. "I wear a size 12, she declares, like that explains everything. "The hospital keeps me overnight, apparently. Stitches aren't supposed to burst open, and glass isn't a recommended accessory. Their idea of comfort food: lime jello with sad little fruit chunks. Newsflash, jello belongs at picnics, not on dessert menus. Also, who designed hospitals without bathtubs? I kill time visiting Giulio down the hall. He's healing up fine after the explosion, already cleared to return to work. Then there's Jordan's room. Awkward doesn't begin to cover it. His fiancée, Tania, looks ready to stab me with a plastic spork. Maybe she's jealous. Her hit single, Trash Me, did just crack the top 40. Whatever. I tell them they're couple goals and mean it. 2 weeks of paid leave from Fisher Hall feels like a weird prize for catching a murderer, but I'll take it. When I finally drag myself back to my desk, autumn's creeping in, turning the air sharp. Somewhere between the bloodstains and the jello, I realize I'm done with yesterday. You can't unsee what you've seen, but you can keep walking until the weight feels lighter. Washington Square Park's trees are shifting into their autumn wardrobe, but their red and gold hues can't compete with the rainbow of hair colors Fisher Hall's freshmen have chosen for Parents' Day. Honestly, it looks like a circus exploded in here. And that's not the only difference since I've been away. With Rachel locked up awaiting trial, I'm getting a new boss, someone still being vetted by the higher-ups, though Dr. Jessup promised me a say in the final pick. Maybe a male supervisor will shake things up. Not that women aren't fantastic leaders, but after all the drama, a little less estrogen in the office sounds refreshing. Even Sarah's warmed up to me, along with the student workers. Funny how nearly getting killed to stop a murderer earns you some respect. Justine's name barely comes up anymore, except when Tina casually mentioned, "She never wore jeans like you. Said she couldn't find any small enough." That always annoyed me. Gavin's actually paying attention now, trading his death-defying elevator stunts for urban spelunking in the sewer system. Not the best career move. His floor mates aren't thrilled with the lingering aroma. Meanwhile, the Allingtons relocated next door to the building Donatello famously leaped onto in that movie. Close, but far enough for Mrs. Allington to finally relax without 700 undergrads and a chaotic dorm staff nearby. The students didn't shed any tears over their departure, but Chris. He's riding his newfound fame straight to the spotlight, ditching law school, his dad's dream, to chase his own as a nightclub entrepreneur in Soho. Between Lifetime and Playboy knocking on his door, I give it 6 months before he's back in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. As for Elizabeth and Roberta, Fisher Hall honored them with twin dogwoods in the park, their plaque simply reading in memory of. Because some losses cut too deep for words, the memorial trees and plaque will be seen by countless visitors, especially when they bloom each spring. Just like the scholarship we established in Bate and Bobby's names will help students for years to come. Watching those trees blossom is one of the few things keeping me going these days, especially after finally realizing what Cooper really thinks of me. Not that he knows I remember that night. He probably assumes I blacked out the moment he burst onto the penthouse terrace, right after Mrs. Allington knocked Rachel out cold with her vodka bottle. He'd gotten my frantic voicemail and raced over with Detective Canavan, only to hear from Pete, who'd spotted Rachel and me heading upstairs on the security feed, that we'd gone to confront Mrs. Allington. The grainy footage didn't show Rachel pressing a stun gun to my neck, something campus security is now upgrading. While the detective handled Rachel and the unsteady Mrs. Allington, Cooper crouched beside me in the downpour, his voice tight with concern. "You okay?" he asked. I squinted up at him, half convinced he was another hallucination, like the one where Rachel's skull met that bottle. Between the pepper spray burning my stitches, the glass digging into my back, and my throbbing shoulder, I was certain I was dying. That's why I kept slurring, "Promise me you'll look after Lucy. When I'm gone, promise." He shrugged off his leather jacket, still dotted with my dried blood, and wrapped it around me. The warmth of his body lingered in the fabric, along with his scent. "Of course I will," he said, his tone steady. "But you're not dying. Paramedics are almost here. You'll pull through." "No, I won't," I insisted. Later, they'd tell me it was shock talking, but in that moment, I was convinced. 28 and done, a one-hit wonder. Carve that on my tombstone. Cooper actually laughed, his smile cutting through the rain. "Heather," he said, "you're not dying, and you're definitely not a one-hit wonder." "Sure," I choked out, my laughter dissolving into sobs. Shock apparently makes you emotional. But all I could think was Rachel's taunt ringing in my ears. "You had everything, and you threw it all away." "I'm the world's biggest failure," I muttered, sinking deeper into despair. Cooper wouldn't let me stay there. He pulled me upright, wrapping his arms around me, his voice steady and sure. "Heather, stop that. You're not a failure. You're one of the strongest people I know. After everything you've faced, your mom, my brother, your career falling apart, most people would have quit. But not you. You picked yourself up and kept moving forward. That takes guts, and I've always respected that about you." I blinked, still dazed, and managed a weak joke. "So what, I'm like that obnoxious pink bunny that never stops banging its drum?" Cooper didn't miss a beat. "Exactly like that bunny. Heather, you're not a failure and you're not dying. You're a good person and you're going to be okay." But my foggy brain struggled to reconcile his words with the woman who just tried to end my life. "Nice girls finish last, remember?" Cooper smirked. "Lucky for you, I've got a thing for nice girls." Then he kissed me, just once, on the forehead. The kind of kiss you'd get from your ex's older brother after surviving a near-death experience, the kind he probably assumed you'd forget. But I didn't, and I haven't. He thinks I'm brave. No, scratch that. He thinks I'm one of the bravest people he's ever met, and he likes me. Because apparently nice girls are his type. Is it earth-shattering? No, but right now it's enough. Oh, and for the record, I never did go back for those size 8 jeans. Turns out there's nothing wrong with a size 12. Besides, I've had bigger things to focus on. I made it through my probation, and next semester I start at NYU. First class, Intro to Criminal Justice. Everyone's got to start somewhere.